It's Judgment Day. For the children of the Sieghart family, the test reveals how pure their mana is, and what element they're born with. These results decide if they have talent, and if they deserve the family's legendary name, known for being unmatched in sword and aura. The first boy walks to the giant stone blade. It glows green, meaning he's attuned to wind. His mana purity is also above standard. Next, a girl steps forward. The sword flashes blue, her aura's even stronger. Cheers erupt. Another gifted child joins the line. Then it's Raon's turn. The family's patriarch calls him up. Raon reaches out, touching the blade. It glows dim white, the weakest aura possible. Laughter breaks out around him. The patriarch snaps, silencing the crowd. He ends the test right away. Once, only he and his servant remain. Something strange begins. The blade glows again, now with golden fire, burning hot. The same flame the family's founder once had. Even the patriarch is stunned. He decides to keep watching Raon's path. But even he doesn't know who Raon really is. He's the reincarnated top assassin, betrayed by his master. On a cold night, the best in the Shadow Group meets with his master, Darius Robert. Darius reveals he knows Raon. He broke the mental chain and asks how. The Robert family turns kidnapped children into cold-blooded killers, and Raon escaped control by chance during a mission. Raon asks how Darius found out. Darius explains every assassin holds two shackles, one of the mind and one more. Pain slams into Raon's chest like a burning spike. Then Darius unveils a second restraint, cold and simple, a rage worm buried inside their flesh. A curse that tears the heart when its master gives the command. As the creature gnaws at his core, he swears he will not fall without defiance. He promises to leave one last scar on Darius. He drags himself upright and hurls forward, but his head is severed in an instant. Still, Darius freezes, stunned that Raon managed to cut him. He commands the other assassins to remove the corpse and strides out. Raon's dimming mind trembles with fury. He recalls the life Darius ripped away. With fading air, he begs any god or demon for a path to vengeance. A trinket at his throat pulses with sudden light. A strange screen forms, declaring he is chosen by a being named Wrath. But before Wrath can descend into him, his body collapses. The process breaks mid-flow. Later, a young woman plays with her baby, calling him Sunshine. That newborn is Raon, reborn into the home of a woman named Sylvia. That newborn is Raon, reborn into the home of a woman named Sylvia. He holds every memory from his assassin days, baffled yet aware. He first thought it a dream, but acceptance came when the dream never ended. In her cheerful voice, his mother explains the Lord has yet to return to name him. She has no idea he understands each word she speaks. Raon wonders why the naming takes so long after nearly 100 days. He quickly sees this household stands wealthy and influential. To him, that status is a rare advantage. He will need every resource for his revenge against Darius. Yet never leaving the building leaves him ignorant of his place here. Worse, he cannot control the Flamelink's technique. So, vengeance against Darius must wait in silence. Soon after, a maid named Helen rushes inside. She tells Lady Sylvia that the lord of the house has arrived. Sylvia scrambles to ready herself, but the moment slips away as the lord steps through the main door. His presence dominates the air, and Raon knows him at once. Since Sylvia calls him father, this man must be his grandfather. From his features alone, Raon sees he is Glenn Sieghart, Northern Lord of Destruction, ruler of the continent's peak. Raon realizes he has been reborn into the strongest lineage in the land. In time, Lord Glenn names the infant Raon, repeating his old name, urging him to live quietly and unseen. That night, Raon finally gets a chance to train again. After days of being knocked out by sudden sleep and constantly stuck entertaining Sylvia, he's thrilled to have quiet time to push his Flamelinks. Most methods draw mana from nature, building power in the core. Flamelinks do it differently, forming rings near the heart to boost stamina, focus, and mana flow, which makes it perfect for a warrior's path. Plus, it hides well from high-level beings like Darius. Now he just needs to grow stronger and learn Sieghart's sword. Then, he'll be ready to strike Darius without fail. But there's a problem. His mana paths burn cold, nearly frozen, 9 blocked channels, and death creeps closer. His only shot is to melt through with the Flamelink. Hours of training wear him down, and he passes out on the bed. He loses the fight against sleep, but it works in his favor. Lord Glenn walks in quietly to check on the sleeping child, and lets his aura flow out over him. The next morning, Raon returns to baby duties, daily crawling, inch by inch, to impress Sylvia. It's torture pretending to be helpless with a trained killer's mind. He'd rather endure mana pain than this soft routine. Soon, Lady Sylvia welcomes a rare guest. Raon instantly recognizes him as the Ragged Saint. His healing power and medical mastery are legendary across the land. The saint greets Sylvia, saying he came after hearing she had a baby. He jokes that the child takes after her, not the grumpy old lord. But when he hears the baby's name is Raon, meaning shadow, he's clearly annoyed. His tone shows deep familiarity with Lord Glenn, just like the rumor said. After a quick checkup, he tells Sylvia the boy suffers from something called the Curse of Bitter Frost. His mana channels are locked by icy energy, and he won't survive or wield a sword unless cured. Sylvia is stunned. She refuses to accept it, but the saint ignores her and promises to bring medicine. A maid enters, telling him the Lord wants a word. Once the saint leaves, Rayon feels relief. He finally knows what's wrong. He begins plotting his next move, but freezes as a tear hits his cheek. Looking up, he sees Sylvia crying, denying the truth aloud. She wipes her face, then whispers she won't let him die. For the first time in years, something warm stirs in Rayon's chest. He realizes the sadness isn't his, it's from seeing Sylvia cry. Trying to comfort her, he reaches out to touch her face and says "Mama" for the first time. That breaks her down, and Sylvia storms into the room where the Lord and Saint speak, ignoring the maids. Her sudden appearance enrages Lord Glenn. She kneels, begging him to save Rayon. She pleads for a while, her voice shaking, but Glenn replies coldly, saying the boy is useless to the house. She reminds him that the child is his grandson. He repeats his point and tells the guards to take her away. They drag her out. The saint calls him a stubborn old man. He then reveals Glenn had seen this coming and called him earlier, yet still treated his daughter harshly. Glenn dodges the question, asking for the report. The saint says the boy's circuits are blocked and unstable. Though Glenn's aura helped slow the frost, it won't let the boy become a warrior. Oddly, Glenn says surviving is enough. The saint mocks him, saying he hides his care with cold words. Son. The saint then asks why Glenn picked a name that means shadow. Glenn says, long ago, it meant something else entirely. Days go by. Sylvia feeds Rayon the elixir left by the saint. Rayon is glad. It's fire-based, perfect to fight the chill inside him. Years pass, and he turns 5. A system alert tells him he's formed his second flame link, boosting soul and mana. He's thrilled, thinking the system may be behind his fast growth. It's a system only he can access. It first appeared shortly after birth, showing him his current condition instantly. Still, his stamina is low, and the curse lingers. The elixir helped him get this far. Along with Sylvia's love and Helen's constant care, he feels slow, but reminds himself he's just 5. Time is on his side. In his past life, he was the top assassin. Now with this technique, he can cover his flaws once he learns Sieghart's sword art. He learns patience is his best weapon against Rarest, a peak-level transcendent, not someone to fight with reckless hate. Soon, Sylvia helps him dress for a special event. It's the discernment ceremony. Across the continent, 6 lords and 5 demons control the balance. Rayon was reborn into one of the 6 lords' houses. The 6 lords guard the continent, the demons disrupt it. The ceremony separates the worthy from the weak. Today, it's House Sieghart's turn. At the hall, people stare at Sylvia and Rayon with disgust. They insult them both, mock Rayon's condition, and call Sylvia a disgrace. Some say a failure's child shouldn't even be allowed to attend. Sylvia ignores them and walks on. Their words sting Rayon deeply, but Sylvia says, just look at me, stay with me. Moments later, the Lord enters the hall. It's the first time Rayon sees him in 5 years. He sits down, a massive sword crashes down, and the Lord commands the ceremony to begin. The discernment sword reveals one's mana potential upon touch. First up is Warren, a Sieghart child. Ceremonies start young because mana seals by age 4. The goal is to measure each child's potential. Warren grips the sword, and the crowd cheers. Light bursts from the blade, bright and pure, fitting for Lord Charon's son. Next is Runan Slorn, from the vassal house Slorn. The more intense the glow, the purer the mana. Elemental affinity also appears. Runan's test impresses all. Bright mana and strong results, expected of a Slorn. Rayon sees how obsessed they are with high scores. He doubts himself, his circuits still frozen. Then his name is called. Eyes turn, many filled with scorn. He walks forward, Sylvia by his side. At the sword, he lowers his hopes. He only wants to know his element. He places his hand on the blade. Suddenly, fire erupts, strange and mesmerizing. Visions strike him. Beasts and chaos. A young warrior at the center. He watches, unsure what it means. The monsters loom, massive and fierce. The warrior lifts a covered flame, sword, and slams it into the ground. The blast wipes out everything in range. Then, the vision fades, and Rayon sees his result. But the display doesn't match the vision. A weak glow barely reaches halfway. Whispers start, mocking the dim light. Lord Glenn remains silent. Sylvia leans close, says he did great, and they return to their seats. The crowd mocks in hushed tones, ridiculing Sylvia and her son's low rank. Glenn silences them, asks why they're causing noise. They fall quiet, and he declares the ceremony over. When all leave, Glenn stays with his butler and the sword. To him, Rayon's state seems beyond fixing. But then, the sword erupts with fire. Glenn turns, instantly alert. Flames wrap the blade and soar, brighter than anything seen earlier. Glenn watches, stunned. The light shines gold, blinding and strong. He checks an old record, finds only one other time this happened. During the Founder's trial, when a fierce aura burned hotter than the demon realm's fire. That golden mana has appeared only once in Sieghart history. Seeing it again now stuns even Glenn. After staring for a moment, he realizes it came from Raon, but can't understand how. 7 years later, Raon's stats show up on the system. The curse remains. His stamina, body, and mana flow are still weak, but he's gained water resistance, easing his limbs. He's nearly at his 3rd flame link, and is now 12. One day, Sylvia reminds him it's time for another discernment ceremony. From last time, Raon dreads the drama that comes with it. When they arrive, the new ceremony ends quickly, faster than usual. Before it wraps, Lord Glenn calls Raon and asks for help. He questions why Raon hasn't responded to the basic training summons sent a month ago. Raon doesn't know about it. Sylvia explains she hid the letter, fearing the frost would make training too hard. Glenn doesn't care. On Sieghart land, all must obey. Even the weak must crawl if they can't stand. Sylvia refuses. Glenn asks if she plans to leave again. He warns them, follow the rules or go. As always, the crowd starts whispering about Sylvia leaving. Raon watches, angry at how they treat her. Their scorn now makes sense. She left once. She gave up her aura, destroyed her circuits, even after mastering Sieghart swordsmanship, all for love. But the man died before Raon was born. She returned broken, and the house treated her like a traitor. No matter what, Raon can't turn against her. She's his mother. Suddenly, Raon steps forward, ignoring her protests. He tells Glenn he'll begin training next month. Denner Sieghart, head of the Palace of Elders, cuts in, says Raon's treating it too lightly. Raon insists he'll train. He'll uphold the Sieghart name. Glenn doesn't like that. The name carries weight. His aura flares, heavy enough to break bones. Blood spills from Raon's mouth. The pressure surpasses even Darris's. He clenches his fist, endures the pain. He finally collapses. Sylvia and Helen rush in. Denier begs Glenn to stop, reminding him Raon's just a child. Glenn ignores them, says to let Raon speak. Sylvia begs again, says her son isn't ready, pleads for mercy. In her arms, Raon stays silent, remembering his shadowed life as an assassin. Always hidden, never seen. Frustration boils. He breaks free, craving more from this life. He wants to restore Sylvia's place. He walks up again, says he doesn't truly know what the Sieghart name means, growing up away from the main house. But he'll train to find out. He feels bound by duty to Sylvia. Helen, and everyone in the annex who stood by him, drive him forward. Curious, the Lord asks if Raon means to judge the Sieghart name through basic training. Raon says, it's all he has. Glenn responds that he'll order the instructor to go all out. His aura crashes down again, dropping Raon to his knees. Raon thinks of how to fuse assassin skills and flame rings to survive here. On the ground, he vows to prove that the one they mocked will rise unbreakable. Meanwhile, at a training center, Karun Sieghart, head of the Palace of Warriors, questions a guard about reports calling Raon an invalid. The guard confirms the story. Maids heard the Saint and Lord talk about Raon's condition. Karun recalls seeing the boy's weak frame. But how did he endure Glenn's aura? He wonders if Sylvia's power passed to her son. That might explain it. Karun then tells the guard to plant someone in the annex to observe Raon. Back home, Raon overtrains again. Sylvia warns him, like always. Later, Lord Glenn arrives at the 5th Sieghart training grounds. To meet Lemaire, the head instructor, who pretends to nap. Glenn wakes him. They bicker like old soldiers. Glenn jokes that Lemaire hasn't matured in 50 years. Being an elf, he hasn't aged at all. Lemaire guesses Glenn came to talk about his grandson. He says Sylvia showed up earlier too. He refuses to soften training since Glenn gave him full control. But Glenn isn't here to ask for leniency. He says to raise the bar if needed and remove the weak. Lemaire thinks Glenn's masking love with strictness, love he failed to show Sylvia. Glenn says he'd behead him if they weren't comrades. After their talk, Glenn leaves the grounds. Lemaire wonders what's so special about this Raon. Meanwhile, Raon forms his 3rd flame link. His stats rise body, soul, mana, focus, stamina. One frost curse strand fades. The message lifts his spirit. Hard work paid off, but balance, not overwork, made it possible. Sylvia kept him in check. The system window also helps accelerate growth. Still, it's nothing compared to what Sieghart training will demand. Even 3 stars only lay a base to build on. He plans to crush doubts with results that silence every critic, and eventually, destroy Darius Robert. Lost in thought, Sylvia visits him late that night. He leaves for training tomorrow. She asks if he must go. She fears he'll push past his limits and get seriously hurt. She suggests he wait just 1 more year, but Raon says he can't. He's tired of the looks from the main and branch families, the way they treat those in the annex. He believes he can change it if he succeeds in training. Sylvia is moved. She didn't expect him to understand their reality this deeply. She explains they're treated this way because she fell for his father during a mission, but since he was just a knight, she had to destroy her core and walk away from the family. While living peacefully with him, Raon had an older sister named Sia. Then, a group called the Cadre of Eden ambushed them. She was pregnant, and their father wasn't strong enough to fight back. She watched them get slaughtered before her eyes, until a secret unit her father sent arrived just in time. They came too late. Her husband and daughter were already gone. Alone and hunted, she returned home and became the family's scapegoat. She had no excuse when she stood before her father again. When she finishes, Raon sees one thing clearly. She chose happiness over duty, then came crawling back to survive. He now understands why they treat her coldly. But to him, she gave him life, gave him love. In both lives, she's the only mother he's known. He suddenly asks if she regrets leaving. She says no. Living as a Sieghart, she felt invisible. Leaving made her feel real. That was enough. She says she found joy after leaving, and joy in raising him. Her only regret, she says, is not being a better mother. Raon tells her it's okay, and she doesn't have to carry that guilt. Sylvia bursts into tears, and Raon holds her, unsure why she weeps so hard. After calming her, he heads back to check his flame links before tomorrow's training. As he inspects the links, a strange phantom appears. It says the time has come. It felt boiling rage. It calls itself Wrath, second ruler of the demon world, drawn by vengeance. Wrath explains its price. Raon must offer his body and soul, but then realizes a child summoned him. Both stare, confused, asking how this happened. Wrath doubts a kid could summon him through rage, but then looks again and changes his mind. Wrath accepts him and demands the soul in exchange for revenge. Raon shocks him by refusing. He wants to kill Darius with his own hands. Wrath's tone shifts. He says Raon is mistaken to think this is a choice. The demon world has chosen. Wrath will take what he wants. He unleashes cold fire in a storm, then charges, wild and furious, trying to force his way into Raon's body. The clash sends a freezing pain through Raon's body and mind. Wrath tempts him, saying even gods would fall if he submits. But Raon's high water resistance dulls the chill. The attack isn't just cold. It fuels his rage from inside. Wrath goads him, promising to crush skulls and consume flesh if he surrenders. But Raon hesitates, afraid Sylvia and the maids won't survive if Wrath enters. Wrath loses patience. He says he tried to spare Raon's body, but now he'll just consume him. The pressure builds, and Raon feels like he's about to break apart. His body nears collapse, just before it snaps. He recalls how flame links and water resistance helped him. It might ease the load again. With no other choice, he fires up a flame link. Light bursts out from him, blazing. Wrath reels back. Furious a child can resist him. Raon repeats, he'll take revenge himself. He won't give his body away. Wrath explodes when Raon calls him a specter. He demands respect, says he's a ruler. Raon smirks, says a real demon king wouldn't be this weak. Raon now realizes Wrath's power is limited, just like he claimed. Raon now realizes Wrath's power is limited, just like he claimed. Suddenly, the system window appears. It says a new skill has unlocked, one Raon's never seen. Wrath rages more, saying the system is his invention. Raon asks if Wrath really made the system. Wrath confirms it. Raon pushes, wants to know why. Wrath dodges the question but slips when Raon asks if it's for growth. Raon notices Wrath can't hide emotions, fitting for a being named Wrath. The flame link feels stronger now than in Raon's last life. Its purpose must be rapid growth. Wrath demands his body or the system in return. Raon tries hitting him with a mana charge strike. It fails. Wrath sees he can't win this time, so he wraps around Raon's arm and turns into a bracelet. He says the seal was recent, his power still weak. He'll wait for it to return. Raon thinks about removing the bracelet but fears it might erase the system or endanger Sylvia and Helen. Keeping Wrath nearby seems smarter, easier to watch and control. Raon asks why the bracelet looks so decorative. Wrath says it's his taste. Raon should respect it. The next morning, Sylvia's tense about Raon leaving. Helen tries to reassure her. As Raon steps outside, ready to depart, the women wear solemn faces. Helen reminds him to take it easy. He promises he will. Sylvia hesitates, then tells him to go do his best, and sends him off with a smile. Once he's gone, Sylvia asks Helen if he'll be okay. Helen says his health's better, he might finish the training. That comforts Sylvia a little. She had cried inside as Raon promised not to push too far or get hurt. Meanwhile, children gather at the 5th training grounds gate. Raon stands apart, noticing the crowd includes more than just Siegharts. Vassal families and outside picks are also here. A few boys whisper about Raon's thin arms, wondering why he hasn't run yet. They mock his bracelet too, making Wrath fume. The spirit starts cursing them out. Though they can't see or hear him, Raon hears their laughs. He walks over and asks why they don't say it to his face instead of whining like bugs. They bristle, asking why a kid locked in the annex dares to talk back. Funny thing is, they're from the Branch family too. When Round says only the weak talk down like that, the boys snap. One grabs his shirt, telling him to remember his place. Round smirks, cracking his knuckles slowly. But someone interrupts. It's Warren Sieghart, the prodigy from Round's first ceremony. He scolds them, warning not to shame the family in front of outsiders. The boys quickly back down and apologize. Then Warren turns to Ron, asking if he still doesn't know his place. He says Round is just dust, easy to flick aside, and should keep his head low if he wants to stay in the annex. In Warren's view, Round only got in because of dumb luck during testing. He sees him as a loser, bound to be expelled. As they walk off, Warren says Round should quit now since he won't pass anyway. Before Warren leaves, Round snaps back, saying he should have delivered that nonsense with more passion. He reminds Warren that main family blood means nothing here. No rank, no authority, no power. Says all Warren can do is go cry to his daddy. Warren's face turns red. All he manages to say is the usual, "How dare you?" Then Lemaire bursts in, breaking the tension. He jokes that they're fighting already before the real fight starts. Round now sees who the instructor is. It's the Sword of Light, retired after injuring his core. Lemaire splits the group, says to wait until after the ceremony to settle scores. At the admission, Lemaire introduces himself formally, says 160 kids signed up, a number that feels too big, so he'll cut it down to 1/4 with a test. The kids freeze, shocked by the brutal cut on day one. Lemaire adds, his word is law here. If they don't like it, go complain to the Lord. The test begins. They must sprint nonstop until told otherwise. Wrath asks why Raon is staying near the back. Raon sees no point in racing. It's not about speed. He's sure the test is about endurance, not flash. He believes the one who lasts longest wins, and he'll be that one. The assistants spot the leaders, Warren and Runan. Both show strong promise, even at this age. Then they glance at Rayon. He's far behind, struggling, but impressive for someone once called sickly. They guess he'll drop out soon, but Lemaire watches with interest. He's never seen someone like Rayon. Most prodigies have depths he can't gauge, but he still sees faint hints of who they'll become. With Rayon, he sees nothing, and that only happens when someone's potential exceeds his own reach. The same boys who mocked Rayon glance back, laughing he won't last 10 more minutes. Raon can't believe they're just jogging, calling this training. In his past life, starving beasts chased them while they ran for their lives. Compared to that, this is nothing. Time passes, the kids keep running. Lemaire notices Raon still going, even though his stamina gave out long ago. He's clearly beyond exhausted. This isn't just willpower. Lemaire thinks only those who faced real pain and death can focus like this. The more he watches, the more intrigued he gets. On the field, Warren sees Rayon still behind him. He wonders how, knowing the kid is supposedly ill. He overheard his dad talking with the guard, confirming it. Irritated, Warren activates his aura, ready to show the gap between them. He surges ahead, leaving Runan and Rayon, the last two still running. To Raon, Warren seems reckless. Unlike Runan, who stays calm and steady, Rayon holds back, not wanting to ruin his rhythm. It's not a race. Around them, others have dropped out. Some ask who Raon is. Others envy the sick boy still pushing on. Raon hears someone wonder if he ever gets tired, nearly laughing inside. He feels like dying. Only the flame links let him push past the freezing pain, buying him time. Wrath senses his fatigue, grins, and demands control to beat that brat, Warren. Raon knows trouble is coming fast. It hits. Wrath blasts another chill into him. Raon starts to black out but hides it. Wrath believes no human could endure this. Raon grits through it, knowing weakness means being devoured. But nothing happens. He keeps running. Wrath snaps, confused why his rage won't break Rayon. Meanwhile, Rayon can't even control his limbs. His vision fades, breathing nearly stops. Right then, the instructor's voice cuts through, ending the training. Warren glares, disgusted that Rayon never gave up. Runan just watches him, curious. Wrath can't grasp how Rayon endured it, but Rayon reminds him not to interrupt training. That cold attack only pushed his flame links further, forcing his body harder. Suddenly, a system window appears, saying his stats have slightly increased due to overexertion, which only enrages Wrath more. After the kids regroup, Lemaire praises their effort, then admits he lied about cutting their numbers to a quarter. He explains failing that many on day one makes no sense, and he never said this was the big test. Still, he warns that if they train like today, most will fail. He told them to run full speed, yet none kept that pace, except Warren, who secretly used aura. Omer urges them to follow instructions if they want to pass, though it will be tough. From now on, they're temporary trainees until the exam in 6 months. After that, Lemaire will pick a valedictorian. Later, Lemaire heads into the woods to rest on a boulder. He finds Lord Glenn waiting, asking about the test. Lemaire says Warren and Runan showed the expected potential. The others can grow into strong pillars for House Seagart, but he admits he can't read anything about Raon. He recounts Raon running to the end with no stamina, a feat only Master Glenn ever matched. The whole situation amuses him, breaking the boredom since his core was damaged. As Glenn turns to leave, Lemaire says someone in this group may shape the future. Glenn insists it's coincidence. The boy can't become a swordsman. Lemaire doesn't believe that. Meanwhile, Raon heads straight to the training room after the harsh session. Some boys overhear and take notice. When he leaves, they claim he cheated during the run, since he's supposed to be sick. Crane Seagart, from a branch family, steps in. He says he heard a rumor that the elder gave Raon an elixir. The boys grow angry, thinking Raon used it to show them up, and plot to humble him. Soon after, they shove Raon into a tree. He doesn't even know why they attacked. They accuse him of acting smug after using an elixir, despite being cast out of the main family. They crack their knuckles, claiming they only want to talk. Wrath fumes, urging Raon not to endure this, and wanting to strike them. The thought barely forms in Wrath's mind. Raon, battle-hungry inside, drops all three boys, leaving them barely able to move. Wrath finds the sight so satisfying he almost blushes. With the boys begging for mercy on the ground, Raon asks if Warren sent them. They insist Warren had nothing to do with it. Raon doubts it. Sure, Warren hates him, but accepts the answer. He warns them worse awaits if they speak of this or bother him again. The boys scramble away, relieved they survived. Hidden behind a tree, Lemaire watches, reminded of young Master Glenn. His hunch deepens. Raon may be hidden among the top talents. Back home, the system notifies Raon of a dexterity boost for satisfying Wrath. Wrath flips. Furious Raon gets points just for pleasing him. Raon reminds him he made the system. Wrath yells he's never had it stolen before. This is new. Then, Wrath shifts gears, noticing Raon isn't even listening. He tempts him with a deal. Win and earn points, lose and take in rage. All Raon must do is place first in the exam, just as Lemaire said. Raon sees he can gain a random attribute too. Wrath explains it'll be adjusted to fit his weak body. If he loses, he'll get a small piece of Wrath's rage. Small now, but it can grow out of control later. Since the terms are clear, Raon knows he's being honest. He weighs the risk and sees the reward is worth it. His past experience should be enough to win. He accepts the offer. Wrath grins wide. Sure, his plan to claim Raon's body is working. Later, the trainees endure another drill. They look drained from non-stop running. Then comes the horse stance. Lemaire calls it the root of all martial arts, tells them to hold it, then walks off to nap. Before leaving, he reminds them they'll face the final test. Not him. Some complain, wishing they could just start sword training. After the drill, Warren gathers boys to train sword skills, fearing their edge might dull. Wrath tries pushing Raon to join them, but Raon thinks it's pointless at their current level. What they need now is endurance, not sword swings. It's worse for him, cursed by bitter frost. Basics matter more. While Raon trains in the gym, Rune and Slorin from a vassal house secretly watch. She's shocked at how much weight he's added, despite being sick. His rapid gains make no sense. She wonders if his stance is different from theirs. Curious, she approaches him, but stays silent. Her stare draws Raon's attention. He asks why she's here. She doesn't respond, just thinks about his sudden growth. As she observes, something clicks in her mind. She walks past him and sits nearby. Then she starts lifting weights too. Her actions confuse Raon, so he ignores her. He moves away, but Runan keeps following. She recalls catching his scent earlier, which made her body feel lighter and stronger. Feeling uneasy, Raon asks if she wants to say something. She says no. Runan quietly decides she'll follow Raon wherever he goes. Not long after, Warren and the boys enter the gym. They get irritated seeing Runan near a boy expelled from the main family. Warren sees no point in repeating such dull, basic drills. He believes Raon's weak body is why he clings to basics, far from their superior build. To prepare, Warren urges the boys to sharpen their sword skills. They head out, confident the exam will prove who trained right. Later, a boy named Dorian politely asks Raon to join his training after seeing Runan stick by him. Raon hesitates but agrees. Dorian lights up and offers him a cookie. Raon doubts it and tries to return it, then glances over. He spots Runan eyeing his hand with intense focus. Her wide-eyed puppy stare unnerves him. He gives up and hands her the cookie. The three start training together regularly. They even stay close during runs, slowly forming a bond. Flowers bloom, but training continues. 6 months pass since the basics began. Raon keeps running like his life depends on it. Now, he outpaces nearly everyone, except Runan and Warren, who still keep up. Time flies, and exam day finally arrives. Parents and guardians gather to watch their kids perform. Everyone assembles in a huge arena, and Lemaire addresses them. Among them sit Sylvia, Helen, and Lord Karen. Wrath shows up, grinning, reminding Raon of their deal. He believes Raon will lose and be forced to take rage since Runan and Warren always stayed ahead. Raon brushes him off, saying exams are unpredictable. Soon after, Runan and Raon find Dorian crouched, anxious about the test, their bond now clear. Runan silently hands Raon a cookie. Raon looks around, wondering why only weirdos stick to him. Sylvia and Helen celebrate their boy for surviving 6 harsh months with pride and even making some unexpected friends. Then comes an announcement about the head of house arriving. He joins the others to watch the exam unfold. His presence shocks many since he rarely shows up. Someone whispers this is his first time ever attending. Lemaire reacts, surprised by the Lord's visit. Master Glenn replies, saying the exam shapes the house's future, so the Lord must be present. With the Lord seated, Lemaire steps up to finally reveal the exam details since none were shared before now. Without warning, Lemaire unleashes a surge of aura, stunning the students. He announces their test break through his spiritual force. Lemaire tells them fighters can't avoid spiritual force. This tests inner strength. A nearby guardian objects, saying the kids barely learned aura. Now spirit too. More guardians protest, booing the instructor. Tired of the noise, Lemaire explains that spiritual force isn't aura alone, it's the soul, forged by battle. A real warrior proves worth even without aura. Glenn interrupts, calming the crowd, saying, Lemaire is right, aura or not, every warrior builds spirit. Through harsh training, even auraless fighters can forge strong spiritual force. That shuts them up. Through harsh training, even auraless fighters can forge strong spiritual force. That shuts them up. Lemaire says they'll proceed since no one objects now. First up is Runan. Lemaire tells her she can beat this if she trains hard. Pass if she breaks through. With a slight smirk, he blasts her with intense spiritual pressure, catching her off guard. She winces, clearly affected. He warns that using aura means disqualification. She must rely on mental strength. Though the force presses hard, she grits through it, and eventually reaches out and grabs Lemaire's hand. He steadies her as she stumbles, proud she made it. He praises her progress and tells her to keep pushing forward. Next is Dorian, who looks terrified. He's told to break through with the same mental strength but doubts he has any. If he can't, he fails. Dorian forces himself into the pressure but collapses halfway. Rayon notices Dorian's test feels weaker. He suspects Lemaire is matching the pressure to each student's strength. Dorian crawls and finally grabs Lemaire's foot. He gets praise and advice to trust himself more. Sadly, he throws up after hearing that. Warren Sieghart is called next and faces the same test. The force hits like a wall. He questions if the others face this level. He starts trembling. His legs won't move. Lemaire tells him he holds the rarest gift here, but he wasted time on sword skills he didn't grasp, instead of building strength and will. He reminds Warren he always relied on aura in hardship. Use it now and fail. Warren can't afford that. He recalls his father scolding his older brother, cold and unforgiving. Afraid of being cast aside too, he pushes forward with everything. He stumbles ahead, barely holding on. He grabs Lemaire's leg and passes the test. Lemaire tells him to stop acting grown up. He's just 12. Last up is Raon Sieghart. As he steps forward, a crushing wave of spiritual force slams into him, almost knocking him back. The force hits harder than what the others faced, making Helen and his mother uneasy. Even Lord Glenn looks shocked at the sheer pressure Lemaire unleashes. Raon starts to doubt if this is really meant for him. Lemaire saw greater promise in him than Runan or Warren. He tells Raon to give it everything, reminding him that power comes from the soul, not just the body. Raon carries not just a Sieghart soul, but the forged spirit of an assassin. One day, he'll save lives. To Lemaire's surprise, Raon breaks through the storm of force, drawing attention from even the Lord. As Raon nears, Lemaire can't believe his eyes. Raon doesn't stumble like the rest. He walks up and shoves Lemaire back. Gasps erupt around the arena. Lemaire and the Lord are stunned. Raon smiles and asks if he passed. Everyone else can't believe he broke through that force. Even Karun is stunned that the brat reached Lemaire. Lemaire stands frozen, still trying to process what happened. He wonders how a sick kid with no aura did it. Finally, Lemaire asks what Raon really is. Raon calmly replies he's just Raon, the boy he's watched for months. Lemaire says he raised the force level past Raon's potential. It shouldn't be possible. Raon just shrugs. That annoys Lemaire even more. Then it's time to reveal the results, as promised. Warren and his father tense up. Lemaire declares Raon the top trainee of the period. Sylvia and Helen burst into tears hearing the news. Around them, the crowd buzzes over the outcome. Warren steps up, shouting he won't accept the results, calling them fake. Lemaire is taken aback by the outburst. Warren insists he's stronger than Raon in every way. Then he suggests Raon must have cheated with a spell or trick. Some agree, saying Raon's curse and lack of aura make it impossible. The accusations grow loud. Even Lemaire's fairness is questioned. Warren demands a duel with Raon to settle it. Lemaire sees it clearly. Warren just wants that #1 spot. Lemaire leaves it to Master Glenn to resolve the accusations. The Lord asks Raon if he'll spar with Warren to prove the results. Raon says no. The rankings are set, sparring changes nothing for him. To make it matter, the Lord offers a bronze medal if Raon wins. That catches Raon's interest. Because those medals come from House Sieghart and carry real rewards, a bronze holds serious value. The offer seals the deal for Raon. Rules are simple. 1 round, no weapons or aura, only fists. The match begins. Warren charges, aiming a punch at Raon's face. Raon dodges fast. The punch misses by inches. Shocked, Warren quickly follows up with a kick. Raon blocks it with ease. Warren says it's the charging tiger technique, taught by his father. He throws more strikes. Raon keeps defending. Onlookers think Raon can't hit back. Warren burns with rage, feeling challenged by a weaker branch family kid. He swears he won't lose the top spot to Raon. A flash of his father rejecting his older brother fills his mind. He fights with one thought: earn his father's approval. Raon keeps dodging, blocking every blow. He holds back, analyzing Warren's movement and rhythm. Then, he figures it out. Warren sees Raon pause, thinking he's done, so he rushes in to end it. But Raon meets his punch with a counter. Warren's hand flies back in shock. Then, Raon drives a fist into his gut. Warren coughs, nearly buckling. The crowd and his father freeze in disbelief. Even Lord Glenn can't believe what he saw. Raon used the charging tiger fist. Warren demands to know how. Raon calmly replies, he learned it from watching him, just copied it, nothing more. Murmurs rise, people stunned. A brat mimicked that technique. Some wonder if he somehow learned it before. Warren stays down, still shaken. Lemaire nods, convinced Raon is the real deal. He's stunned. Raon reversed the tiger fist just by observing it once. In his eyes, this is the Sieghart-level genius who could rise above all. After a brief pause, Raon is declared the winner, the results undeniable. Sylvia can't hold back, rushing toward him. She hugs him tight, tears streaming down her face. Runan's father does the same, proud of his daughter. Warren stands alone, only his butler beside him. His father turns away without a word. The moment he feared most just happened. That night, silence hangs heavy in Warren's home. His father finally speaks, reminding him of the order to rank first and never lose. Then he demands to know if Warren wants to disgrace him by losing to a failure's child. He warns this was strike 2, and graduation will be Warren's final shot at redemption. As he leaves, Warren realizes he can't mess up again. Anger boils, and he blames Raon. He trained hard, yet still fell behind. Lost in frustration, he wanders into the gym. It's empty, everyone drained from the exam. He notices the nearby row of lockers. One locker catches his eye, Raon's. He tells himself peeking won't hurt if he takes nothing. Inside, he finds 10 pairs of worn-out shoes, all destroyed in just 6 months. He remembers seeing Raon training non-stop. While he was busy showing off or lounging around, he now sees Raon lived like a true Sieghart, and he didn't. Quietly, he puts everything back and leaves. Later, Wrath fumes about losing, saying he's never seen anyone like Raon in all his years. He asks Raon what he really is. No answer. A system message pops up. Raon wins the bet. All stats rise by 2, plus a new trait, awareness of the snowflower. Wrath explains it's a divine ability unfit for Raon's weak form. It boosts sensory range, but at 1 star, only slightly. Wrath boasts he used it to expand his senses tenfold. The name sounds strange to Raon, so he asks why it's called that. Wrath finds it beautiful. Raon thinks his taste is awful. Wrath seethes with rage again. Soon after, a message arrives. The Lord has summoned Raon. Sylvia grows anxious, worried for her son, but the butler assures her it's fine. Lord Sieghart wants to personally award Raon the bronze medal. Inside the throne room, Glenn looks displeased but still honors his word. He hands the medal to Raon, saying he may one day exchange it for a fitting reward. Raon accepts and asks what he must do to restore his mother's status. The Lord is stunned. Lord Glenn confirms if Raon means restoring his mother's place in the main family. He says it's possible, but only by doing something the entire house will acknowledge. In Glenn's view, earning Sieghart's approval is like reaching the moon, especially for someone so green. Raon feels fired up and thanks Glenn for the answer. He hands back the bronze medallion. Then he turns to leave. Before he walks off, the Lord says the medallion itself could have granted that answer, and Raon still hasn't claimed his reward. Raon recalls what he needs most now. He asks for a cultivation method, but is told he'll get one during training. Raon pushes, saying he wants something beyond basic, something worthy of the bronze medal. The shadow method from his past life won't cut it. Not for saving Sylvia, or for taking Daru's head. The Lord snaps his fingers. A hidden library reveals itself. Rows of old books appear, shocking Raon. Towering shelves fill the room with hundreds of volumes. Glenn says this is only a glimpse of Sieghart's archives. To get his book, Raon must step in and raise his hands. Glenn hopes the technique he gets surpasses the shadow one. A single book lifts from the shelf, floating down into Round's hands. It looks worn and ancient. The choice stuns Lord Glenn, and even his butler. Glenn wonders how Round pulled that specific book. Suddenly, flames burst out of the book at Rayon. He questions how this relates to cultivation. Opening it unleashes a blast of light that blinds him. Glenn is visibly shaken by the fire shooting from its pages. Then a vision appears. Glenn hearing a report that Sylvia left the house. He tells the guard he doesn't care. The house's future matters more. Back then, Glenn believed emotions were a weakness. Growth was all that mattered. He gained power beyond demons, but at a steep cost. In the vision, he learns his son-in-law and granddaughter were killed by the Etin mask. The news leaves him trembling. It was then that he rediscovered his emotions, but it was too late to undo what happened. From then on, he vowed to protect the boy, no matter the backlash. Rayon's still unsure what this book is. The pages vanish, but the power flows into him. Then Glenn calls his name and asks what he just did. Raon says he doesn't know, but somehow remembers everything from the vanished book. To test him, Glenn asks the name of the technique since Raon never opened it. After a short pause, Raon says, "It was the Million Flames technique." The system confirms it, saying the technique is now etched into his memory and he's faced eternal flame. That's how Sieghart's library transmits cultivation skills. Glenn checks if he remembers. When Rayon says yes, Glenn confirms he's earned his bronze reward and dismisses him. After Raon exits, the butler still can't believe he absorbed that technique. That specific technique belonged to the founding lord. No one in Sieghart history has read or received it. No one expected Rayon to pull Million Flames. The butler worries about Sylvia and Raon's safety if word spreads, but Glenn reassures him it's a secret. Meanwhile, Raon senses the book's knowledge is fully his now. Glenn says no one ever used the skill before. It would have rotted if Rayon hadn't drawn it. He believes the times are changing. Raon still can't figure out why Glenn gave him something so rare, even beyond gold medal level. The power matches legends like Firelink, so he must learn it well. But no matter what, his aura won't gather. He knew it wouldn't be easy to grasp this level instantly, and Wrath sees things going south. Strangely, he tells Rayon to try hard. This technique matters. Failing now might cripple him. Rayon agrees, but finds Wrath's support suspicious. Rayon agrees, but finds Wrath's support suspicious. The technique pulls mana from nature into the core. If interrupted, the backlash could ruin his circuits. His frost curse worsens the risk. Seeing Wrath smirking, Rayon warns him not to interfere, but gets no reply. He realizes Wrath won't listen. Wrath bluntly says he'll interrupt once, no matter what. Rayon tells him, if he breaks his body, it's useless to him, but Wrath doesn't care. He says he can repair the body, even if humans can't. To Wrath, this is a perfect shot he won't waste. Rayon tries to stay calm, unfazed. Wrath tells him to stop pretending. Fear is better. He'll strike without warning. For the first time, Rayon sees Wrath as a true threat. He remembers Wrath's a demon born from hatred, and one mistake gives him full control. Until now, Rayon ignored him because he behaved. That changes now. On top of that, there's a new problem. A maid Rayon has noticed. She sneaks out every night without reason. That maid, Judiel, Lord Karun's spy, files a report. Says Rayon talks to himself. But now, she has something worth reporting. The rare cultivation art tied to the bronze medal and the powerful mana she sensed. She knows the Palace of Warriors would want this, but pauses. He's still a child. She wonders how long she'll keep writing these reports. As always, she sends the report downstream, letting the current carry it to her master. A blade brushes her throat, and a voice warns her to stay still or die. Sweat drips, her mind races. Who is behind her? His tone, his presence, the threat. She's frozen in place. In the river's surface, she spots Rayon's reflection. He says someone's been tailing him since he got back, asks if her spying paid off. That throws her. She was sure she'd left no trail while trading. It hits her. Raon always knew, just played dumb. He pries her mouth open, no choice. Then he stuffs something down her throat. Her body reacts, retching hard. He pulls a soaked report from the water. The writing's unreadable. She used coded ink, needing a trigger. He tries some guesses, watching her closely. When he says moonlight, her face gives it away. Her expression shifts again when Karun Sieghart's name comes up. Raon notices. Judiel, trained for years to hide emotion, is stunned he can read her. Then she realizes her body's burning from the thing he gave her. It's a rage worm. Flashback. Lord Karun sends Judiel into the annex, promising rich rewards for spying on Rayon and Sylvia. Back to now, she asks if he really used a rage worm. Rayon's stunned. She knows what that is. She tries to throw it up but fails. The worm tracks her feelings and location and can kill horribly when triggered. Rayon deduces she's a Palace of Warriors spy, placed here 7 months ago. Judiel's face twists in fear. This is far from the simple job she expected. Her task was spying on a weak child and a woman. Nothing like this. She never imagined facing someone this dangerous in the annex. Terrified, she offers to forge the report, but Raon rejects it. Karun would know. With a cold smile, he tells her she's now a double agent. She'll feed Karun what he expects and give Raon everything that matters. She agrees without hesitation. Raon smiles like it's a casual talk over tea. He tells her to bring something valuable next time, then leaves. As he walks, Wrath doubts Raon used a rage worm. He didn't. It was fake, just a pain-inducing poison. Wrath asks how he read her. Raon says there are ways to know without words. Even Wrath is shaken, calling him a monster. Raon shifts focus, starts forging his aura, then heads back to train. Despite his effort, he fails to finish it before training resumes. At the grounds, he sees only 42 children remain. Liamir clearly meant to cut the group to just a fourth. Runan catches up with Raon. They stare, silent, long enough to make Wrath uneasy. Flashback to the Slorn family's main house. Runan's mom asked if Raon helped her train. She said yes. Then came the question, did she thank him? She said no, because Dad told her never to speak to boys first. Her mom explained, it doesn't matter who helps. You should show gratitude. Back in the present, Runan thanks Raon. He's stunned. Wrath wonders why she's acting weird. Raon's just as confused. Dorian shows up, ranting again. He whines about almost dying as a temp trainee. Now, as a full trainee, he says he spent the break having nightmares. His chatter drains everyone. He then praises Ron's results over Warren's. Unaware, Warren stands behind him. Dorian sees him, screams, and drops to the ground. Warren steps up to Raon. Silence. Suddenly, he bows, admits he acted badly, and owns his loss. He adds, he's not quitting, and will challenge Raon again. Everyone's left speechless as Warren walks off. Raon didn't expect a 13-year-old to admit fault. That's true Sieghart blood. Wrath isn't moved. He rages, swearing they should punish the kid for not knowing his place. Liamir appears and greets the group. He congratulates them on making it, then says training starts now. As always, they'll begin with fundamentals, plus some extras. Mid-talk, a door bangs open. A wild girl steps onto the field. She starts cursing, angry the door wouldn't open. Dorian freaks out. Liamir clarifies, she's not his student. She failed last batch. She'll join this batch now. Her name, Martha Sieghart. Her glare could cut steel. She cuts off Liamir again, even as he tries to call her sweet. The first thing she does is demand the name of the last batch's top student. She wants to fight the brat who ranked above her. She yells for a duel right now, no delays. Raon steps forward. She asked for the top student. She's unimpressed, but agrees to fight him anyway. Warren's voice interrupts from behind. He calls her behavior shameful. Marta doesn't take it well. She steps in his face, warning him to shut up if he wants to live. He asks if she's rejecting Raon's win, confirmed by both instructor and Lord Sieghart. She replies that Warren threw a tantrum too, so she gets to throw hers. Warren says he won't repeat that weak moment. Everyone sees it. Warren has changed. Then Runan steps between Raon and Marta. He tells her to leave, refusing to engage further, pushing her aside without hesitation as the tension rises. Marta watches them act like one tight unit, a strange little group she views as a gathering of hopeless fools. So she pretends to back off, letting them relax for a moment while she plots her real move in silence. She only turns away to mislead them, hiding the fact that she is preparing the strike she planned from the start. Her true aim is sudden and simple. She charges straight at Raon the moment their eyes drift. Before anyone reacts, she closes the distance with force, aiming a decisive blow meant to overwhelm him. Raon avoids it with ease, slipping past and blocking with movements far faster than she expected. He answers instantly, driving forward with a decisive counterpunch that carries clear intent to dominate. She manages to guard at the last moment, but the impact sends her skidding back across the ground. A thin smile forms on Liamir's face, pleased by Raon's sharp response to the reckless attack. Shock fills Marta's eyes as she realizes how quickly Raon reacted to her sudden strike. Furious, she rushes at Raon again, unable to accept being pushed back so easily. Liamir stops her with one swift move, holding her in place before she can close in again. His speed stuns everyone, since he jumps from his spot to hers with barely a heartbeat between steps. He jokes that ignoring him hurts his feelings, and even if they look down on him, he still deserves attention. Other than Runan and Warren, Raon still lacks aura training, making this clash even more surprising. Liamir tells them they can fight once Raon learns aura, which makes Marta begrudgingly accept the stop. Wrath erupts, demanding to know why Raon let her walk away after she attacked, urging him to freeze her forever. Raon admits he plans to avoid a serious fight until the moment she holds something he needs. Then he will wager his title for it. He asks Wrath to stay patient, promising a future moment that will satisfy him far more. Later, the trainees work on their stance, and after steady drills, they are granted a short 10-minute break. Warren focuses on the basics, realizing they are tough. He learned the second form fast but struggles with the complex third. Ryan advanced much quicker, mastering all 7 forms in under a month through constant effort. Warren needed a full month for the same 7 forms, and he fears facing Ryan in swordsmanship classes. He is not alone in feeling pressure. Others around him fight their own frustration. He asks Marta how she handles it, noticing she also looks worn down by the training pace. She curses, annoyed that Ryan learns fist techniques as if he had trained for years, even though this is his first time. Ryan had no prior instruction, and even with the curse of frost, he still trains tirelessly from dawn to dusk. The thought enrages Marta. She refuses to fall behind, and vows to outpace him. Wherever she went, people called her gifted. Her talent always stood above the rest. After joining House Sieghart, she became the predator, crushing competition without hesitation. She surpassed praised prodigies from both main and branch lines, laughing at their frustration while she rose. Now she feels a pressure she has never known, the kind that twists her stomach with unease. At day's end, a worker compliments her solid performance during training, offering her brief praise. She barely listens, lost in her thoughts, too frustrated to acknowledge his words. He stops her, saying that no matter how strong Ryan becomes, he will never defeat her now or later. When she asks him to explain his claim, she demands clarity in his strange statement. He reminds her, Ryan carries a fatal weakness, one he can never fully overcome, even with talent. While Ryan practices his stance, a few boys approach him with questions about proper sword form. As he demonstrates, they watch in awe, realizing how refined and powerful his technique already is. Marta mocks that Ryan reached her sword class fast, maybe even a prodigy, but then she jabs at his weak mana sense, saying his sword skill is useless. Maybe he'll just teach. Her words shut down the entire hall, exactly what she wanted. She planned this to show Ryan still hasn't awakened his aura after months. The butler once told her Ryan's aura talent is hopeless. He recalled the first discernment, before her adoption, where the sword showed Ryan's mana was almost non-existent. Now, Ryan is the only 5th ground trainee still unable to use aura. The butler says the best technique from a bronze medal barely counts as mid-grade. That's just above the entry-level method, and Ryan hasn't mastered even that, putting him dead last. This makes Marta smug. No mana means no future, no matter how sharp his fists or sword. What really eats at her is how someone like Ryan blocked her strike while she was busy gloating. Then she notices Runan staring at her. Marta snaps, asking if Runan has something to say. Runan tells her to leave the training hall. That night, after a full day, Ryan wraps up training. He enjoys it, because in his old life, he never studied martial arts, only learned to survive and kill. Now, building strength through real training feels rewarding. Wrath rants, furious that Ryan ignored Marta's insults. But Ryan plays dumb. He reminds Wrath fighting her now gains nothing, just like he said earlier. A knock interrupts. He opens the door to see Runan holding a box. He didn't expect her. He's even more surprised when she hands him a small brown treat. Unsure what it is, she tells him to eat it. His instincts say no, but he trusts she wouldn't harm him. One bite stuns him. It's insanely good. Even Wrath admits it beats anything in the demon realm. Both of them freak out over how sweet it is. Runan finally says the name, Orb Ice Cream. As she turns to leave, Ryan calls her, but she doesn't stop. Wrath begs for more, but Ryan wonders if she came out of concern. She loves sweets like any kid, and probably gave him her last one. That thought makes him smile. He decides he'll return the kindness. Later, Ryan heads home, and Sylvia overwhelms him with affection, thinking he was gone for months. It's only been a week. He reads Judiel's report draft for the Palace of Warriors. Then he asks if she got anything useful from them. She says no, except for one thing. They pushed to investigate Ryan further when they saw his growth, but eased up after finding he couldn't use aura. It also looks like Lord Karun isn't interested in Sylvia anymore. Judiel then asks if Ryan is dodging aura training on purpose. He flips it, asking her the same thing. She understands. She's not in a position to question him. She understands. She's not in a position to question him. Wrath reveals Ryan's struggles with aura training, calling it pathetic and unthinkable for himself. To fix that, Ryan starts training harder. Wrath calls him a monster. Oddly, he finds instructor Lemaire outside, playing with birds. Ryan asks what he's doing. Lemaire says he's there to teach him about elements. The next day, Lemaire takes him up a mountain, ignoring Ryan's complaints. Lemaire simply tells him to trust the process. Ryan doubts this mountain has anything to do with element training. Lemaire recalls sensing Ryan's aura technique days ago. What he saw was fire, like blazing, like molten rock, far stronger than others. Instead of fighting the cold within Ryan, the technique accepted and merged with it. If Ryan learns it properly, it will become something truly rare. They stop at a chosen spot. To Ryan, it looks like just another forest clearing. Suddenly, Lemaire unleashes spiritual pressure, stunning Ryan. The wind slicing past Ryan's skin is sharp as a blade. There are all kinds of winds, warm, cold, and razor sharp. Lemaire sought the sharpest wind, and now Raon must find his flame. Since Raon's mana leans toward fire, he must discover what flame fits him. Lemaire then brings Raon somewhere he believes is ideal. They arrive at a forge, where an old blacksmith mocks Lemaire on sight. Raon senses the strongest, purest fire in the entire north. The old man asks what Lemaire dragged in, glancing at Raon. Lemaire tells him Raon is Master Sieghart's grandson. The man isn't impressed and says Sieghart should show up himself. Meanwhile, Raon is captivated by the fire burning in the furnace. This kind of flame matches the fire he's always felt, even after seeing many flames in his past life. This one, with its heat and intensity, is exactly what he envisions. The blacksmith gruffly introduces himself as Vulcan. Raon recalls the name Vulcan, the continent's legendary blacksmith. He forged Glenn Sieghart's blade, Heaven's Renown. Raon bows, politely says it's an honor to meet him. Vulcan suspects Lemaire prepped him, but Lemaire denies it. He tells Raon Vulcan used to be Sieghart's blacksmith, feeding this fire for over 10 years. This is the only place Raon can truly feel the fire. Lemaire asks Vulcan to make an exception. Vulcan suggests taking him to the workshop, but Lemaire stops him. He argues others shouldn't witness Raon's technique before it's complete. Vulcan questions why. Then Lemaire says, Raon is Sylvia's son, which changes everything. Raon promises not to interfere, begging for a chance to connect with the fire. Silence lingers for a beat. Vulcan explains he's crafting golden coal, hotter than any other, and that's why he stayed here for 10 years. He tells Raon he can do whatever, just don't interrupt the work. Raon feels thankful. Outside, Lemaire is shocked Vulcan gave permission so easily. When Lemaire offers good liquor, Vulcan says he didn't do it for him. When Raon entered, the kiln flared up, ruining the batch. The heat rises with every breath the boy takes. Vulcan wonders if this kid might fulfill his dream. For 7 months, Raon returns, reflecting on the flame he seeks, until clarity strikes. Fire is feared as the wildest element, but mastered, it's the most stable. Still, Raon struggles to awaken the golden flame's power. He recalls Lemaire's words, picture the flame you need. He remembers Darius and his vow to kill him, and bring Sylvia back to the family. He realizes he needs a flame that guides him, fights for him, and never fades. A sudden blaze ignites before him. The fire's energy flows into his core. He focuses, trying to absorb more and advance his cultivation. He falls into a trance, seeing the flame take form as he concentrates. Wrath invades his thoughts, reminding him he'll strike when Raon is weakest. Raon starts to freeze, his training disrupted. Time dulled his caution, and he forgot Wrath's true nature. Wrath isn't a friend, just a demon, waiting to strike. And worse, he rules the demon realm. Raon's body starts to break down. Moving or stopping will kill him either way. His only hope is to gather his aura and survive. Pressure builds, survival now the only goal. Wrath mocks him, feeding off his struggle. Raon's mind blurs, and Wrath claims his body and soul. As Raon blacks out, Wrath sneers that his life meant nothing, just like the old man with his coal. But he promises to finish Raon's revenge himself. That coal remark triggers Raon's last desperate thought. The mana outside the kiln isn't the answer. He needs the raw, blazing mana inside the fire that devours. He shifts focus, beginning the risky process. Wrath snaps, furious at the sudden change. Vulcan hears loud cracking from the coal. Then, flames erupt violently from the furnace. He's stunned. The heat has never surged like this before. Vulcan senses something's off with Raon, but can't figure it out. Then he notices the boy trembling, which makes no sense in this heat. The shaking worsens, and the reason stays unclear. Lemaire suddenly appears, stopping Vulcan from reaching Raon. Vulcan warns the kid will die, but Lemaire says he's in a trance. Even a light touch could make him spit blood and die. Frost spreads across Raon's skin, but neither man can help. Lemaire quietly wishes Raon survives. Inside the trance, Raon keeps cultivating, while Wrath rages, ordering him to stop. But Raon won't give up. He won't repeat his old life, full of regret. He focuses on never returning to that wasted path, moving toward the fire. The heat grows unbearable. The kiln shakes, struggling to contain the sudden power surge. Mana inside the kiln starts pooling in one place. Lemaire suspects Raon is drawing it all in. The inner battle rages on. Raon finally grabs hold of the flame. At that moment, a massive blast erupts, ripping through the trance and straight through the kiln roof. The explosion leaves both men worried, but Raon doesn't respond. Then he walks out of the blaze, unharmed, with golden fire dancing around him. The system confirms Raon has obtained golden flame art. He absorbed intense heat, gained flame resistance, melted 2 frost strands, and cured his low stamina. He also accepted Wrath's freezing mana, and created a new attribute chill of bitter frost, already at 2 stars. Wrath's assault ended up helping, though Raon never expected this. For enduring Wrath and showing mental strength, all his stats rise by 3. Raon's stunned. This growth would have taken years without Wrath. Wrath realizes he was outplayed, and demands to know how Raon survived with no strength left. Rayon smirks and reminds him, I told you, you can't win. The truth is, Rayon nearly died. This proved one thing. Wrath is no ally. From now on, Rayon must hide every weakness. Vulcan checks on him. Seeing he's fine, he asks if he got his aura. Rayon nods and says it's all thanks to him. The kiln's broken from the blast. Rayon apologizes. Vulcan doesn't care, as long as he's alive. During their talk, Vulcan spots something strange in the fire. He scoops the coals with a shovel and looks closer. They're golden coals. The ones he's chased for years. Years ago, people mocked Vulcan for chasing myths, wasting his life on impossible coal. As Vulcan lifts the coals, he realizes he's witnessed a miracle too. Golden coal burns hotter than white, tougher than black, and after decades, he finally made it thanks to Rayon. When Rayon says he didn't do anything, Vulcan explains it was his mana that stirred the kiln, his breath that spread heat everywhere. Then Vulcan asks what kind of warrior Rayon wants to be. Rayon replies, he wants to stand firm, no matter the enemy or battle. That answer catches Vulcan off guard, especially from a kid. So he says if Rayon stays that strong in 3 or 5 years, come find him. He'll save the golden coals for that day. Though retired, Vulcan's willing to forge Rayon's sword himself. After that, Rayon heads home, and Vulcan hopes he lives until they meet again. Lemaire, watching, feels relief Rayon finally gained his aura. Lord Sieghart appears behind him. Lemaire teases, saying the Lord must feel better after spying daily. Sieghart denies it flatly. Lemaire brushes it off, then notes Rayon's aura is massive and pure, likely from absorbing the kiln's fire, and he used it instantly, which is rare. But there's something else Sieghart saw. Rayon didn't break under pressure. He made that weight his own. Back at the 5th grounds, Runan waits patiently, holding a box of chocolate. Meanwhile, gossip spreads. Rayon failed aura training for 7 months, and maybe Marta deserves the top spot. Runan dislikes the talk. She thinks of helping, remembering her mom's words, repay those you're grateful for. After months away, Rayon finally returns, still bickering with wrath about how he couldn't lose. The first person he sees is Runan. She hands him a box of orb ice cream. She's worried he still hasn't awakened his aura, so she tells him to change clothes. As Rayon thanks her for last time, Runan catches that clean, cool scent she always noticed on him. This time, it's stronger, fresher. She's unsure why. Rayon thanks her again, and she says, even Wrath celebrates, begging to eat the rest now. Rayon disagrees. It's a precious treat to her. He scolds Wrath to stop acting like a brat. Instead of eating more, he shuts the box. That surprises Runan, who expected him to finish it. When he declines, she asks if it cheered him up. He says yes. She blushes. His answer delights her, and she walks away smiling. Rayon watches her go, amused by her quiet mystery. Later, the students gather. Training's changing next month. After 7 months of basics and mana work, it's time to heat the cores. The announcement shocks the class. This feels too soon. Lemaire adds sparring starts next month. Marta lights up. She's been itching for a fight. Their sparring results will shape graduation and set final ranks. They're told to give everything this month. Then, Marta cuts in, mocking the one who still can't use aura Rayon. The room buzzes with whispers. Lemaire silences them, revealing Rayon finally awakened his aura. Marta didn't expect that. She's stunned, trying to figure out when. Though shocked, she still speaks. She scolds him for taking forever to get his aura. She reminds him she warned she doesn't follow weaklings. She says she let him wear that top title too long, but during sparring, she'll end that. Warren steps between them, says there's no pride in challenging someone who just awakened aura yesterday. Marta scoffs at Warren's idea of honor, says it belongs to those who earn it. She mocks Rayon, noting others got their aura in a month, while he took more than 6. Murmurs rise again, as she says 7 months is plenty with a good technique. It proves, in her eyes, Rayon lacks true skill. A warrior without aura, no matter how good with a blade, won't go far. She claims the instructor wants sparring to fix rankings because the current one is broken, but Lemaire doesn't confirm or deny. Marta insists Rayon's held that title too long for his level. It's time to change. She suggests the winner of their duel takes the top spot. Rayon rejects the idea, says you don't gamble with nothing to gain. She's not offering anything worth it. She fires back, accusing him of thinking they're equals. Rayon asks if she's scared. That gets to her, so she agrees, calling it his last game. She puts up a 9 Blossoms pill, an aura-boosting elixir from her father. Rayon grins, tells Wrath this is the fun he promised, getting something out of Marta. 1 month later, their spar finally begins. Marta's eager, ready to repay the hit he gave her. No one's ever landed a hit on her, not even in back alley fights, but Rayon did. After 8 months, she's set to return the favor. Rayon's aura is only a month old, hers 3 years. She's sure this will be easy. Still, she reminds herself, Rayon must grow stronger. She needs him for something. She steps forward, confident Rayon won't walk away today. The others are told to watch and learn. Their turn will come soon. Warren and Dorian are the first pair called. Dorian quits instantly, without even trying. Lemaire raises a brow in surprise. Dorian says he's sick, didn't sleep, and feels terrible. Wrath scoffs, says Dorian's head would have rolled anyway. Right now, if he were under his command, Lemaire sees through Dorian's bluff and pushes him to try anyway, saying he'll still gain something even if he loses. The duel ends fast, with Dorian on the ground, giving up. Lemaire notes Warren still can't control his emotions. He would have won in 5 moves if focused. Warren vents at Dorian, who just ran around the whole time and never actually fought. Next up are Runan and Crane, the same Crane who clashed with Raon earlier. As the match starts, Crane rushes forward to strike first, but Runan doesn't dodge. She counters with a clean swing. Her move knocks Crane's sword from his grip, leaving him stunned. Lemaire stops the fight, offering feedback. Crane is too stiff, needs fluidity. Runan had a solid counter but didn't let her aura flow to the blade's tip. The next fighters are called to step up. Last to enter are Raon and Marta. Their blades clash instantly, fierce and fast. Marta targets Raon's face in a sharp strike. He blocks it smoothly with a counter. She pushes again, pressing the attack, but he counters once more, surprising her. After nearly getting struck, Marta finally backs off and admits she didn't think he'd parry everything. She concedes he's skilled, but his weak aura makes her activate hers. She warns she'll end it now. She lunges forward, aiming to finish the fight. She closes in, ready to land a knockout hit. Raon, who's been watching closely, blocks it like always. But this time, her power hits harder. Marta mocks him for only defending. She asks how long he can last, saying aura needs more talent than sword work. As the fight heats up, she says he can't be a real warrior if it took him 7 months to form weak aura. She demands he quit before she crushes him, but he attacks first. She blocks. Forced on defense, the family obsession with talent starts to wear him down. She jokes that it's because he has none. Raon still hasn't used aura. She says she'll show true talent. He replies he'll show something better. Golden fire erupts around him. His aura finally appears. Marta's eyes widen in shock. Raon unleashes the first flame of million flame arts. She stares, confused by the fire. It's not normal. She senses it's dangerous. Beautiful, yet haunting. She knows it's not an ordinary flame. Sweat runs down her face. She grips her sword tighter, refusing to retreat. With the tension rising, she activates her secret move Solid Stone Stance Focal Point, a technique that channels aura into a single spot. Raon realizes she must be a prodigy, using that skill so young, and guesses she's about to give it her all. Marta admits his strength but warns, aura or not, he won't survive what comes next. She dashes at him, sword raised, but he stays still. Just before impact, he parries, triggering a violent shockwave that rips apart the ground under them. Students nearby freeze, stunned. Dust smothers the field, hiding everything. As it clears, Marta lies collapsed, sword shattered among the cracked dirt. Raon stands tall. The crowd struggles to grasp how he beat Lady Marta using an unknown aura. Even unconscious, Marta clenches her fist. Raon finds her willpower more striking than her combat skills. That night, Lord Glenn hears Raon crushed the aura Marta refined for years with terrifying strength. Glenn recalls Raon's flame small, yet overwhelmingly powerful. He orders Liamir to guide him to avoid arrogance. He then asks about Marta. She's hurt but will recover with rest. The deeper wound is mental. They hope she'll overcome the trauma. Meanwhile, Raon tends plants. Wrath screams he's doing it wrong and threatens to freeze him. Unfazed, Raon mocks him. Wrath blames his cowardice on a spike in water resistance. That resistance rose because Raon took the 9-blossom pill after defeating Marta. He unlocked his 4th flame link, boosting body, soul, and physical stats. Weak limbs and low mana affinity gone. The pill brought his hidden effort to life. His growth stunned even him, but the water resistance stood out. Now 4 stars. Wrath's tantrums feel like harmless noise. On his last rest day, Raon checks on the flowers. Wrath keeps insulting him, barking soil, thinning advice. He rants about using hands, not tools, for better soil flow, making Raon wonder why he knows this. Turns out, Wrath once planted ice flowers in the demon realm and won praise. He won't stop bragging. Suddenly, Marta shows up. Raon asks why she's here. She says nothing, just stares, judging him for gardening, though she knows he rarely acts his age. Then she says it. She wants a rematch. Raon thinks she's in denial, but she insists it's to check her own level. He asks what he gains if he wins again. She refuses to offer anything, so he rejects the fight. She panics. She came determined. She thinks about stepping on the flowers to provoke him, but learns he doesn't care about them. He's only looking after them for his mother. That somehow makes her even angrier. She gives up and turns to leave. Sylvia appears, calling out to Raon. She spots Marta and asks if she's Raon's new friend from training. She's not. Marta recalls Sylvia, who left for love and came back to save her child. Strangely brave, Sylvia remembers Marta too and greets her. Raon, tense, quickly says they're not friends and shuts it down. Sylvia walks over and asks Marta how she's feeling after fighting Raon. Marta says she's fine, which eases Sylvia. Sylvia says she heard Denier adopted a gifted girl, and now sees she's also beautiful. Marta starts blushing. Sylvia asks why she's here. Marta, clearly uneasy, lies and says she came to deliver a message, then tries to leave. She doesn't realize she's stuck until Sylvia grabs her arm and insists she stay for a meal, calling it basic hospitality. Marta ends up seated at the table with Raon and Sylvia. Despite her protests, Raon stares, stunned. He never imagined Marta would sit so quietly. Sylvia chats about Raon loving meat stew. Sylvia learns Marta is 15, a year older than Raon. She treats her gently, asking about her training. While Marta eats, Sylvia says their meat isn't as good as the main house's, maybe a bit chewy. Sylvia pats her, tells her to eat slowly or she might get sick. When she finishes, Marta thanks Sylvia for the meal and heads to leave. Sylvia says she hopes they stay friends. Raon still can't grasp how Marta's so calm now after storming in to fight. He figures she must have hit her head. On her way back, Marta thinks Raon probably believes she's lost it. But there's a reason for her behavior. Sylvia reminded her of her mother. That warmth kept her from walking away. Sitting at that table felt like old times with her mom. Marta once swore she wouldn't lose again, until she found her mother, who was taken by the witch blood church. Since then, she'd never been defeated, until Raon beat her. The Siegharts adopted her for her talent. If she keeps losing, they might throw her out. Even if Denier seems kind, she fears it's just an act, and she'll lose her only lead to her mother. Her body aches. She curses herself for losing. As she arrives, Camel tells her Denier left a letter and has been waiting to give it to her. Her heart races, wondering if the letter talks about her defeat. She opens it. Denier congratulates her on her first loss, says it's not failure, urges her to reflect, and apologizes for being away so long. He adds that the search for her mother continues and asks her not to give up. Marta tells Camel to thank her father and say she's grateful. She walks deeper into the house, replaying her crushing defeat. She grabs scissors and cuts her hair, deciding to move on and not shame her father. She knows if she ignores this loss, she'll stay stuck and won't be able to face him. She lets go of pride and chooses to restart from scratch to grow stronger. The next day at the training ground, everyone notices Marta's sudden shift. She approaches Raon and says instead of giving a weak apology for always starting fights, she'll follow her own rule. The loser obeys the winner. Raon freezes, stunned that she actually meant it. He wonders if she's really changed, showing a maturity rare for someone her age. Then she kicks Dorian for annoying her. Clearly, the change only applies to Raon. A new year begins, bringing quiet shifts all around. Marta keeps her word and listens only to Raon, despite everyone's doubts. Warren leads better, more composed. Runan's swordplay becomes sharper, cleaner. Raon trains harder than ever. During a session, he nails the riverwalk technique. Everyone's jaws drop. He just learned it, yet already looks like a master. Lemaire was so impressed by Raon's speed, he rushed to tell Lord Glenn. He believes Raon learned the move by sheer visualization, which sounds absurd. Glenn gets annoyed by his endless rambling. Glenn asks if he's his butler, since all he does is talk about Raon. Lemaire ignores the jab, sure Glenn finds Raon interesting too. From the mountain peak, Lemaire sees the main house buzzing with activity, raising suspicion. Glenn explains they're preparing for envoys from the Owen Kingdom, arriving soon. Owen, part of the Six Lords, sits at the continent's center and maintains rare ties with the reclusive Siegharts. It's a knight-led nation. The third prince should lead the envoy, but Duke Tartan will come instead, a man Lemaire recalls as unstable. Glenn orders Lemaire to ensure the trainees stay disciplined since the Owen Knights will observe them. The Siegharts must not appear disorganized. Lemaire perks up, learning the third prince is about Raon's age. He grins, imagining the scene. Glenn eyes him suspiciously, sensing mischief, but can't prove anything. Back at the grounds, Lemaire announces the trainees will spar with Owen Knights in front of the prince today. The students panic. Lemaire reminds them a true warrior swings his blade, even straight out of bed. The students whisper, the prince was supposed to visit the 6 training centers, not theirs. Why the switch? Turns out, Lemaire secretly met the prince earlier, after a dull visit to the 6th grounds. He invited him to the 5th grounds, promising a real show if he had time. Clearly, Lemaire planned this surprise announcement from the start. Soon, Prince Owen and his trainees enter the arena. The third prince, Greer du Owen, introduces himself to the group. Raon watches Greer, sensing immense power for someone his age. Even his presence alone carries weight. Trying to stir things up, Lemaire asks Raon if he'll spar with Greer. Raon thinks it's a perfect time to test how Riverwalk pairs with their Ignition sword arts. He agrees without hesitation. Lemaire lights up, then sends out 20 trainees to represent them before it begins. He casually tells them he bet his entire salary on their win. If they lose, he jokes they'd better be ready to die. Everyone tenses up, but they rally fast under Raon's lead. Raon points to their opponent's hands, visibly shaking. It proves they're just as nervous, even if they look polished. He says their training was tougher than what even lords or demons go through. Every drop of sweat and blood they shed will now matter. His words fire them up. They're ready to show everything they've got. Since the first fighter sets the tone, he picks someone who guarantees a win. He chooses Marta as their vanguard. When the enemy vanguard steps forward, huge in size, the trainees doubt he's their age. Marta steps up, unfazed. The opponent says, "I'm Tars. You've pushed your young body far. Let's fight." The size gap makes others question if Marta stands a chance. Marta, as cocky as ever, says, "Cut the crap, I'm winning." As the duel starts, Greer watches, surprised that Marta is actually dominating Tars with strength, despite being smaller. The 5th Training Ground warriors prove their strength, earning respect for the Sieghart name. Their power rivals Owen's Knights. Unlike the 6th Ground, which disappointed, these trainees are clearly elite. Duke Tartan asks if this was Lemaire's plan when he barged into the prince's room yesterday with that invitation. Lemaire claims he wanted his students to learn by facing the best from a king's land. When Tartan doubts him, Lemaire proposes a bet whichever side wins more out of 20 matches. Tartan tries to rattle him, saying his trainees are Owen's finest. Lemaire shrugs, confident in his own. Marta keeps pressing hard, hammering strike after strike into her opponent. One hit shatters Tars's sword. He's shocked by her raw power. She grins wide, swinging harder, not letting up. She drives her sword hilt into his stomach, sending him flying. Marta takes the win. The crowd is stunned. Raon wonders why she didn't refine her form after their spar. Instead, she pushed for brute speed and force. Marta mocks Tars, calling his strike weak when strength was his edge. Raon finds it fun. Wrath complains it's dull, saying even young demon duels had more finesse. Raon taps the bracelet to silence him, keeping the moment intact. The 18th match begins, Runan versus Adelia. They step into the arena. Adelia mocks Runan's blank stare. She unleashes a flaming aura. Runan answers with a cold, icy blue one. Runan answers with a cold, icy blue one. The fight erupts fast and fierce. Their auras clash, filling the area with thick smoke. Runan vanishes in the haze, sneaking behind Adelia unseen. Adelia spins, ready to counter, but Runan fades again. Adelia hesitates, unsure if it's real. Runan reappears, blade at Adelia's neck. It's over. The match goes to Runan. Adelia tries to congratulate her, but Runan ignores her, walking straight to Raon to ask if he watched. Raon tells her she's getting better with Riverwalk and praises the fight. Raon's team now has 9 wins, Owen has 9 losses. Lemaire's bet looks solid. Next up, the 19th match, Warren versus Ciaran Castle. The two boys greet each other. Raon senses Ciaran's strength. He's likely Owen's best, after the prince. They launch forward, weapons drawn. Blades clash hard, blow for blow. Their power is nearly equal. One mistake could end it. Suddenly, they strike again, and both blades snap. It's a draw. Warren returns. Raon tells him he did well, especially against their top trainee. But Warren doesn't care. He had to win. He bears the Sieghart name. Raon pats Warren's shoulder, tells him not to worry. He'll take the last match and restore Sieghart's pride. Raon and Prince Greer step into the ring for round 20. As they enter, Greer notes Raon's aura feels way too normal. Curious, Greer asks if Raon is from the main house. He's not. Annoyed, Greer frowns. He's stuck with a branch family reject. He originally hoped to face Marta, Warren, or Runan. Wanting real competition, Greer offers Lemaire a rematch with either Runan or Marta if he beats Raon. Lemaire agrees, amused. Greer smirks, tells him to have them stretch since this won't take long. Greer plans to conserve energy, skipping his aura for now. Watching from the side, Duke Tartan wonders how Raon hides his power so well. Lemaire's surprised, he noticed, then questions why he didn't warn Greer. The Duke says Greer needs to taste defeat, even if he's Owen's future. Still, Greer's no pushover. Tartan doubts Raon can beat him. Lemaire disagrees, so Lemaire proposes a bet. Again, he just can't help himself. This time, Raon wins in 5 moves or less. As they speak, Raon unleashes his aura. Greer reels back in shock. Tartan spins around, stunned. Raon blurs past Greer and slams a clean hit into his side. Greer drops instantly. The fight ends in seconds. No need for 5 moves, 1 was enough. Greer finally sees his mistake. He misread Raon badly. Raon fought last because he's the strongest of them all. Tartan can't believe Raon's still a trainee. His technique is flawless. As Raon walks off, Greer shouts that he's not done. Lemaire tries to end it. Greer insists he didn't go all out. He would've if he knew. Marta calls him a whiny loser for complaining, instead of accepting defeat. She says he reminds her of another idiot Warren. Greer realizes she's the vanguard. Marta says she speaks rough, and, if he can't handle that, he can pack and leave. Adelia snaps, asking how she dares insult royalty. Marta reminds her she's from the main house, outranking them. Lemaire cuts in, asking Raon if he wants a rematch. Raon says the fight's over, especially with a wager involved. No point dragging it out. Suddenly, Greer admits defeat. He says he wrongly dismissed Raon before they even fought. Ashamed, he drops his sword and begs Raon for one more chance. His sincerity catches Raon off guard. He expected arrogance, not humility, so he agrees. They prepare to clash again, but it's already clear Greer can't win. Greer now knows he lost because he finally saw Raon's true strength. This time he goes all out, releasing a strange, surging aura. The sudden release catches Raon off guard. Even Marta's surprised. She never knew he had this much power. Duke Tartan protests, but Greer ignores him, ready to fight seriously. Right then, Wrath mocks Raon for not noticing Greer's hidden power. Raon stays calm. He still believes he'll win. Wrath calls his bluff. They wager. Win, Raon gets 4 points. Lose, he gets 10 points of Wrath's rage. The fight begins. Greer charges in, swinging first. Their swords and auras crash in a violent storm. The impact blasts dust into the air, blinding everyone nearby. They keep fighting, neither giving an inch. Greer starts realizing Raon is still holding his ground, so he commits, channeling everything into a single, final move. He pulls his energy into his blade. Raon instantly recognizes the signature Owen technique, meant only for royal successors. Greer's clearly aiming to end this. Raon won't back down. He's memorized all of Greer's moves. He responds with Million Flames art, using its first move, spin step. Greer flinches, caught off guard. Raon's golden aura blazes. Greer reacts fast. Both charge in. One burns with fire. The other surges with freezing force. At the center, their blades and auras collide again. Greer pushes forward, feeling confident he's got the upper hand. Raon struggles to hold his ground. Still, he roars back with a massive strike. The blow hits so hard, Greer's sword breaks. His aura scatters under the pressure. Raon flashes behind and finishes it. Greer falls to his knees. Raon wins again. Kneeling, Greer stares in disbelief. He thought he had the edge, but then he smiles, realizing Raon used a step technique to dodge his aura. This loss proves how vast the world really is. He walks to Raon, thanks him for the rematch, and accepts defeat. Raon replies kindly, saying he learned a lot too. Greer apologizes for looking down on him earlier. When he finds out Raon's only 14, he's shocked he lost to someone younger. Without warning, Greer hands Raon his golden medallion. Raon hesitates. Greer insists. It's a token. Whatever Raon asks, he'll grant it. Raon wonders why. Greer says the fight cleared his mind. Losing to Raon was a blessing. As he leaves, Greer wishes him luck and says he'll enjoy chasing after him. Since they lost, Greer tells Lemaire the bet is his, as agreed. In Raon's past life, finishing missions with no reward was normal. Getting anything now feels strange. Clearly, this new life won't follow his old path. That afternoon, Prince Greer reflects on the duel with Lord Glen. He once believed he was unmatched, but Raon shattered that idea. Raon looked like a true warrior. Though the prince had met 3 of the 6 lords and sparred often, he'd never seen a trainee like Raon. He still had much to learn. He plans to return to Owen soon and apply what he learned. His words interest Lord Glen, who tells him to inform Owen's king that he received the letter. Soon after, the prince and his escort head back home. On the way, Duke Tartan mentions how Greer used hidden strength, and that showing the parry sword art might have been too much. Some things should have stayed hidden. Surprisingly, the prince agrees, but Tartan also disagrees with giving Raon the token. Greer defends that part. He says Raon was gracious even after being dismissed, and kindness deserved a return. He adds, Raon's display was like a high-level technique, and calls his gift an investment. The surprised Duke asks what he means. Greer believes Raon will become famous across the continent if he's already this strong, even as a branch family member. From Greer's view, bonding with someone like that could be valuable later. Tartan finds his foresight impressive. Greer says if he can't make simple predictions after years in the palace, he's not fit to live. As they travel, the prince wonders how much stronger Raon will be next time. Back in the main house, Lord Glen's butler Leon notes he seems pleased. A foreign prince praised his grandson. The lord brushes it off. Leon mentions the rare warm smile on his face appeared when Raon's name came up. But the lord claims Leon's just getting old and seeing things. Leon laughs, then quickly shifts to the message Duke Tartan delivered, avoiding more teasing. Apparently, Tartan also brought a direct message for the Northern Lord. Besides the prince's letter, the message came from His Royal Highness Lecraus Albert du Owen II, King of Owen, and the Silent Sword, King of the 6 Lords. His message says the 5 Ombres have started to move. Meanwhile, back at the 5th training ground, the trainees are praised for their sparring with Owen's knights. Lemaire tells them they'll start special training next week. The students are curious about what that training will involve. Lemaire warns them it's not ordinary. They'll go into the field and see blood. Their target lies just outside Sieghart's southern border, a place called Snow Tiger Point. The bandits there are loosely tied to the North-South Alliance and survive off tolls from the mountain pass. But lately, they've gotten worse. More merchants have been attacked, robbed, or killed. The trainees assume they'll be clearing out the bandits, but the real mission is more brutal. They're told the bandits burned a village south of their hideout, slaughtered everyone, then vanished. Their new task is to hunt the Snow Tiger bandits and destroy them. Lemaire adds the bandits are aura users. They'll leave the next day, so be ready. That evening, Runan trains alone. She wanted to improve her form before departure, but it's not going well. She remembers Rayon's stab, fluid and clean, and she just can't replicate it. Realizing he's still training, she thinks about asking him, but she decides not to bother and keeps practicing solo. Over time, her swings begin to smooth out, so she stops training for now. Before heading home, she thinks to say goodbye to Rayon, guessing he's still practicing. Then she remembers her mother told her to come home early for orb ice cream, so she chooses to head home now and ask Rayon her questions tomorrow. On the way, someone appears behind her. Runan freezes. It's Sirius. She doesn't look thrilled to see him again. Sirius Slorn of a vassal house. He notices her cold reaction. He jokes about her sour face, says it hurts seeing his little sister like that. He repeats his dislike of her look. Runan starts trembling. He says she's grown strong, faster than expected, credits Lemaire's training. He says he's proud. But that doesn't mean she can go fight or risk her life. His tone darkens. He shoves her to the ground, joking that she tripped. Then he brings up Ruby, the chipmunk she once raised. He pulls out a chipmunk and reminds her what happened to Ruby when she disobeyed. To her horror, he crushes the animal in his hands. The trauma shakes her. Terrible memories come flooding back. Her mind cracks. Syria exploits her breakdown and tells her she belongs to him. He warns her, until he comes to claim her, she must avoid danger and stay alive until he decides otherwise. Dead chipmunks flash in her head. She remembers how he used to torment her with brutal games. And now, it's happening again. The nausea builds. She screams, while her brother smirks, enjoying her pain. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the area, smoke flooding in. The noise distracts Syria. Runan keeps shaking. Raun steps between them, sword drawn. Shocked, Raun asks what Syria is doing. Syria calmly says Raun should introduce himself first before asking names. Raun says he has no right, not after cornering someone like this. Maybe he's a thief. Syria doesn't like that. He flinches, then says he's no stranger, he's her older brother. Rayon stays cautious. He checks on Runan. She's still shaking. It doesn't sit right. Syria says it was just a joke. Seeing her again made him emotional, but Raun saw it. The chipmunk crushed. Syria says it was only a toy. He shows clean hands, no blood. Raon realizes he used aura to burn away the evidence. Syria says he's leaving on a long mission, then drops a dessert at Runan's feet. He remarks that she's made a great friend and hopes it lasts. After a quick apology for his joke, he walks off, saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Raon recognizes Syria from his former life, the Slorn family's sword genius, one of the 12 titans poised to rule the continent. Known as the Spear and the Sword, Raon had only heard of him, but now sees he's a lunatic in hero's disguise. His presence reeks of the same stench as Rarest. Raon helps Runan up, promises to walk her to the carriage. After escorting her, she thanks him. He tells her not to stay up late. They leave tomorrow. That night, Runan opens the box from Syria. It's filled with orb ice cream, but she just mutters, her brother's back, and nothing's changed. Long ago, her pet Ruby bit her. Because it was stressed from giving birth, she tried to explain. But Syria didn't listen. He killed the pet anyway. He said she belonged to him, so she couldn't be hurt. She was only allowed to breathe. He once swore to burn down their home if she told anyone. Only she would be spared. That fear made her stay silent to protect everyone. She thought staying quiet would keep things safe. In time, she shut herself away, suffering alone. But then, she met Raun Sieghart and realized she wasn't the only one hurting. She saw his pain, his effort, his struggle, watched him shift how others saw him through pure will. That gave her hope. That's why she tried to change too. But now she feels like she can't. The next morning, the trainees travel south to Zartan village. After stepping out from the portal, Lemaire tells them they'll rest there tonight. They rushed here fast, so he tells them to sleep well. It's the last rest before the mission. A local leads them to their lodgings. Later, Raun thanks Wrath for helping him spot Syria's evil presence. Wrath says it's nothing, especially after getting orb ice cream from the girl. Since Syria's off on a long mission, he likely won't return soon, but Raun's worried how Runan will handle it. Wrath's solution is simple. Let him use Raun's body, kill Syria, and return it. He genuinely wants to repay Runan for the ice cream, but Raun refuses. He must be the one to do it. Syria broke her. Just killing him isn't enough. Runan was the first person in both his lives to treat him with kindness. If she gets hurt again, Raon will kill Syria himself. On the second day out, the team reaches the ruined site the bandits hit. Charred corpses lie everywhere. The trainees stare in horror. They can't believe anyone could do this to helpless people. Even the strongest among them struggle with the sight. Warren looks grim, silent. The bandits slice throats, then burn the bodies. Rion catches how Marta barely reacts, like she's used to seeing death or causing it. Raon quickly notices Runan's missing. She's elsewhere, frozen, staring at a corpse, fighting hard not to puke at the sight. Across the site, Lemaire gathers the boys, reminds them the Snow Tigers did this. He wanted them to witness this, to never drop their guard in battle. Each kid gets a silent whistle, undetectable to others, but alerts their instructors. They're told not to wait for help. Act fast before using the whistle. Runan tenses when Leomir says, "Take the enemy's head if the chance comes." Rayon forms squads, puts Marta over Group A, Warren over Group B, 3 to 4 per team. Runan replays her brother's warning. She belongs to him. No risks, no pain. His vow echoes, hurt her and he'll kill. The thought of defying that rattles her. Rayon snaps her out of it, says they need to team up. She nods, unsure, but agrees. Rayon eyes Mount Luton's peak good view, fast retreat, perfect ambush point, but it's too perfect, too expected. No smart bandit hides where it's that obvious while being hunted. That leaves the hills behind them. He chooses those instead, skipping the forest like the rest. Runan's nervous reactions concern him. Wrath urges him to speak to her, but it's not his place. It's family. He hasn't even sorted how he feels about this new life's mother, let alone meddling. Still, he plans to confront what Syria did to Runan if a moment opens. They climb the hill and discover a hidden forest, invisible from outside, just as Rayon thought. Someone erased every sign of life. But Rayon's no amateur. He's a tracker by trade, missing nothing. Their tricks might fool hunters, but not him. The hideout is near. They press deeper into the hills, spotting traps and tracks, fresh and deliberate. The bandits thought no one would search this deep after they cleaned up. Their mistake, underestimating who'd come. Ahead lies the entrance. Outside the cave, a child tied up, likely a hostage. 2 guards flank him, bulky but weak. No aura. 1 stronger guard stands nearby. The rest must be inside. Rayon guesses 20 bandits. Thinks about retreating to call for backup, but the kid's in bad shape, shivering hard. He won't survive the wait. Rayon decides to act. Take out the guards fast and silent. Save the child. Runan falters, unsure. Raon pulls her focus, saying they can save the child if she helps. She must mute the area with mana on his signal while he handles the rest. Though her thoughts still drift to whether she can change, she forces herself to try. They wait until the guards grow sluggish. Raon signals, and Runan steps out, casting silence across the space. As the guards stare at her, confused, she spreads her aura and drains every sound around them. They realize their voices fade, wondering why someone using aura is there. Rayon sees the gap and charges before the skilled swordsman reacts. He cuts down the first 2 in 1 swift move and pushes through. He forgets Runan still can't handle violent scenes. The sight drags her back to memories of her brother harming her pets. She screams, shattering the silence. The barrier breaks, exposing them. Runan freezes, shaken, leaving them vulnerable. The swordsman lunges at her, targeting the weaker one. Raon is forced to fight alone. Before the strike lands, Runan reaches him and knocks him down. She warns she'll break a bone for every answer he refuses and demands he respond properly. Rayon notices the silence returns and looks back at her. She trembles, but he admires her resolve to continue despite the fear. As Runan frees the boy, Rayon confirms they're Snow Tiger bandits and learns there are 39, with more deeper inside. He also learns another hostage remains in the cave. The boy reveals it's his sister and begs them to rescue her. Moved, Runan promises they will save her. Raon thinks promising that is risky when they're outmatched. Runan suggests calling backup, and Raon agrees. She blows the silent whistle. Just as Lemaire said, even Rayon hears nothing, but someone inside the cave hears it and warns the others. Raon is stunned. Someone deep inside heard what he could not. And soon, armed men emerge, asking why kids are here. To stop an attack, Rayon seizes the man he questioned as a hostage. The one who heard the sound, likely their leader, asks who Rayon called. Rayon stays silent, only demanding a hostage trade. He wants the girl in exchange for the man he holds. The leader laughs, saying the man is worthless, unlike their hostage. He threatens to drop the girl if Raon doesn't lower his sword, cornering them. Rayon sees they're playing him. He tells Runan to turn away and move only when he signals. Without warning, Raon slits the man's throat. Blood splashes across their faces. The thugs freeze, caught off guard. Before they react, Rayon hurls his sword past them, straight toward the man holding the girl. The blade drives clean through his chest. Raon signals Runan to trigger a snow mist. She responds fast, covering the area in white haze. The bandits stumble, struggling to see. Ron grabs the girl and moves her out. As the mist clears, the girl and other kids are gone. Panic spreads, the bandits search to kill. Somewhere else on the hill, Raon and Runan carry the kids, but the cold knocks them out. Raon fears if they leave, the bandits might attack another village, so he chooses to end it now. He tells Runan to stay behind and guard them. She notices blood on his arm. As usual, he brushes it off, but someone tugs his coat. Runan begs him not to go. He's wounded, and it's too dangerous. She urges him to wait. The instructors must be coming after the signal. Raon senses her fear, and exhales softly. He understands but says freezing in fear is worse. He reminds her the bandits destroyed a village, and they owe it to those who fought and died to act. He also says they still have people left to protect. Then, he brings up her past with her brother. He doesn't know the details, but says, fear grows if she keeps running. It'll trap her forever. She stays silent, listening. He tells her only she can protect herself and those she cares about. Raon says her next step is hers alone, then hands her something from his coat. She watches as he walks off toward the hideout. Her eyes fill with tears, haunted by his words. She wants to change. She's tired of being chained to fear. She wants to protect what matters. She knows she can't live in that shadow. The tears won't stop. She opens her hand. It's a toy chipmunk from Raon. It gives her courage. Moments later, blood spills in the cave as Raon tears through the bandits. Their leader screams for someone to bring him Raon's head, but Raon kills too fast, too brutal. They can't believe one kid is doing this. One bold man charges Raon from behind. Raon sidesteps, dodging cleanly. But the boss uses the distraction to launch a heavy strike. The blow hits hard, cracking the ground beneath Raon, but the boss finds nothing. Raon vanished like smoke. He appears behind him, asking if he plans to fight or just sneak attack. One swing, the boss's head hits the floor. The rest freeze, terrified. None can grasp how one boy holds such monstrous power. Raon suggests surrender, says their leader's gone, but an ambush reveals the white-haired guy wasn't the real boss. Vakan steps out, mocks their failure to beat one kid, doubts they'll ever join the North-South Alliance. He eyes Raon's outfit, says he must be rich. Vakan charges, grinning, ready to ransom them off after capture. His blow knocks Raon flat, power clearly above the rest. This is the real Snow Tiger leader, and he knows how to fight. During the chaos, a bandit shouts he found the hostages. Outside, Runan trembles, trying to block the attacker. She's in no shape to fight, and Raon knows it. Vakan blocks his focus, smirking, says Raon isn't leaving. Raon realizes he can't help Runan until this ends. The bandit taunts Runan, says she doesn't even know how to kill. He demands she give up the kids, quit playing hero. He means it. He charges, blade drawn, ready to cut. Runan sees the blood coming. She knows it's fight or fall. He's weak enough. She convinces herself she can handle this. Just then, her brother's image flashes mid-battle. It drags her back. She freezes, haunted again. She wants to move, but remembers the fear, the helplessness. Can she really defend like Raon does? Doubt crashes in. She's never protected anyone. Can she now? A sharp shout pulls her back. She sees Raon clashing with Vakan. He looks at her, tells her, "You can protect them." His words break her. Tears fall. That inner darkness cracks open. Light floods in from his voice. All in an instant, she turns, clear-minded, while her attacker slows in her eyes. Grateful to Raon, she cuts through the illusion of her brother. The bandit creeps forward. She slashes his gut in one clean strike. Inside, she thanks Raon for believing in her. Vakan glares, shocked the girl beat his man so easily. Calling her a twerp pushes Raon over the edge. He snaps, says Runan faced her past and stood tall. Her heart, he says, is stronger and purer than anyone's. He activates Million Flames, darts past Vakan, blade flashing like falling petals. With enemies down, Raon checks the area for traps before backup comes. Instead, he finds a rare elixir, the two-tone flower, source of the village massacre. Suddenly, a voice behind asks if the battle's already done. The newcomer knows about Vakan and the two-tone flower too. With a grin, he asks if Raon wiped them all out. This is Lecter, Eternity Bandit Lord from the North-South Alliance. Raon doesn't trust him. He asks what his deal is. Lecter just laughs, guessing that kind of boldness must come from strength. Still cautious, Raon asks if he's really from the North-South Alliance. Lecter confirms it. In his past life, Raon heard of Lecter, a sword prodigy who rose through the ranks and claimed a fortress within 10 years. Unlike the Snow Tigers, this guy's the real thing. Lecter quickly sizes them up, notes their noble blood, even guesses which house. Sees their trainees since they lack flame sword marks. He weighs his options. Should he kill them both? Before acting, Lecter unleashes a blast of aura. Raon thinks he's just showing off with all that bloodlust. But he doesn't know these boys lived through assassination. They've felt worse. Lecter's amused when Raon doesn't flinch. Raon thinks he could take him down in a surprise hit, but not face to face, not yet. Even so, he steps forward, draws his blade, dares Lecter to do the same. Lecter smirks, warns he'll die if he fights. Raon agrees, says weak ones die, that's how the world works. Lecter laughs again, says he talks like no other kid. Raon's resolve makes him pause. Killing him now would be a waste. Raon replies, a warrior doesn't choose where he dies. Lecter wonders if he's reading from a book, doubts he's even a kid. But Lecter says it's not just the speech. He's also sensed something watching this whole time. The fierce wind he mentions makes no sense to Raon. Lecter leaps away and calls back, asking for his name. Raon answers without hesitation. Lecter says he looks forward to hearing that name echo across Mount Turkin and Raviel River, then vanishes. Raon says they need to grab the kids and move. Runan agrees. Before they leave, Runan suddenly asks if she did well. The question catches Raon off guard. He grins, tells her she did amazing. Runan smiles for the first time in a while. They return to camp with Vaken's head. Warren and Marta fume, upset they missed the fight again. Lemaire calms them, says the win was a team effort. He starts talking about his first mission to lighten the mood. Wrath cuts in, bragging how he froze an entire palace in his first battle way cooler than Lemaire's story. Later, the Slorn house agrees to care for the orphaned children, partly because Runan grew attached to them. Back home, Lord Glenn summons Raon and Runan, rewards them with bronze medallions for their part in the mission. He even praises Raon and lets him keep the rare two-tone flower. Things seem to settle after that, until Raon returns home and spots Dorian leaving the annex. He asks what he's doing. Dorian says, Lady Sylvia called him to report everything about the mission. Raon hates that. He didn't want his mother knowing he just killed people. But Dorian, as clueless as ever, already told her every last detail. When Raon steps in, he's greeted by Helen and his frantic mother. He blurts out excuses before they speak. Sure, his mom will explode if she learns he killed bandits alone, but Sylvia just asks him for a hug, then tells him he did great. He doesn't expect that. She notices the guilt on his face and knows what he's thinking. She recalls how the Sieghart founder fought to protect the weak, and how that tradition lived on. Sylvia once dreamed of becoming a swordsman like him, so she says she'd never scold him for risking himself to save lives. Raon didn't see that coming. Both Sylvia and Helen praise him proudly. Helen even says she'll brag to the main house. It all feels strange to Raon, who chalks it up to human emotions being too complex. Still, he fully intends to make Dorian pay for blabbing everything. Meanwhile, Runan holds the doll Raon gave her on the battlefield. The memory makes her smile. She's thinking only about how to thank him next time. At the training grounds, Leomir reflects on what happened. He had secretly watched Raon's encounter with Lecter from behind a boulder. The memory brings a grin to his face. It's been a while since he felt this way about anyone. To him, Raon seems like the sprouting seed of a king. Sometime later, at the Robert estate, Lord Rarest writes quietly in his journal, then sees blood dripping from an old wound on his hand. It's from the day he clashed with Raon, still unhealed. That fight happened 17 years ago. He's used top-tier elixirs again and again, brought in expert healers and famed priests. No one could erase the sword mark. It never heals, never worsens, as if frozen in time to remind him. Darius feels like Raon's dead spirit won't let him forget. Still, he refuses to dwell on old memories. After all, his life's goal is nearly within reach. Elsewhere, the system informs Raon that a part of the curse of Bitter Frost has faded. His Million Flames art and Chill of Bitter Frost both hit 3 stars, and his sense of the Snowflower improved too. He's now a beginner-level sword expert. His aura speed, skill stats, sword arts, and walk technique have all advanced. Reaching expert level finally makes him feel proud, even if it's just the beginning stage. Wrath cuts in, mocking that even swordmasters are insects to him, far above the rank Raon just hit. Raon fires back, saying reaching expert at 15 is rare, continent-wide. Wrath doesn't care, saying weakness is weakness, no matter the age. Strangely, Raon agrees. Happy Wrath at least admits he's improving. That only angers Wrath more, yelling he'll never accept a human. But Raon hears something odd in his voice and senses something deeper is wrong. Trying to read Wrath's mind sets him off again. Furious, a human dares look into his royal soul. Wrath threatens to devour him like always. Raon jokes that Wrath should rebuild strength like back in the demon world, so he doesn't eat him. Mentioning Wrath's past sparks another rant. He starts bragging about castle fights again, so Raon slips away to stretch. Later, inside the hall, Lemaire calls off training early as he walks in. The class protests, saying they deserve 20 more minutes since he was late. Lemaire shrugs it off, promising to make it up tomorrow. Warren mutters that he's an irresponsible elf. As they pack up, Raon reminds the chore team to start cleaning. Dorian, part of the crew, gets ready to begin. Marta appears suddenly. He yelps, and she wonders if it's because he's stuck cleaning with her. He denies it, calling it an honor. But she clearly doesn't believe him. She scares the others out of the room to clean in peace. Still, it's obvious Raon is the only one she behaves nicely toward. Lemaire even points it out. He's back, because he forgot something important. He gathers them and announces their second mission. The room goes silent. It's been 6 months since the first mission. To Raon, that's way too long without action. Orcs were spotted near Cebu village, southeast of Sieghart territory. Their mission is simple: go to Cebu and eliminate the threat. The room stirs with excitement at the word orc. They're finally ready to test their blades for real. But Lemaire warns them, no instructors this time. They're going in alone. Teamwork is everything. But Lemaire warns them, no instructors this time. They're going in alone. Teamwork is everything. If things go south, they must assess, adapt, or retreat. Survival matters more than pride. That's why leadership is key. Decide when to fight, sneak, or withdraw. Dorian asks if running away is okay. The answer is yes, depending on the situation, like facing a demon lord. But all Dorian hears is that he won't get in trouble for running. The real shock hits when they learn departure is in 2 days at dawn. Feels rushed. They have only 1 day to prepare. The rest is gone. Still, monster threats are urgent. Delay means more danger to the village. Warren fumes. He says they could have prepared better if Lemaire spoke up sooner. Raon cuts through the noise, reminds them they were told to always stay ready. He urges them to stop complaining and start prepping now. His words hit home. Some nod, realizing he's right, no time to waste. Lemaire smiles, proud of his leadership. The kids are told orcs aren't like past foes. They're huge, savage, and swarm in packs. Lemaire advises dodging over clashing head-on. Their walk technique will be their best tool. 2 days pass. At the center, morning of the mission, Raon notices their bags are enchanted to feel light. He sees it as the Siegharts' way of saying, figure it out yourselves, which suits him fine. Wrath shows up, mocking him for thinking the world revolves around his needs. Raon claps back, saying he already stole some of Wrath's stats. As they argue, there's a knock. Raon wasn't expecting anyone. He's caught off guard seeing his mother at the door. She glares, asking why he didn't come to inform her about the mission. He's stunned, she knows, and assumes Dorian ratted him out again. Turns out it was Lemaire this time, and he's annoyed at his instructor. He quickly apologizes. She just pouts, saying nothing. Then she softens, takes his hands, and explains that being a leader isn't for show, it's about guiding others. He must place his teammates wisely, avoid losses, and complete missions as one. Her advice confuses him. He expected scolding. Not this. She continues, warning that monster raids seem simple but are serious threats. Villagers must stay safe. She tells him to act as a Sieghart warrior, not a mere trainee. To follow the Sieghart founder's path, protect those who cannot fight. When she finishes, he admits he thought she'd be furious. She says she is, but more afraid than angry. To his surprise, she hugs him instead of yelling. Then she warns he'll scold him after he returns. Still, she's happy to see his growth, even while worried. All this warmth still feels unfamiliar to Raon, but he leans in and hugs her back. Before departure, the trainees are told the outside world is dangerous, so stay sharp. If overwhelmed, don't hesitate, retreat. The usual route takes a month, but they'll follow a shortcut to arrive in 2 weeks. Lemaire wishes them success. Raon assigns them into the squads he prearranged. Lemaire believes they'll succeed, not just because of Raon's aura and combat sense, but his sharp instincts and flexible thinking. As Raon checks supplies and team condition, Dorian struggles with his part. Lemaire chuckles, thinking how crazy it is that this leader is just 15. One instructor reminds Lemaire they're supposed to trail the kids due to the distance, despite what he told them. Lemaire says not to worry. There's a trainee with sharp senses among them. Then he lies down to nap. The instructors whisper, uneasy about letting kids handle this alone. Lemaire hears them and tells them to fear the orcs, not the trainees. Somewhere deep in a creepy cave, a gang leader confirms the village's location. Once verified, he orders them to move and kill anyone who blocks them. Days later, the trainees arrive at the forest near Cebu village. There, they run into Kane Sieghart, top trainee of the 6th Ground and a main family member. They're shocked to see him, wondering why he's there, but Kane flips the question on them. Kane had been injured for a while and couldn't leave the infirmary, but now he's back in the 6th Ground. He also seems to have become a full expert in swordsmanship. His group leader says they're here to wipe out the orcs, then asks what Raon's group is doing. Raon replies they have the same mission, Cebu village, orcs. Raon replies they have the same mission, Cebu village, orcs. Kane wonders if both squads were given the same mission since they weren't told about the other. The night before departure, some trainers met at a tavern outside town. One praised Lemaire's squad for defeating young bandits. Lemaire boasted, saying they should take the orc mission Lord Manor sent him. He claimed they'd handle it fast and earn him praise. Then Maytoon, chief of the 6th Squad, spoke up, saying, orc hunts require teamwork, not just strength, which the 5th Squad relies on too much. Maytoon argued his squad just finished Hell Week and leveled up across the board, so he'd send them. Lemaire teased him, saying he's just jealous. He proposed sending both squads to handle the orcs, turning it into a contest. He added that the village can't handle the orcs alone. 2 teams would wipe them faster. Why not make it a race? Maytoon liked the idea. He got Lord Manor's approval. Both trainers looked forward to the outcome. Back in the forest, Warren smugly tells Kane there must have been a mix-up. He tells them to leave. The 5th squad has this covered. Kane doesn't take that lightly. He sees Warren's words as proof of their arrogance. Kane says teamwork is key here, and his squad does that better. This mission is too hard for a group with no unity. Warren admits their strength but says they have no right to belittle the 5th squad. Watching them argue, Raon suspects the instructors planned this overlap without warning them. He also knows Lemaire, values, experience, and this mission fits his method. Still, orc hunts need solid coordination, which they lack. So, Lemaire likely did this to teach both squads a lesson in cooperation, especially now that they're gaining attention. Raon sees just how cunning their instructor really is. He knows his team must learn the value of working together. His mother's words echo be a swordsman who protects others. With that, he calms the 2 down. No point wasting time bickering. Since neither will back down, he says they should settle it with a fight. Warren objects, saying that'll waste energy they'll need for the real battle. But the 6th squad isn't leaving, and it's clear they won't. Raon figures there are more than enough orcs, so they can team up. Whoever wins, the duel leads. The other squad supports. He lays out a plan: take out the orc chief, break their command. If the lead squad fails, the support squad takes over. Kane agrees, saying the plan makes sense. They decide to fight full force to pick the leader. Both sides change into their combat gear. Rules are simple: win by knocking out the whole team or stealing their flag. Easier than sparring. When Raon brings up strategy, Marta ignores him. Sure, the enemy's weak. She shouts for them to watch as she crushes the front line, then charges in. She targets 3 defenders holding the front. Brushing off tactics, she relies only on brute strength. Raon uses his snowflower perception to scan the battlefield. Runan doubts they'll win without a plan. Raon says they wouldn't listen even if he made one, they're too confident. Asked if they can win, he says Marta, Warren, and the rest charging first will definitely lose. It'll be one-sided. As predicted, Marta can't break through. The enemy's simple pyramid defense is too solid. During the fight, the opposing vanguard leader tells Marta she's not the main character, so stop looking down on them. To her shock, the 5th squad is pushed back and retreats down the mountain. Once the team returns, Raon steps in to show how wrong they were. He calls out their arrogance, saying they believed the world stopped while they trained. They underestimated the 6th squad after losing to Owen Kingdom. He says they lost because they rushed in without teamwork or tactics, draining their aura for nothing. All because they looked down on warriors who also train daily. The team stays silent. Then Raon says there's still a shot at victory. Marta finally agrees to listen. He sees the fire in her eyes, then begins to show them how to win. Meanwhile, the 6th squad's vanguard is shocked the 5th team isn't as tough as expected, but their leader warns not to relax. They defeated the Snow Tiger bandits after all. Mid-talk, Marta returns, and their leader moves to finish her off. Marta smirks, says he'll regret running his mouth. She charges. The vanguard leader yells for his squad to focus their aura forward, but then sees Marta strike the side, exploiting their weaker flank, not the front. Elsewhere, Warren attacks a different group. The enemy recognizes his stance, reuses their previous defense, but Warren tricks them and knocks them down. Both 6th squad vanguard leaders are stunned by the sudden tactic shift, completely different from earlier. Marta's side starts gaining ground, and she realizes Raon was right. Earlier, Raon asked why they lost despite having stronger fighters. They now get it. Lack of planning. The 6th squad had a clear strategy, analyzing them one by one, and won by precision. Dorian panics, fearing another loss. Marta shuts him up, tells him not to speak of defeat so easily. The truth is, several have already fallen. The rest are drained and losing steam. Then Raon explains his read of the situation. Kane Sieghart has sharp vision and heightened senses. That's how he tracked Marta and Warren, sending the best counters their way. Since Marta's moves are direct, Kane sent tanks to wear her down and drain her aura. And because Warren fights simply, Kane used reactive fighters who could block and stall. Their only chance now is to swap opponents. But Marta and Warren won't go for that. So Raon decides they must shift tactics. Marta looks confused. He tells her their foes have a solid sword wall, but weak aura flow. If she opens her senses, she'll spot the gap to strike. Warren's usual style fails against instinctive fighters, but such enemies are easy to fool. He needs to switch things up and bait them. Marta and Warren wonder how Raon knew all this while just sitting and watching. Raon admits Kane's senses are sharp, but calmly says his are better. Now, Raon feels the team is holding strong. They're not losing any ground. Alone, Kane silently steps in behind him. They're clearly the last to seal this duel. Though momentum shifted, Kane couldn't find Raon, so he moved to the flag. Kane quickly sees the tide turned, likely from Ryan's orders, but he declares it's over here, already aware of Ryan's firepower. Then he unleashes his own fire attribute. Ryan flinches, shocked. Kane wields the same element. Kane claims his aura is top grade, stronger than most swordsmen. Ryan won't win. Ryan flares his own fire aura, mocking how much they talk before a fight. They lock eyes, preparing to duel without hesitation. Ryan promises Kane that his flame will consume his. In a blink, Ryan lunges at Kane, blazing fast. Kane, stunned by the speed and power, doubts Ryan's aura, but still jumps back, cautious, hearing those flames crush Ryan and Owen's prince. Convinced he's stronger, Kane strikes back, fire against fire. Their swords clash. A golden blaze bursts from Ryan's blade, wrapping Kane. Kane freezes as the golden flames scorch his face. His own fire vanishes, swallowed whole, something he can't explain. Ryan ignores him, pushing in hard. Kane barely blocks, but the aura smashes outwards, blasting the battlefield. Smoke fades, Kane lies on the ground, Ryan standing over him. The team returns, shocked to see Kane defeated in their camp. Ryan explains he baited him, knowing Kane would strike there to flip the battle. They're stunned. Ryan predicted it, and his advice led them to win. Marta agrees, saying she'd have ignored him if he were wrong. They all salute him as top trainee, pledging to follow orders from now on. Ryan's glad they've grown this much so fast. He believes this is what the 5th training should be. He commends their work, and reminds them that pride without a plan leads to disaster in real battles. Ryan tells them not to forget what they learned today. Kane watches from afar as Ryan tells them to camp in the forest, break into teams. Kane now sees Ryan's far more capable than expected. He once thought the 5th training was full of pride, but it was his own. Kane walks up, offers a handshake, thanks him for the wake-up call. Grateful he learned to never relax and always prepare for failure. He had assumed they'd win, based on rumors about the 5th squad, so he ignored Ryan's orders and missed the duel's true meaning. He admits his strength was just pride, and he's learned his lesson. Ryan smiles, sensing Kane has better character than most nobles. They shake hands, and Kane promises to back the 5th training ground. 2 weeks pass. The trainees finally arrive at Cebu Village. Cebu's a small farming place, no attractions, no rare goods. Monsters show up sometimes, so missions are routine, but Ryan keeps feeling an eerie presence trailing them. It's not an instructor. It feels sharper, like someone assessing their power. So Ryan decides to wait and mislead their hidden observer. Suddenly, Ryan tells Warren to act as squad leader for this mission. Warren looks confused by the sudden request. Ryan says the others need their turn. Only he and Runan fought during the Snow Tiger mission. He reminds Warren of his vow to stand above him and asks him to prove it. Warren accepts, ready to show how far he's come. Soon, they tell the team that Warren is now in charge. Marta looks uneasy. Ryan says he'll explain later but asks her to follow Warren's lead. She replies, he doesn't need to ask. She promised to follow results. Alone, Ryan confirms that Wrath also senses they're being watched. Wrath mocks him, saying he'd deserve punishment if he hadn't noticed. After consuming his trait, Ryan asks how many and where. Wrath refuses to give the location, but Ryan guesses it's just one person based on Wrath's slip. Wrath's stunned. He hadn't realized he used his by mistake. Cursing, Wrath snaps. Ryan knows it's not enough proof, it's just one. One observer could have allies. The unease doesn't fade. Ryan gets the feeling this mission won't go smoothly. Meanwhile, a spy watching them reports back to his leader. He saw kids from House Sieghart. The leader doesn't think they matter. The scout says they're trainees, not full swordsmen. Probably on mission 2 with no instructors nearby. He insists he wasn't seen. His boss agrees, doubting trainees could detect him. The scout wonders why Sieghart sent trainees again. His boss assumes villagers called for help after more orcs appeared, since they've delayed their search for the magic stone. The sect's been scouring the mountain for that stone. The only place left is the village. The scout asks if they should strike now. His boss says, wait. The scout thinks it's the perfect chance to kill the sprouts, but the boss says it's easy to kill them, harder to stay hidden. If Sieghart finds out about the stone, they lose more than they gain. He tells him to send monsters, let them think the job's done, then pull out. The boss suddenly wears an orc helmet, his form shifting. He tells the scout they'll wipe out the village after the trainees leave. Back in the village, the trainees settle into their lodgings. Over dinner, Ryan watches Warren and feels relieved. He's handling leadership well. He's especially glad Warren kept calm, didn't flaunt the Sieghart name, and gave the villagers confidence. But Ryan knows Warren isn't the real problem. The team can handle the monsters. That strange gaze near the village worries him more. It vanished into the mountain as they arrived. He wonders if it's a hidden test or a trap. Either way, tomorrow holds the answer. Earlier that day, they found unusual tracks in the mountains, hinting that monsters were nearby. The chief says monsters always appear now, but this year their numbers tripled, far beyond what villagers can handle. They have seen over 100 already, and more than 200 might still be hiding. Since the kids don't know the terrain, the chief promises to send the fastest guide with them at dawn. Next morning, Kanbar, the mountain guide, leads them up the trail. He looks uneasy and hardly eager to help the Sieghart squad. Raoul notices and tells him they'll keep him safe and unharmed. Warren briefs them that orcs hit harder than other monsters, while goblins and kobolds rely on poison and cheap tricks, so they must stay sharp, as even small wounds can turn deadly. Warren orders the 6th training ground to form a barrier to catch any stragglers, and Keen follows at once. They begin the extermination, storming ahead to show Sieghart's strength. As they shout and charge, Wrath grumbles that they just exposed their ambush like fools. Raon thinks they're shouting to shake off the fear of their first real fight, so it makes sense. Wrath wonders why Raon sounds like a wise elder, when this is also his first monster mission. Raon shows no nervousness. To Wrath, he looks like someone who's fought countless battles. Soon, the trainees face several orcs, and the fighting starts. Marta moves in for a direct charge. Warren warns them to clear goblins and kobolds first, then strike the orcs. 2 orcs slip through the 6th group's line, rushing at Raon and Kanbar. Kanbar panics, saying he shouldn't have come. Raon rushes past the first orc and cuts its neck before it reacts. Green blood spills from the creature. He darts by the second orc before it lifts its blade and slices its throat as well. The bodies fall beside them, while Kanbar collapses in shock, unsure of what happened. Thankfully, Kanbar is unhurt, which reassures Raon. Raon suddenly asks if the mountain has any old legends about treasure or monsters. Kanbar says there is a tale from centuries ago about a goblin king fighting knights here, and his ring remains buried in the mountain. The story jolts Raon. It explains the eerie gaze he felt yesterday, and still senses now. It ties back to a sect called Eden, one of the continent's 5 dark pillars, known as the 5 demons. They are zealots fighting to revive an ancient age of monsters. Eden's aim is restoration. They worship the era when monsters ruled, believing it was paradise, and seek to revive the monster god. If that was all, they'd be dismissed as madmen, but they control monsters like tamers and mimic monster abilities, becoming a threat even to Sieghart. Their strange art is hidden from even the grand houses. Raon knows this secret because of the time he served under Darius Robert. Back then, while working as an assassin, he fought Eden during a mission. Every shadow beside him died. He was the lone survivor. The strange part is that Darius already knew Eden used magic stones, yet never shared this with the other lords. As Wrath senses a surge of cold anger rise in Raon, he appears and demands to know what he's thinking, calling him a bastard as usual. Raon quickly realizes his emotions stirred again from thoughts of Darius. He forces himself to focus on what's in front of him. Eden. Kanbar's story makes it clear. They want the Goblin King's magic stone, left deep in the forest, holding vast mana. If Eden's involved, the monsters are just bait to make them believe the mission's done and leave, clearing the way for their real search. Back on the field, Warren spots a massive orc, likely the boss, and moves to finish it, but Mark cuts it down before he can. With the boss down, Warren signals the team to sweep the rest, and they charge in. Elsewhere, Raon asks Kanbar if any treasure or gem surfaced after the Goblin King died. Kanbar recalls something from his childhood. Elsewhere, Raon asks Kanbar if any treasure or gems surfaced after the Goblin King died. Kanbar recalls something from his childhood. The village chief once found a red gem at the mountain peak when Raon presses for its location. Kanbar says few know, but he's sure it's buried under the chief's house. Oddly, the village got warmer after it arrived. That detail shakes Raon. Things are worse than he thought. If Eden doesn't find the stone, they'll wipe out the entire village. The trainees finish off the last orcs and wrap up their mission. Afterward, the chief thanks them for protecting the village. He says their skills match the Sieghart name. Raon stays silent, watching the moment. Marta walks over and asks if this was his goal. She admits she still doesn't understand why he made Warren lead. Raon replies, he's not sure yet, but he'll tell her in time. She nods, promising to follow orders to the end. Not long after, Runan approaches him alone. She sees something's off and says he looks worried. He brushes it off, saying they should head to the chief's banquet. But in truth, Raon knows Eden won't strike until they leave, then unleash monsters behind them. The next morning, the trainees leave Cebu. Warren reflects on the mission's success. They wiped out all monsters, no deaths, only minor wounds. Their first mission was perfect. That's probably why Raon hasn't asked for the commander role back. His orders were flawless, but he still wonders what Raon wants to test. Still, he's proud he's finally caught up to Raon's command level. Warren leads the group with pride, but during the march, Raon senses something off. He halts the group. Some trainees grumble, it's too early to camp. They ask why they stopped. Raon tells them the real mission starts now. Warren and Keen are stunned. It doesn't add up. They've killed the orcs and cleaned up. Raon says their job is more than extermination. They must protect the village. He explains someone watched them until just recently. Until about an hour ago, someone was observing. Not an instructor, The aura was hostile. Raon sensed them before they reached the village, and it vanished toward the village once they moved past. Warren and Marta are shocked they were watched even before arriving, and Raon confirms it started the moment they stepped onto the hill near the village. They quickly realize Raon gave Warren command to hide himself and observe the enemy unnoticed. Kane is stunned. Raon's plans and instincts outclass even some instructors. He hadn't sensed anyone watching. Warren, shaken, asks if that's the real reason he was made commander. Raon confirms it. He trusted Warren could lead well and serve as the perfect decoy to draw attention. He praises Warren's skill and suggests naming him vice top trainee once they return. Warren is crushed, realizing he wasn't an equal but bait to fool the enemy. Raon explains it's impossible for monsters to team up, yet orcs and goblins work together, meaning someone's controlling them. Their mission isn't over. They must protect the village. Enemies still lurk nearby. Quietly, they head back to Cebu, careful not to draw attention. Raon warns them to move lightly. They don't have disguise tools. Surprisingly, Dorian pulls out a stash of disguise gear. He packed 40 disguises just in case, showing how fearful he truly is. While they get ready, Raon sends Crane to alert the nearest branch. Before they move, Raon tells them to follow every order from now on without hesitation. 5 hours later, at Eden's hideout near the mountain, the scout reports the trainees left. The restoration plan begins. The boss puts on his helmet again and morphs into a giant orc. Other orcs gather at his side. He orders them to wipe out the entire village, leave no one alive. The orcs storm down toward the village. Raon and Warren watch from above. Warren sees Raon was right. There are more orcs. Fired up, Warren swears to finish them for good. But Raon stops him. It's not time. He says someone human is still watching. They don't know who yet. But the sheer number of armed orcs makes Warren uneasy, fearing heavy losses if they wait. Raon warns they'll lose everything if they move now. Warren still tries, but Raon insists stand down. Raon tells them to be cautious. They're up against Eden. The others recognize the name, one of the 5 demon sects. Raon's unsure if it's truly Eden. It could be them, or a lord-ranked monster. Either way, they must act carefully. Warren admits Eden is powerful, and Raon's logic makes sense, but he can't accept letting half the village fall while they watch. He challenges Raon's choice to stay hidden, saying he once admired him more than anyone, but he can't sit still. He believes protecting people is a swordsman's duty. Warren jumps from the cliff, shouting they don't need to follow unless they truly carry the Sieghart name. Raon watches as Warren charges off, refusing to stop. Runan follows him. The others agree with Warren. Hiding would shame Sieghart's name, so they rush after him, determined to shield the village. Keen also leads the 6th training squad down to support the 5th and fight Eden. A few trainees stay behind with Raon. Truth is, Raon expected this. He knew they wouldn't stand by during an attack. He'd already sent a hidden aura message to Runan, telling her to follow. With Warren and Keen, they'll hold out for a while. The only thing Raon didn't expect was that Marta stayed. She's usually the first to move, but now she lags behind. When asked, she reminds him of her promise to follow his lead. Her answer makes him smile. He tells the team they're entering the village too, but must stay hidden. Eden likely has backup off the main front. Raon senses killing intent deep in the mountain, not aimed at the village. The others can handle the rest. But facing this presence head-on would end in disaster. On the battlefield, Warren tells the group not to clash directly with the orcs. Deflect, then strike back. If one can't handle it, attack in pairs. Stop the orcs here. He realizes these orcs are fiercer than yesterday's, but they can still block them. Still, he doubts this is all Eden has. Maybe Raon was right. He warns everyone to watch the skies and brush for hidden threats. Mid-battle, a squad in goblin masks appears behind them, clearly Eden's green demon troop. A quick scan tells Warren there are over 40. He orders Keen to keep orcs away from the village. Runan should freeze the enemy's feet. He'll take the demons. Runan confirms, and blasts a wave of frost at the monsters. One orc is frozen solid on the spot. Warren dashes in and finishes it off with his sword technique. In one leap, he slashes multiple throats. He follows with the sword of autumn wind, but a green demon hides in a tree behind him. Poisoned needles fly toward the trainees. Warren tells them to block or dodge. Then a toxic fog spreads on the ground, making everyone cough. It's stronger than expected. Warren shouts for them to cover their mouths. Trainees start dropping, swords slipping from weak hands. Even Warren stumbles, hit by the poison before he could react. His body locks up. Runan wobbles too. The enemies keep coming. Defeat feels near. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts across the field. As the smoke clears, it's Marta who caused it. Behind her, Raon's group appears. She tells them to crush Eden, leave none alive. The worn-down trainees cheer. Marta's blast cleared the air, saving them from the poison. They rise again to fight. Raon is missing, but they feel victory is possible. Shocked, the green demons can't believe these trainees are so strong. They turn to flee, but their leader arrives, asking if they're running from battle. His presence freezes the field. His aura dwarfs the others, and he speaks clearly. One glance at his helmet confirms it. He's Eden's Green War Demon. He's a low-rank executive, rarely seen in the field. Surprised they returned, he guesses they sensed the ambush. Smart, for mere trainees. Judging their strength, he assumes Marta noticed first. He says they should have escaped quietly to survive. Since they stayed, he decides to wipe them all out. One blow from the demon drops Warren, Marta, and Runan instantly. Shocked, the trainees scan for Kane, but he's busy fighting orcs near the barricade. No sign of Rayon. They assume he fled. Marta rises, trembling. The green demon mocks her as the only one worth noticing. He says she at least sensed them coming. Still, he calls her weak, worthless, and about to die. He raises his sword, ready to end them. Suddenly, Rayon bursts from the forest, cloaked in golden fire. He dives for the demon's neck, who swiftly reacts. Rayon slices his arm off using First Flame Vortex. The demon smirks, having moved to avoid the real threat. Rayon's annoyed he missed the kill, but he has a backup plan. The demon sneers that losing an arm is all-round Sieghart achieved. He notes Rayon's power is spent, drained by that last move. Rayon silently agrees, his body nearly frozen after that strike. He asks if the demon commands this force. The demon says, yes, his superiors wouldn't waste time here. Rayon mocks his madness. The demon scowls, saying Rayon's words don't match his polite face. He warns Rayon to keep talking while he still can. As the demon charges, Rayon senses they're both still recovering. He attacks before the demon can press further. The demon's shocked by Rayon's defense, admits he's stronger than expected. Rayon says if he couldn't block that, he'd quit being a swordsman. The demon laughs and strikes over and over, then calls Rayon a brave fool with no real skill. Their fight rages on, neither backing off. Curran watches nearby, trying to process the chaos. He sees Rayon dueling the demon who crushed them earlier, wielding the star-connecting sword. Burin realizes Rayon's no trainee now. He's far ahead. Marta arrives, saying Rayon was hiding his real strength all along. She notes they're evenly matched, but Rayon hasn't recovered yet. Worry creeps in. She wonders if he can finish the fight like this. Runan shows up, calmly suggesting they assist. Marta scoffs, saying she's barely standing, and Runan's even worse. But Runan doesn't flinch. Marta stares, surprised by his composure. Burin, ashamed of hesitating, joins in. Marta reminds him of the demon's power, doubting they can win. Still, Burin insists they fight. They're Sieghart swordsmen. Marta gives in, warning them to be ready for consequences. All three charge forward, ready to face death. The demon pauses, surprised a trainee like Rayon is still alive. He even considers bringing him to Eden. He asks his name. Rayon answers, I'm Rayon Sieghart. The demon freezes, recognizing the hair and eyes of a true Sieghart heir, the bloodline of the northern king of Ruin. He drops the idea of recruiting Rayon, now swearing to kill him for restoration. Roaring, the demon surges with brutal strength. He swings his enormous blade. Rayon dodges, noting the demon's speed has spiked. Even with the ring of fire, he's still not fully back. Suddenly, Marta ambushes from behind. Her strike slams into the demon's back. He snarls, calling her a worthless weakling. As he turns to strike Marta, Runan steps between him and Rayon. She activates Frost Aura, Breath of Winter, then gives the signal. Burin attacks, sword glowing with starlight. The demon grabs him, squeezing until blood spills. He mocks Burin for thinking that would work, saying he's no match for the blonde. Burin admits, it won't beat him, but it buys time. The demon frowns, unsure what that means. Marta strikes again, Titan aura blazing. She shouts for him to take this. Enraged, the demon flings Burin into her. Both crash hard. He screams their fight is useless, but Rayon says their effort matters. He thanks them for giving him time, promising their risk will not be wasted. The demon, confused by Rayon's strength, questions his identity. Rayon raises his blade, saying the demon should feel honored. This move is a first. He once thought he couldn't use it, but this fight proved he can. Flames erupt, fiercer than before. The demon senses death, knows he must end it fast. He charges full force. Rayon strikes straight through, every move sharp. He overwhelms the demon and ends it. The body falls. Rayon stands still, victorious. His allies stare. Stunned, he killed the Green War Demon. Rayon yells that it's not over. More of Eden's demons remain. He orders a clean sweep, for peace and the village. The squad shouts back, ready to obey. Burin steps up, admitting Rayon was right. Without Rayon's call and backup, they'd all be gone. The villagers too. He thanks Rayon for saving them and apologizes for disobeying, though he says he'd have rushed in anyway. To him, ignoring injustice just because you're weak dishonors a Sieghart swordsman. Rayon turns and tells Burin he did great, which fueled his effort. He knows things could have ended worse if any of them were missing, so he sincerely thanks them. Every word meant. Burin, a little awkward, admits he doesn't fully get Rayon's goal, but promises to grow strong enough to stand alone next time. Rayon then credits Martha for helping him recover by distracting the demon. He thanks her for obeying orders. Martha shrugs it off, saying she'd die before disobeying, then walks to help the villagers. Raon wonders if their mission has truly ended. Exhaustion crashes in, his legs barely hold him up. As he starts to fall, Runan catches him. She asks if he's okay. Surprised, Raon asks if she saw that coming. Calmly, she says he looked just like he did in training. He exhales, comforted that his teammates were watching over him too. He quietly thanks her, resting against her lap. Suddenly, a system notice appears. His stats rose from surpassing his limits in combat. He beat a stronger foe. Now the system displays rewards and updated status. These are his spoils from defeating the Green War Demon boosted stats. A new trait, a title. He checks the details. He rises and tells Runan to head back while he checks the area. Later, he sits alone in the woods, reviewing his progress. He notes the 3-point boost may look small, but as he grows, it will matter more. For harder fights ahead, that edge is vital. The system outlines the backstab trait in full. Rayon thinks it's perfect for killing blows. If he'd had it earlier, things might have ended fast. Wrath appears, yelling, questioning why the system rewards him for beating a weakling and how the logic makes sense. Raon thanks him, saying Wrath's the reason he keeps growing. Furious, Wrath swears Rayon will suffer forever. Rayon shrugs off the threats, telling Wrath to bring it on. He grins while Wrath rages. Back in town, students rebuild homes. One asks for more wood and wonders where the pile disappeared to. Elsewhere, Raon wakes up from a nap, surprised he slept so long. He steps out of his room. To his shock, the barricades are fully rebuilt while he slept. Runan sees him, asks if he feels better. He says the rest helped. She says someone's waiting, and tells him to come. Rayon's confused, asking who. Runan says the villagers of Cebu. Soon, the group meets the villagers, who greet the Zieghart swordsman with joy. They thank Raon for risking his life to protect their home. They say the village would have been lost without him, and vow to remember the fight and all that happened. Raon, stunned, takes in his team's respect and the villagers' praise. He realizes this is a feeling he's never known. In his past life as an assassin, no one praised or valued him. Only survival mattered. Everything belonged to Darius Robert. No matter how much he accomplished, Darius got the credit. But now, for the first time, Rayon is recognized for his own actions. He questions if he's ever felt this before. He craves it, wants more, wants to be seen. He decides to live as a swordsman, not a killer, to feel this again, and he swears this won't be the last time. That night, the villagers gather to talk. Meanwhile, Raon pulls the village chief aside to ask something. The chief agrees, curious about what weighs on Raon's mind. Raon asks who led the orcs. The chief says the blue-haired swordsman told him it was Eden, one of the 5 demons. But he doesn't understand why they attacked a quiet village. Raon brings up what Sir Kanbar said in battle about a red gem found long ago in Cebu Mountain. He asks if it's true. The chief confirms, saying he brought it back in his youth. Raon says Eden must be after that gem. The chief is stunned, blaming himself for what followed. Raon warns that with the gem here, danger will keep coming. The chief says he buried it, believing it blessed the land, not knowing it drew Eden. He asks if they should dig it up and get rid of it. Raon says he'll take it. The chief calls him their savior. Raon explains Eden won't stop, even if it's thrown away. Taking it to Zieghart is safest. The chief worries Zieghart will now be in danger. Raon says protecting others is Zieghart's duty. The chief thanks him, saying they owe Zieghart again. Raon asks what he means by again. The chief says that many years ago, when he was about Raon's age, the head of House Glenn Zieghart saved the village. Raon is stunned, unsure if that story could be true. The chief confirms, saying Glenn stopped a monster swarm and treated them kindly, smiling like Raon. Raon remembers how his grandfather looks now, which doesn't match at all. The chief laughs, apologizes for rambling, and leads Raon to the gem. At the site, the chief admits he thought it protected them, not cursed them. They dig it up. Raon examines the cloth covering it. The chief says it's a family heirloom that hides the gem's glow. Raon removes the cloth, seeing the Goblin King's magic stone. He realizes Eden could revive another monster, like the Goblin King. He tells the chief to wrap it up again, but a giant man appears behind them, saying they never found the gem because of the cloth hiding its power. Without it, the village would have fallen. A giant man appears behind them, saying they never found the gem because of the cloth hiding its power. Without it, the village would have fallen. Rayon draws his sword, demanding his name. Inside, he's shaken that he never sensed him. The giant jokes, asking Rayon to guess, then shows a mask. Raon thinks it resembles an ogre. He suspects it's the blood-raving demon. The man confirms. He compliments Raon's instincts for a Zieghart rookie. He names himself Eden's blood-raving demon. He can't measure Raon's exact strength, but guesses he's the one who killed the Green War Demon. Raon wonders if this is the superior the Green Demon mentioned. even though he said he wouldn't come. The blood-raving demon puts on his mask, saying he gave the mission and wouldn't be here if the Green War Demon hadn't failed. So, basically, it's Ryan's fault. He showed up. A chilling force hits Ryan. He knows even all Cebu's trainees together couldn't touch this one. Wrath appears suddenly, warning Ryan that he can't win, offering two choices: keep resisting and die, or surrender control of his body. As the giant mutates into a green beast, the danger grows real. Elsewhere, Ryan's teammates are still fixing fences. Burin spots Martha and asks why she's here. She jokes she came to inspect his work, saying Burin seems better at carpentry than swordplay. He tells her off. She replies that, as his senior, she takes orders from only one person. Then they see Runan carrying a basket of fruit. They ask why she's picking more when villagers already gave them plenty. Runan says these are for Raon, and they're fresher. Martha teases she acts like a wife. Runan ignores it and walks away. A loud explosion stops everything. Runan bolts toward the blast, knowing Raon went that way with the chief. She tells them to arm up and call Keen and the 6th Ground. Burin, Martha, and Runan rush toward the chief's home, calling Raon's name. When they arrive, they find him shielding the chief, badly wounded and gasping. Raon hands the unconscious chief to Burin. He tells them to get him to safety, and they leave immediately. Martha, confused, asks what he means. A crushing energy suddenly hits. Burin can't breathe. Runan feels crushed, and Martha collapses too. The blood-raving demon smiles. Glad to find more victims, Burin sees his armor, ogre-like. He realizes they're facing one of Eden's elite. The demon mocks their weakness, scoffing at Zieghart's name. Raon shouts, asking if he has a death wish. Then he urges his team to hold it together. He warns them to move or be wiped out. He tells them to focus, fight the pressure, and get up. He orders Burin to take the chief and evacuate. Burin accepts and promises to come back fast. Raon tells Martha and Runan to stay back, cover support only. He says don't engage, just observe. He reminds them of Rimmer's words. This is where they push past limits. That time is now. Push through body and mind. The demon likes their fire, but doubts it will help. Raon knows everything rides on him. If he fails, they all fall. He looks for a chance, but it feels like facing an impossible wall, even worse than in his past life. The demon sees Raon ready, but asks if he'll move or just stand. It changes nothing. He says if Raon won't come, he'll go instead. As soon as the demon charges, Raon sees he's even faster than before. He counters using the 10,000 flames cultivation. 10 flames roar out through the revolving sky technique. The demon rushes in, impressed by the power, but he plows through the fire without slowing, forcing Raon to backpedal fast. He blocks, barely stopping the strike. A nearby boulder explodes from the shock. Inside, Raon realizes the ring of fire saved him. Without it, he'd be dead. He thinks of retreating, but he's being watched. They need to see his moves, even if it's a long shot. He attacks again. The demon laughs, enjoying it. He says one punch shouldn't snuff the flames, tells him to keep going. The demon strikes. Raon dodges just in time. Smoke and dust cloud the air. The demon admits Raon's fire is beyond ordinary aura. Now he gets why the green demon lost, which makes that defeat sting more. He says fire's useless and asks if Raon knows why. Raon answers it's the Ogre King armor helmet. Ogres endure fire, walk through flames, and still destroy strongholds. This demon has that power. Fire can't hurt him. The demon mocks him, saying no aura will land. Raon says if fire fails, he'll use something else. He switches to cold aura. The demon freezes, shocked by the sudden shift. Raon's fire was already rare. Now he commands water too. He's stunned that someone so young controls dual aura types with such skill. It makes him question who Raon really is. Raon asks if the demon realizes he'll lose right here. That arrogance grates on the demon. He tells Raon to see how long that pride holds. Not far off, swordsmen spot the clash and sprint toward it. Burin yells, checking if everyone's safe, then stops. Stunned by Raon battling the demon, he sees a cold aura, not flame, and realizes Raon uses both. He wonders when Raon became this strong. Across the land, warriors rank by aura levels. Beginners start with basic aura. As they improve, they become aura users, then experts who channel aura through blades. Burin now sees Raon stands among those experts, wielding sword energy, fighting a top-tier demon. Burin stares in disbelief. Raon, barely at expert level, still holds his ground. Still, he has to admit the power gap is real. Catching Burin's eye, Raon signals silently, something only longtime comrades would get. Burin gets it right away. Raon wants them to strike when there's an opening. Runan and Martha catch on, readying themselves. All three agree without words, they must protect the village, and they believe they can do it with him. Mid-battle, Raon yells for them to unleash everything now. The trio charges the demon's head while he's focused on Raon. They aim to win by their own hands, But the demon reveals he was waiting for this moment. A blast of astral energy sends them flying. Burin senses it instantly. This isn't expert level. This is master tier. The demon mocks them, thanking Rayon for saving him the hassle of hunting them down one by one. He sneers, says Rayon's going to die for not knowing his place. Rayon shouts he's not the only one who's waited. He pours his killer instinct from his assassin life, blending it with frost into the 10,000 Flames sword art. He focuses it all on one deadly point. His blade pierces the demon's chest. The demon drops to his knees. Then he rises, grabbing the sword stuck in him. Shocked, he asks if Rayon timed the strike for his weakest moment. Admitting one slip would have meant death. With a heavy punch, he sends Rayon flying. Then he breaks the sword barehanded, saying Rayon's too weak to cross the gap. Rayon thinks even striking at the lowest aura point wasn't enough to break through. The demon used hardened muscle to block it, a clear sign of a master. Rayon scans the battlefield. The plan has failed. As top trainee, he orders all Sieghart swordsmen to fall back. They can't win now, focus on evacuating the villagers. He suddenly yells at Burin, saying, "This isn't how Sieghart swordsmen should die." He commands them to retreat, escape the blood-raving demon. The team obeys. Burin takes charge of the evac. While running, Runan calls to Rayon, begging him not to die. He answers with steady resolve. The demon mocks him, asking if he really thinks they'll escape, or if Rayon believes he can hold him alone. Rayon calls out to Wrath, offering a deal. Wrath, thrilled at the chance, laughs, saying it sounds more like a last request, then asks about the wager. Rayon leaves the result up to fate, whether he dies or wins. Wrath mocks him, doubting victory. Rayon admits it's nearly hopeless. That's why he needs Wrath. In return for healing, Rayon offers to endure Wrath's rage. Wrath figures Rayon's doomed anyway, and agrees, flooding him with fury. The pain hits hard as Wrath's power surges through him. Nearby, the demon watches, stunned by Rayon's sudden recovery. It makes no sense. He didn't drink ogre blood. This defies logic. Rayon just reminds him he already said he didn't need to explain. With strength back, he vows to hold the demon off till dawn. Burin shouts for everyone to move, help the injured, and hurry. They're out of time. Two trainees whisper, unsure if they'll make it. Martha hears them and snaps, saying Rayon stayed behind to save them, even injured. Then she explodes at the officer, demanding action instead of silence. Burin takes control, urging speed. He tells them Krine went for reinforcements. Just then, he spots a monster, and someone panics, asking if it's an ogre. Burin wonders too, confused why such a beast is here. Then Martha sees another one approaching. They realize they're surrounded. Someone says ogres are flanking them. Shocked it's even possible, Martha recalls Eden's monster control. She says, this must be why the demon didn't chase Rayon. He set this trap early. One trainee loses hope, certain they're finished. Burin refuses to give up. He says Rayon is still fighting alone. They can't fall here. Martha agrees. They must evacuate fast, then return to help Rayon. Burin nods. Helping others escape is how they honor their comrade. The three rush toward the monsters. Then, a strange gust strikes the ogres. Burin instantly knows where it came from. Back on the battlefield, the demon mocks Rayon. He calls him a stubborn insect, telling him to give up. Rayon leans on a rock, his broken arm useless, thinking of cutting it off just to keep going. He pauses, asking himself why he's enduring this pain. Pain worse than any he felt in his past life. Back then, he'd have run. He sees Sylvia in his mind. She wanted him to be a proud swordsman like Sieghart. Her embrace gives him strength. He realizes it's her voice, and the memories with his teammates that push him forward. He thinks of Runan, quiet but kind. Burin, who changed from twisted to loyal. Martha, loud but unshakable. He admits they've become precious. He wants to protect them as true Sieghart swordsmen. As he rises, Wrath appears, calling him foolish for lasting this long. He asks if Rayon bought enough time. Rayon nods. Wrath explodes, accusing him of underestimating the price. He asks if Rayon really thinks he can beat the demon, catch up with his team, and survive when he can barely stand. Wrath warns he'll survive the possession, but never return if he gives in. As more wrath floods him, the pain overwhelms. Rayon collapses, screaming in agony. The demon sees his fall and says, Rayon's done. He has a great idea. He'll kill Rayon's friends first, save him for last. He wants Rayon to watch each of them die. But Rayon, through the pain, refuses. Gritting his teeth, he blocks the demon's path to buy time as the demon turns to leave. Rayon stands tall and yells his name, declares he's the heir of Glen, king of northern destruction, future strongest swordsman. Swears the demon won't leave while his heart still beats. The demon, surprised, praises his spirit, and promises to remember the name. He moves in to strike. Rayon knows he can't dodge. He's spent. He shuts his eyes when a sharp wind suddenly stops the attack. Rimmer appears, blocking the blow. Rayon mutters that Rimmer's late. Rimmer apologizes, saying he overslept, then tells Raon to leave the rest to him. The demons recognize him instantly. Sieghart's sword of light. Rimmer greets them, saying it's been a while. The blood-raving demon demands to know why he's here. Rimmer says he won't let trash stomp on their future swordsman. The demon laughs, saying sending Rimmer proves Sieghart's gone soft. The fight begins. The demon notes even now Rimmer struggles to deflect, wonders if he's truly crippled. Rimmer laughs, says those are just rumors. Demons always get the news late. He retired long ago. The demon accuses him of bluffing, says his sword once held death. Now it's like wind, too weak to kill. They clash hard. Rimmer pressures the demon, while mocking him as a wild beast. Raon watches, studying how Rimmer flows between strikes and counters like wind itself. He sees Rimmer's feints are perfect, even using astral power, but wonders why it's taking so long. He suspects Rimmer's dragging this out on purpose, showcasing his swordplay. If true, Raon thinks he's lost his mind. During the clash, Rimmer asks why the demon can't beat him even now, and warns he might lose that helmet. The demon roars in rage. He shouts at him to stop joking and fight seriously. Rimmer says it's getting harder to hold back. Time to wrap it up. His lesson's gone too far. He calls to Raon. He tells him to watch closely. This is Sieghart's blade, the path Raon must walk. Swordfield takes shape, then silence breaks at its center. The demon eyes the storm swirling around Rimmer, realizing escape is blocked by that crushing aura. He locks in. His only choice now is to charge through. Leaping forward, he yells for Rimmer to be destroyed. Rimmer surges to meet him in midair. Both launch forward, but Rimmer outpaces him, blades smashing. A huge smoke blast bursts into the sky. As it clears, the demon concedes. Rimmer funneled their auras, wind, and power into one sword. But he questions how Rimmer, not Sieghart, formed this field. Rimmer says it's no true sword field, just nature's force channeled through elven power. The demon mutters, even a dying tiger still bites. Looking away, he regrets sparing Raon, wishing he'd killed him before. That mistake, he admits, might ruin their mission. Rimmer cuts in, he won't let anyone harm their young lord. The demon nods, saying Raon shows royal strength, but warns Rimmer Eden's warrior matches that power for now. With that, he bows to Sieghart's sword of light, then collapses from Rimmer's final strike. Rimmer sheaths his sword, glancing at Raon, asking if he watched closely. This is what he must learn, Sieghart's own sword field. Not like a mage's mana-drawn barrier. A sword field grows from spirit and aura, forged by life, goals, and pain, Rimmer assures him. As Sieghart blood, it'll be his someday. Until then, Raon must train harder, learn more. Rimmer wonders if Runen, Martha, and Borin saw it too. The trio runs up, relieved that Raon's unharmed. Martha exhales in relief, while Byrne grins wide, glad he's alive. Rimmer watches them, knowing too well how hard it is to fake strength. Those outside Sieghart must pour their heart and soul into sword fields, even giving up years of life. Rimmer's energy center shattered, wielding one now cuts deep, but he feels no sorrow. What he witnessed when Raon stepped onto the field late proved to him a new king was born. That moment, he pledged himself to serve Raon. Since his injury, Rimmer drifted without meaning, but these young warriors gave him a path again, so he welcomes spending his last years for them. He only hopes he lives long enough to see Raon crowned Sieghart's next heir. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, Lord Glenn, Raon's grandfather, checks if the rumors of Raon battling Eden's demon are true. Rimmer expected this, rushed over just to see Glenn's stunned face. He says it was worth it. Glenn tells him to stop stalling. Rimmer says even he struggles to believe it, but he saw everything and swears it's real. Not just him, trainees from both training grounds and Cebu's people all watched Raon face the demon alone. Glenn says such a demon rivals a sword master. If true, what was the price? Rimmer says most were lightly hurt. Raon took the worst of it, yet he lived long enough for Rimmer to arrive. Glenn asks if Rimmer expects him to accept that blindly. Rimmer admits it sounds absurd, yet says Glenn will understand once he sees Raon reach sword expert level. Adding Raon endured a demon wielding the master's power. He says using Elvrin sap on Raon was worth it. Glenn flinches, calling the sap of the Second World Tree priceless. Rimmer insists Raon earned that honor after what he did. Glenn comments it feels like favoritism, and Rimmer exhales. He clarifies he only wants Raon and the others to grow. Glenn nods slowly, then orders Lowen to gather every division leader for a meeting when the trainees return, and Lowen accepts. Unexpectedly, Glenn praises Rimmer's effort. Rimmer brightens, stepping closer, thinking it has been 20 years since hearing praise, but Glenn stops him, saying his reckless behavior cost him more compliments. Glenn asks when the trainees will arrive, and Rimmer says they are almost back. Then orders Lowen to gather every division leader for a meeting when the trainees return, and Lowen accepts. Unexpectedly, Glenn praises Rimmer's effort. Rimmer brightens, stepping closer, thinking it has been 20 years since hearing praise, but Glenn stops him, saying his reckless behavior cost him more compliments. Glenn asks when the trainees will arrive, and Rimmer says they are almost back. Outside Sieghart Palace, Raon reflects that the Cebu mission ended successfully. Though Eden's meddling caused heavy damage, they stayed longer to repair the village, and with Artaxerxes gone, he rested in the chief's house to heal his injuries. When he woke, he checked the reward from his bet with Wrath. Wrath tried canceling it, arguing that Rimmer killed the demon, not Raon. Still, the earned stats felt satisfying, even as Wrath raged, especially the Iron Will trait Raon gained, which the system said appears when most needed, frustrating Wrath further. Wrath muttered that without Iron Will, he would have already controlled Raon. He grumbled for Raon to relax, saying there is plenty of time. His strength returns faster now, and he already planted the seed of Wrath, admitting Raon grows fast for a human, but claiming he will eventually win, taking Raon's body and soul. And once he succeeds, Raon will remain trapped under the glacier forever. In front of the palace, the trainees stand in formation. Sieghart's external commander, Il-Yun, greets them and welcomes them home. Dorian whispers about wanting rest, Runan mumbles about beet ice cream, and Martha says she thought she would die. Burin says, at least they returned, and the commander agrees, but mentions one last duty. He guides them toward the Lord's manor. Inside, the trainees kneel before Lord Glenn to give their greetings. Murmurs spread, wondering if Raon truly defeated the Green War Demon and survived the Blood-Raving Demon, even though he appears only at an advanced sword user level. Bowing before Glenn, Raon thinks he felt uneasy at first, but now sees this as a rare chance with every executive gathered. He knows he gained much from this mission, and tougher fights will come, so he must grow stronger. With squad leaders, division heads, and direct lineage masters present, Glenn shows how serious this incident is. Glenn always separates personal feelings from duty and rewards merit, making this moment ideal to show their results and earn new martial arts. Lord Glenn calls out Raon, saying he heard Raon was central to the mission, and demands a full report. Raon obeys. He recounts how a strange gaze in Cebu led to an ambush on the Green War Demon, while he searched for the Goblin King's magic stone. He explains that after the first fight, the Blood-Raving Demon appeared, and he volunteered as bait to protect the trainees. Suddenly, Karun cuts in, shouting at Raon and accusing him of lying. He asks if Glenn can truly accept such a claim, saying even the Green War Demon alone could have wiped out teenagers, let alone the Blood-Raving Demon. On cue, Raon tells Dorian to show the proof. Dorian steps forward and lays down both demon helmets before Glenn. Gasps ripple through the court as the truth hits. Raon asks Glenn for permission to draw his sword and gets it. He unsheathes his blade. Flames wrap around the steel. The court stares, stunned by the real aura blade. Whispers stir, recalling Raon's weak mana a decade ago. Now his strength makes sense. Raon faces the royal and calmly asks if that's enough. Jealous and bitter, the royal admits Raon proved his rank in victories. Glenn speaks, praising Raon and the top trainees from both training grounds. Later, Raon recalls how Glenn's rare praise stunned the whole manor. He'd never said excellent before. Even the hardest feats got a mere good job. A few trainees fought back tears, stunned by the moment. After his report, Raon handed over the magic stone and revealed Eden's plan. The others received bronze tablets, while Raon earned silver before the ceremony closed. Leaving the court, Raon wonders if he expected too much. No new technique, no special gift for uncovering Eden's scheme. Suddenly, Wrath appears, complaining Raon got nothing even after revealing key info. He gripes that giving Glenn the 10,000 flames made him hopeful. Now, he regrets it. As Raon walks, Loan approaches and asks to talk. Raon's confused, but Loan quietly says to visit the annex at midnight. He wonders why. Loen reveals the head of house summoned him, saying it's time for his second reward. Returning home, Raon's arrival is reported by Helen to Lady Sylvia. His mother rushes out, happy to see him. Sylvia heard of the Eden fight and checks if he's alright. He tells her he's fine and healing well. She hugs him, apologizing for telling him to act like a Sieghart. Sylvia says she only spoke out of fear, knowing he fought alone against demons. Raon tells her words gave him strength, not pressure. He admits when the Blood-Raving Demon showed up, he wanted to flee, and even thought about sacrificing others. But her voice echoed, pushing him to act like a Sieghart. That reminder helped him stand firm. He says he stands today, sword in hand, because of her. Surprised, he sees both Sylvia and Helen crying. Helen wonders when he grew so strong. Raon asks why they're crying. That night, he asks Judiel if anything strange happened. She says the Central Martial Palace recalled her, likely planning to erase her. Raon thinks it's punishment for hiding his promotion and the court incident. He won't let her die, not after saving her. He tells her to follow his orders if she wants to live. Judiel blinks in shock. He instructs her to write to the palace, claiming she's now his maid due to Sylvia's health concerns. It'll ease their doubts, he adds. If they seem suspicious, tell them only Glenn and Rimmer know he's healed. That should keep her safe. He orders her to send it now and stay calm. She nods. Wrath appears, mocking every move, asking why Raon keeps such a weak spy. Raon replies, Judiel is useful, a perfect trap for Karun. He won't discard her like he once was. With that done, he turns to his final task. That night, Raon enters the court, greeting Lord Glen, saying he came as called. Glen cuts straight in, asking what footwork Raon used most. Raon pauses, then says he believes footwork decides everything, so he relied on river steps, the basic form. Glen nods, saying it works even at high levels, but won't hold up against true power. He declares that, for uncovering Eden's plan, he'll personally teach Raon a new footwork. Raon freezes, stunned. Glen would train him himself. Glen rises, telling him to watch closely. He'll only show it once. As he moves, fire curls around his feet and limbs. Raon watches in awe, realizing this is the continent's strongest swordmaster in motion. Glen's steps are sharp and fluid, slow yet fast, soft yet heavy. The movements feel endless, like they could lead anywhere. In a blink, it ends, flawless and unreadable. Glen names the technique, the Supreme Harmony Steps. The system tells Raon the Ring of Fire recorded the move perfectly, boosting his learning of the first step. Glen asks if Raon caught it. He admits he only followed the first move. Glen accepts that and says they're finished. Sitting back, Glen reminds him this was the reward. Learning it is his task now. Raon asks to leave. Afterward, Lowen says he didn't expect Glen to pass down the Supreme Harmony Steps. He doubts if Raon can handle such a hard technique. Glen answers that Raon already caught the heavenly advance just from one look. That step forms the base and nearly half the technique. He adds that Raon might not see it yet, but he'll get there. In the garden, days later, Raon trains hard. With system help, progress is steady, but it's not mastered. Wrath mocks him, saying weaklings can't learn that. Raon believes a bit more effort will do it. While practicing, Sylvia yells at him to stop. Raon wonders how she moves so fast. She scolds him, reminding him he promised no training until healed. He gives in, thinking she's scarier than a demon king. Sylvia's constant pressure forces him to stop training. She warns if she catches him again, he'll regret it. Even sneaking out fails. Helen and the maids watch like hawks. In time, he notices the maids seem to enjoy this duty. Still, he admits resting now and then feels good. Suddenly, a maid runs over, saying something's wrong. Raiden Sieghart is here. Raon wonders why, since Raiden is Baldur's son, Glen's fourth. He asks why Raiden came to the annex. The maid says they don't know, but Raiden got violent with Sylvia and the maids right after arriving. At the gate, Raiden barks at Sylvia, angry the garden wasn't cleaned. She calmly says no letter ever came. Offended, Raiden snaps, asking if she's blaming his butler or calling him a liar. She says no and offers to tidy the place. She quickly gathers her maids to clean everything herself. Raiden fumes inside, thinking the house should revolve around him, especially after destroying a white blood cult branch. Yet, no one cares. All eyes are on that boy, Raon. How could someone outside the main line steal his glory? Rage rising, Raiden barks at Sylvia to hurry, then spits on her hand. Hurry. Then he spits on her hand. Helen speaks up, saying his actions cross the line, even for direct blood. Raiden mocks her, then hits her so hard she drops. He says he's a direct heir and her master, free to kill her and walk away. Yet she dared to defy him. Judiel appears, warning Sylvia to be cautious. She moves to shield her from harm. Raiden lifts his foot to strike, but Raon arrives, sword drawn. Raiden sees him, thinking the timing is perfect. He points at the blade, asking if Raon really plans to use that weapon, then tells him to sheath it and stay quiet. Then he tells him to sheath it and stay quiet. Raiden names himself, son of Baldur Sieghart and ruler of the true martial palace. Raon ignores it, fury rising, and aims for Raiden's neck. Raiden's servant blocks with his blade. Raiden swears at Raon, but Raon punches the servant, sending him flying. Raiden demands if he knows who he's striking. Raon replies, calling him a trespasser, stealing into his house. Raiden, shaken, claims he's the true heir. Raon kicks him hard in the gut. Raiden crumples, calls Raon a bastard, and promises revenge. Raon says he's no servant, and this annex isn't Raiden's. It belongs to him and his family. Raon moves in to end it, but Raquel appears, telling him to stop. Raon recognizes the Heavenly Blade Division uniform, stunned that one of Glen's elite swordsmen is here. Raiden shouts for Raquel to cut Raon down for touching a direct descendant. Raquel says he only takes orders from the head and tells Raiden to back off. Raiden snaps, calling him a dog in uniform. His butler urges him to retreat, saying clashing with the Heavenly Blade is unwise. Gritting his teeth, Raiden agrees to leave. He warns Raon, swearing he'll suffer humiliation, worse than death. Afterward, Helen blames herself. Sylvia thanks her, saying she did nothing wrong. Sylvia says she'll handle the matter, but Raon steps in. He says he'll take care of it, and asks them to trust him. Later, Raon and Raiden kneel before Glen, who tells them to rise. Glenn says he heard about the incident. Raiden claims he sent word to visit Raon, but was ignored and unwelcome. He accuses Raon of attacking him and his servant, saying he could have died. Raon watches, thinking Raiden acts better than he fights, not like Judiel described. Raon tells Glenn Raiden's lying, recalling his face twisted with rage. Furious, Raiden grabs Raon's collar and hurls insults in front of Glenn. Lowen steps in fast, telling Raiden to stop and remember where he stands. Glenn, seeing the clash, calls for a witness. Rakael enters, greets Glenn, and confirms he's from the Heavenly Blade Division. Glenn asks for his report. Rakael states clearly that, to his knowledge, no letter ever arrived from Raiden. Lady Sylvia was in the garden with her maids when Raiden suddenly showed up. Raon expected Rakael to defend Raiden, but instead, the swordsman simply spoke the truth. After hearing it all, Glenn scolds Raiden. He questions if Raiden really dared to lie before him. Raiden insists the problem is that a collateral attacked a direct heir, breaking house order. Glenn agrees it's serious, but says both sides are guilty and will be punished. Raiden objects, saying a light sentence won't do. Raon cuts in, accepting any punishment but says one thing must come first. Glenn asks what that is. Raon says Raiden insulted his mother and beat their maids, and hasn't answered for it. Glenn repeats both caused trouble and were too loud from the start. He reminds them where they stand. Raiden, feeling pressure, says he can barely breathe. Raon says that's why he seeks justice. He recalls Glenn's words, that this is a house of swordsmen, and asks for a duel. Glenn says it might be amusing, and gives his approval. The duel will be held in 1 week, at the Great Training Ground. Raiden stands before Balder, who asks if the duel is real. Raiden confirms, saying Raon challenged him in front of Glenn. The stakes are set. If Raiden wins, Raon's energy center breaks. If he loses, he and his butler must apologize, and the martial palace stays away. Balder scoffs, saying Raon is still Sylvia's son, not true Zeegart blood. He tells Raiden to show what lineage means. Raiden tells him not to worry. Last time he was unarmed. This time, Raon is no threat. He's an intermediate expert now. Pleased, Balder warns not to go overboard and kill him. A death would ruin the duel's purpose. He advises crippling Raon cut the wrist tendons, end his sword path. Raiden agrees. At the annex, Sylvia and Helen watch Raon train. Worried, Helen says the duel is set, and asks if they should really do nothing. She adds Raiden's far ahead in skill, and maybe they should stop this while they can. Sylvia admits it's dangerous and says things got worse because Raon lost control. She also points out Balder's flexible sword style is unpredictable, with too many openings to counter. Still, she tells Helen to trust him. Helen asks if she truly believes that. Sylvia says she's scared too, but thinks Raon has a reason for asking them to trust him. From this point on, she chooses to believe in him. While Raon trains, Judiel brings him food. She hands over sandwiches, telling him to eat slowly or his stomach will hurt. He thanks her, noticing a book placed beside the food. Inside is detailed info on Raiden's flexible sword style, made simple to read. He's stunned. Judiel gathered and organized all of this in one day. He remembers her shielding Sylvia, and now bringing him this without being asked. He feels deeply grateful to her. Time moves on. Both sides sharpen their blades in silence. The duel day arrives. The whole house watches as the two step onto the field. Raiden says he's waited for this and can't wait to crush Raon. He vows to break him so badly he'll never touch a sword again. The referee calls them forward. Raiden grins, eager to see Raon's face after defeat. Raon fires back, asking if Raiden will even get that chance. Drums pound. The duel begins. Raiden charges, shouting that bluffing won't save Raon now. But Raon vanishes. He's already behind, blade touching Raiden's shoulder. Raiden, stunned, demands when Raon got there. Raon says today Raiden dies 8 times, then drops the sword and throws a brutal punch. That launches Raiden across the arena. Blood drips. Raiden can't grasp what happened. He didn't even see Raon move. Raon commands him to get up. He repeats, 8 defeats. This one's for lying about the letter. Raiden stands, swearing vengeance. He says Raon will regret sparing him, but again, Raon vanishes. This time, he's on Raiden's left, striking his jaw with the hilt, saying it's for spitting on his mother's flower. Another hit lands for stomping that flower, then one more for hitting Helen. On the ground, Raiden can't believe it. Raon only uses star-connecting sword and river footwork, and he's still a novice expert below him. Yet, Raiden keeps losing and doesn't know why. Watching, Helen realizes Raon could have ended this with one strike. But he's not just winning, he's making Raiden pay, hit by hit. She thinks in this house where blood defines worth, even servants are being avenged by someone defying that rule. Sylvia watches, heart full, as her son wins. She recalls how her father chased strength, turning the house cold, and how she always felt like an outsider. In the end, she ran, instead of standing firm. Now, Raon shows what it means to fight instead of to flee. The duel rages on, and Raon advances. Throwing Raiden down again, Sylvia sees her son living proof that growth means facing pain, not avoiding it. The referee declares Raiden unable to continue. Ryan wins. With the victory confirmed, Balder explodes, yelling at his son for this disgrace. In the stands, Rimmer laughs, reminding everyone he called it. Ryan's friends, Dorian, Martha, Buren, and Runan cheer. Lowen tells Glenn this is the first time he's seen the whole house support a collateral like this. Glenn nods. He says the support was surprising, but the fight itself shocked him more. Though still growing, Ryan pulled off the Supreme Harmony steps. Glenn had forged it after overcoming darkness. Most fail in a lifetime, but Ryan used it in just 2 weeks. Glenn notes how quickly the boy became loved. In the arena, the crowd chants Ryan's name. Glenn reflects, once obsessed with strength, that this house now values only power, something age can't change. Yet he wonders if a boy born outside the main line, who's known injustice, might one day change that. Glenn stands, stating that the duel is done, and the terms must be upheld. He tells Lowen to slash the Marshall Palace's budget, use any excuse. Lowen laughs, saying he understands. Under Glenn's watch, the duel's outcome is enforced. Raiden kneels and apologizes to Sylvia and the maids in front of all. The Marshall Palace is ordered to never approach the annex again. The maids, finally at ease, cry with relief and joy. They walk home in peace. Later, Sylvia asks her son when he got so strong, saying she's still shocked. Rayan, flustered, tells her to stop clinging. Nearby, a girl with a ponytail says, Rayan seems like a normal boy now, his energy much softer. Another girl says, maybe Rimmer wasn't exaggerating about him surviving the blood-raving demon. A man agrees, saying Rayan's skill was beyond talent. The first girl adds, he'd fit well in her division. The man insists he'll recruit Rayan to Black Tiger after graduation. The girl warns him not to get ahead of himself. A gray-haired woman notes that the 5th training ground will soon graduate. And when they do, it's time to pick their division. Rayan shines, but he's not the only star in their group. Martha, Buren, and Runan all have the strength to excel anywhere. The division draft will be one to watch. That night, Judiel visits and asks if Rayan had this duel planned from the start. He admits he did and believed he'd win. She says he's terrifying, but also deeply kind. Rayan looks surprised. She thanks him, remembering how he saved her from Karun, then tells him to rest well and leaves. Staring out, Rayan thinks Judiel looked sincere. The way she shielded Sylvia confirms her feelings. He decides it's safe to tell her his earlier fury was an act. Later, at the royal palace, Rimmer greets Glenn, flashing gold rings on his fingers. Glenn and Lone both eye him suspiciously. Glenn asks about the rings. Rimmer grins, saying he won a bet against the Marshall Palace, thanks to Rayan. He also got elixirs for the 5th training ground. Glenn jokes, asking if he's confessing to robbing his own son. Glenn sips tea and says Rimmer didn't come just to brag, get to it. Rimmer says he has a proposal. Glenn raises a brow, saying Rimmer already handles all training. Rimmer says it's not about training, it's about the graduation exam. Glenn asks him to explain. Rimmer says the current test needs instructor approval or a spar. But these kids have fought Owen's Knights and survived real battle. They've faced far worse than any normal exam, so he believes they need something more. Glenn asks what he has in mind. Rimmer proposes a survival exam. The trainees must survive outside, no aid, no Sieghart name. Even as novices, they must reach higher. Glenn weighs the idea. Then Rimmer says he has changed. Rimmer blinks, asking what he means. Glenn says ever since losing his energy center and leaving battle, Rimmer always looked dim. But after meeting the 5th training ground, that fire is back, just like the kids. Rimmer blushes, saying it's embarrassing. Lowen agrees, he does seem brighter. Rimmer says he's found his true skill teaching, not just swords, maybe even raising the next heir. Glenn asks if he means Rayan. Rimmer says it could be Buren, Martha, or Runan. Glenn tells him to submit the exam plan in a week. If not, this chat never happened. Rimmer replies, it's already done. At the great training ground, a trainee wonders where Rimmer is. Another jokes he's always late, probably just stumbled out of a tavern. Suddenly, Rimmer bursts in, saying he was late from visiting an orphanage. Dorian mutters he should lie better. Rimmer insists it's true. Still, today's announcement matters most. He's made his decision. Their graduation exam begins soon. They can't stay trainees forever. Normally, it's sparring or instructor approval, but this year changes everything. Someone asks what that means. Rimmer reminds them. They've faced Owen's Knights, real battle, even Eden's ambush. So this time, they'll face the world and learn its true size. The theme is survival. In 1 month, they'll drop their title, carry only one sword, and survive across the land. For those afraid, there's another path. Runan asks Rayan if he'll go. He nods. She says she'll do it too. Dorian joins, trusting Rimmer's judgment. Martha grins survival is her normal. Rimmer is shocked they all agree so fast, especially Rayan. He wonders if they know the risks. He singles Rayan out, aware others follow his lead. Raon calmly says he knows it won't be easy, but he trusts Rimmer wouldn't give them anything they can't handle. Rimmer praises him, but warns he won't show mercy. Then he announces their test locations. Burin goes to Levine Desert, Martha to Cyan Canyon, Runan to Catan Jungle, and Raon to Haben Castle. Raon instantly recalls what that place is. Rimmer explains monsters attack daily from sea and mountain. It's called the Hellish Battlefield. No time to rest. Especially for Raon, Rimmer looks right at him. He tells them to prepare. They have 1 month. Later, Raon trains hard in the palace garden. Sylvia and Helen watch. Helen worries. He barely sleeps, pushing himself too far. She wishes he'd refuse. Haben Castle is too dangerous. Sylvia agrees, it's risky, but also a rare chance. Since that's his exam site, he must reach peak condition. She decides to support him quietly, letting him focus. Raon feels the weight from a week of non-stop training, yet still thinks he hasn't done enough. The beasts at Haben Castle have thick skin and massive bodies hard to cut. Sieghart's swordplay balances attack and defense, but there, he'll be on the back foot. He has 10,000 flames, but its high aura use makes long fights dangerous. The Ring of Fire helped him, but he knows it won't carry him forever. With 3 weeks left, Raon decides he needs more information on Haben Castle, and a new offensive move to close his current gaps. He chooses to invest in himself. Soon after, Raon faces Lord Glenn, who asks if he'll really spend silver tablets on a sword skill. Raon says yes. Glenn says it's his choice, though he expected Raon to restore Sylvia's status instead. Raon admits he planned to, but after Cebu and the duel, he saw his deeds earned silver, not gold. Remembering Glenn's words, he realizes only gold tablets can restore her standing. Rather than stack silver, he'll grow stronger now and earn gold later. Glenn agrees. That's the right mindset for Haben Castle. He tosses a book to Raon, saying he can swap it if he's unsure. The title Fangs of Insanity grabs Raon's attention. If Glenn chose it, it must work. He accepts it, and Glenn wishes him luck. As Raon turns to leave, Glenn stops him, knowing what Haben Castle is. He asks if Raon felt fear. Why didn't he reject the challenge? Raon says he learned something after the Eden fight. Glenn wants to hear it. Raon says surviving a real life or death moment gave him growth beyond a year of training. Real strength comes from pressure, and he trusts Rimmer wouldn't send them somewhere they couldn't handle. It'll be hard, but worth it. Glenn offers one last tip. Swordsmanship has many forms. Expand your view. Raon thanks him for the insight. Suddenly, Rimmer pops out from behind Glenn's chair. He says this is why he likes Raon so much. He gets it. Unlike Burin or the sharp-tongued Martha, Glenn calls him a lousy teacher for mocking his own students, and he is shocked he let Raon take Fangs of Insanity, a technique equal to gold. Rimmer jokes that Glenn's just too soft on his grandson. Glenn groans that he talks too much. Rimmer claims he's been quieter lately. Still, he admits it's a brutal style and wonders if Raon can handle it, but he's passed the book over. The rest is up to Raon. He notes that despite Glenn's scolding, he gave Raon good advice. That's a grandpa's love. Glenn says, if Rimmer can talk so much, he must be healed and ready for a beating. Rimmer panics, saying he's still injured. Glenn doesn't care and prepares to strike. Outside, Raon hears a loud slap and flinches. Later, he sits on his bed, flipping through the book, wondering if it's worth the silver tablet. Fangs of Insanity, as the name suggests, is instinct-driven. Pure aggression, always aiming for the kill. It can't be learned in theory, only through combat. So, Raon kept sparring until the last day, chasing mastery before the exam. When no one else could stand, Raon began to grasp the true nature of the Fangs of Insanity, right before departure. The night before the test, after intense training, Raon sits as Judiel wraps his bruises. She asks why he's hurt more often, says he's overdoing it, especially with the exam tomorrow. Sylvia would worry if she knew. He admits non-stop duels helped him grasp the technique. She asks if that's why he keeps relying on her. He nods. As he gets ready to leave, Raon says there's something he must confess. Judiel listens. He admits he lied about feeding her a rage worm. He wonders if she already suspected. She replies she wasn't certain but had doubts. At first, she fully believed it was real. Fear and the urge to survive kept her from questioning it. But the annex changed her. Raon treated her like a person, never asked for anything. He even gave her a way to avoid the Central Palace's suspicion. Watching him shield Sylvia, she sees the truth in his eyes. Judiel started thinking it was just a shield. She wasn't sure until now. Raon asks why she told him all that. She says he's changed her, just as she's been watching him change. He always wore a mask, but now she sees who he is underneath. When Raiden attacked in the annex, she was ready to defend Sylvia and Helen. Seeing the intel on Haben Castle, which she had gathered, made her want to do more. Raon thanks her. She begins to speak of her brother. They were split when sold. She doesn't know where he is, or if he's alive. She followed orders, hoping it'd lead to him. Her voice trembles as she says sorry. Raon promises to find her brother. As long as Karun chases him, they'll cross paths again. If he lives, he'll help her find him. Judiel asks a question. Rayon agrees. She wants to know why he told her the truth. What if she had betrayed him? He says he believed she wouldn't. She calls that foolish, but he just asks what she'll do now. She says she'll follow him and wants him to ask her anything. Rayon leaves the annex in her hands and tells her he trusts her. Night fades, morning comes. The exam begins. Rimmer gathers the trainees. They must survive a year alone and return. Those who make it back will rise. Rimmer calls on the top trainee to speak, though Rayon never liked that part. Still, Rayon steps forward. He says warriors who live through their first battle become hard to kill. They survived theirs. Pushed to the edge, they endured, they'll keep enduring, grow stronger, and return, carrying the 5th ground's pride. He ends with a cry to survive, fight, and move out. Rimmer watches from the rear. He's always known Rayon was different. Not just in skill, but a clear mind, deep heart, and tireless will. Their final spar echoes in his thoughts. Rayon even pulled off fangs of insanity, shocking Rimmer again. Rimmer had agreed only because Rayon had beaten everyone else. In the end, he got hurt instead, shaking his head with a grin. He silently urges Rayon to return alive, to witness a king rise. The trainees salute the head instructor, offering thanks to Rimmer. He tells them to leave, grow stronger, then come back. Dorian tells Rayon he'll work hard this year, so don't let him down. Martha agrees, says he owes her. If he dies, she'll chase him down. Rayon wonders if his friends ever just speak plainly. Runan silently hands him a snack. Beet ice cream. He's caught off guard, asks if she's sure. She nods, says she has more, and wishes him well before walking off. Rayon turns for his last goodbyes, and sees Dorian sitting nearby. He tells him it's time, but Dorian complains, asking why he has to go to Haven Castle. Rayon says there's another stop first. Dragging him along, he says they're headed to Chameleon to get better gear. In Chameleon's market, they push through crowds, searching non-stop for supplies. The place is packed with goods, but nothing matches what Rayon seeks. Maybe the real items are underground. Dorian breaks the silence, asks what Raon's even looking for, says they've walked forever, gestures to a shop, wonders if they're entering. Raon asks if Dorian knows about the black market. He nods. Raon asks how he found out, this being his first visit. Dorian grins, says he might not look it, but he comes from a merchant family. That explains Dorian's behavior. Raon had sensed it but never guessed his roots. Now that it's out, Raon doesn't hold back. After a pause, he suggests they go now. Dorian says they need a secret path in. Asks if Rayon knows the way. Raon remembers hearing about it from Rimmer. Dorian nods, surprised there's a casino down there, but Rimmer would know. They slip through the hidden entrance together. Inside, the black market stretches wide beneath Cameloon. Dorian stares, shocked by how clean and massive it is. Cleaner than the surface market. He wonders if Raon will find it here. Raon says to check the auction listings. They sit on a bench. Rayon flips through pages. Found it. The black butterfly. Auction starts tonight. Price begins at 10 gold. Dorian looks at the price. Asks if Raon will buy. Raon says it's too risky, even if they spend all their travel money. They'll need more funds. Raon says they're heading to a pawn shop. He plans to sell gear. An hour passes. Dorian checks on Raon, finds him browsing, not leaving. Raon says there's still time. Maybe something useful lies here. They have a little extra now, but nothing worthwhile. Raon mutters that rare items often get ignored. Waiting for the right hands, with no luck. He says it's time for the auction house. As they walk out, Rayon freezes, spotting a ring that looks strangely familiar. He wonders if it's the first Zygarde leader's ring, recalling a memory tied to 10,000 Flames cultivation. He never thought he'd see it here. He asks the vendor for the price. The seller, impressed, claims it boosts strength, clears the mind, and asks for 5 gold coins. Dorian balks, says the seller's scamming them, clearly bought it with silver. Dorian snaps, says if it really cleared minds, it'd be in a magic shop. Strength? Not even ogre gear level. Plain design. Cracked. Maybe not even gold. Says no one would want it, even free. He counters with 1 gold coin. The merchant, realizing he's caught, agrees. Rayon compliments Dorian's bargaining. Wrath appears, says the ring hides secrets. Also notes Dorian's shift. Raon sees Dorian's a top haggler, though not great at spotting value. Still, a solid deal. Just then, a masked girl and her aide approach. She asks if Raon already paid. He says yes. She offers 10 times the price, says adventurers need gold, tempting him to sell. Dorian is stunned. Even the seller now eyes the ring, wondering if it's rare. Dorian thinks about taking the offer. Raon realizes she knows its true worth. Her words hint it might be worth hundreds. He politely declines. She raises it, 20, 30 times. He stays silent. Even at 50, Raon says no. Says he just doesn't like giving up things once he owns them. Her butler warns him, hints there will be consequences. Raon calmly says status means nothing to him and tells them to back off. The girl's tone turns sharp, demands he hand it over while she's still being polite. Raon notes her sudden shift, guessing she's used to flashing power. She warns him he knows nothing of danger, says those who resist disappear. Unmoved, he says if that's all, he's leaving and walks off. She orders her butler, Sator, to follow, says they're heading to the auction. She's sure Raon wants something there and plans to outbid him. At the auction house, the host introduces the first item. It sells for 70 gold coins. Then comes a monostone and a flame ring. Nothing interests Raon yet. He waits for the black butterfly. At last, the host presents a rare black butterfly that feeds only on monostones. He explains its charm and how hard it is to raise. Bidding opens at 2 gold, jumps to 7 fast. Then Raon bids 13, calm and steady. He hopes the high number scares others off. The masked girl drops a 50 gold bid. The host is stunned, calls it a record. She wins. She tells Sador they're done, says Raon only cared about the butterfly, confirms it was his goal. Dorian watches, says she's not even hiding her hostility now, asks what next, since the butterfly won't appear again soon. Raon says not to stress, tells him to get clothes fit for night travel. Dorian asks why. Raon answers coolly, he's stealing the butterfly back. Dorian freezes. Each top assassin on the continent has a signature: speed, silence, or precision. But in his past life, Sieghart was known as the quietest of them all. Master of the shadowless steps. He once thought he'd never need that skill again, assuming he'd learn the supreme harmony steps instead. But reality proved otherwise. 10 minutes earlier, Dorian gave Raon the night outfit. Raon praises him for getting it fast and asks about the masked woman. Dorian hesitates, making Raon question what's wrong. Finally, Dorian shares that locals say she's Princess Jaina from the Balkar kingdom. Gifted in magic since childhood and skilled at appraising rare items, she's favored by Balkar's king. Dorian says they should wait. She's likely a black market VIP. Raon argues the house still owns the butterfly. The princess hasn't received it yet, so now's the best time. Telling Dorian to wait, Raon takes off, ignoring his protests. He hides near a hallway and confirms it. The butterfly is still outside her room. The auctioneer grumbles nearby about someone paying 50 gold for a useless insect. His buddy tells him to focus on cards. Raon spots the cage. The staff aren't paying attention. He knows butterflies need open cages or they die. Raon spots the cage. The staff aren't paying attention. He knows butterflies need open cages or they die. He understands exactly what to do. The butterfly clings to rich mana, stones, but if it senses 10,000 flames pure mana, it will come on its own. He watches as the butterfly breaks free, flutters, and lands on his hand. Just like that, he's taken it. A guard notices the cage is empty. Another one, deep in his game, needs convincing before panic sets in. The staff scramble. Raon slips away in the chaos. Dorian waits, restless. He knows if Raon's caught, it could start trouble with Balkar. Regret builds fast. Then Raon's voice breaks the silence. Dorian jumps, shocked. Raon's back. Calmly, Raon says he just arrived. Wide-eyed, Dorian realizes he pulled it off. Raon confirms it, holding the pouch, then tells him to head back. On the way, they bump into the masked woman. She stops them, says it's surprising to see him, guesses he must be upset. She offers the butterfly in trade for the ring. She warns him to think it through, says this is his final offer. Raon frowns, annoyed she didn't hear his refusal earlier. She laughs, says he can't see her kindness. Then she threatens him. Suddenly, the auctioneer rushes in, reports the butterfly is gone. Someone stole it. Raon smiles, says she's the one with problems now. The princess quickly suspects Raon. His smug grin and tone match what she knows. She's sure he did it, even if she can't prove it. She calls him a thief and demands if he knows who she is. Raon says he doesn't care. She removes her mask and says she's Princess Jaina of Balkar, warning him to watch his mouth. She orders her butler to handle him. The man charges. Raon doesn't flinch. Status means nothing. Time to show them. He beats the butler fast, leaves him on the ground. Jaina shouts, stunned her butler lost to someone she thinks is beneath her. Just then, Greer steps in. He spots Raon and introduces him as Sieghart's true sword prodigy. He tells the princess that Sieghart serves the Northern King of Destruction. She suddenly remembers that King has blonde hair and red eyes. Just like Raon, she freezes, realizing the truth. Raon turns to her, repeats her insult. He warns her to stop, says her words might count as an insult to Sieghart. He gives her one last out. Apologize. Blame it on youth. She panics, admits she didn't know. He says, if she won't apologize, he'll file an official complaint. She breaks, crying, begging for forgiveness. Raon accepts it, says he wants no trouble as they leave. Greer tells her to act better and not shame her kingdom. Outside, Greer asks if he interrupted. Raon says no, thanks him. Greer says not to worry, he'll handle Jaina. Raon nods in gratitude. Greer asks why Raon's in Cameloon. Raon says it's for his graduation, and he's gathering gear. Greer lights up, asks what he's after. Raon says a new sword. The old one's too worn. Greer points him to a blacksmith in the Western Craft District. He can't come, but we'll introduce him. Raon thanks him. Greer says he'll see him and Owen after the exam. Dorian exhales, shocked. Raon acted so recklessly. Still, he's thankful Greer arrived. Raon says he had a plan, though luck helped. Dorian asks if they're going to the workshop now. Raon says no, he has something personal first. That night, Raon sits quietly. The black butterfly rests on his palm. He whispers, "Time to fulfill your role." The butterfly absorbs mana, but can't digest it. The Teuton flower gathers none. Together, they break their curses. The flower draws in the butterfly's mana and transforms into a top-tier elixir of fire and water. Raon reflects. Few could know this. Only thanks to 10,000 flames does he remember. Suddenly, the system alerts him. A frost curse weakens. His core and mana flow toughen. Strength and will rise. All stats increase. After drinking the elixir, his status improves across the board. Morning comes. Raon tells Dorian it's time to go. Dorian notices. Something's changed. Raon's energy feels different. Stronger. He's stunned, unsure what happened. Dorian admits he once wondered how Raon trained so hard, despite being mocked by even noble heirs. But now, he sees Raon as the one who best represents Sieghart in the 5th ground. That's why the scattered trainees still follow him. Dorian believes Raon might even help solve his family's burdens, but that's not his only reason for staying. He drifts into thought, until Raon calls out, asking what he's doing. Says once they get the sword, they move. Dorian better keep up. Dorian decides to grow stronger, staying close. As long as he stays with Raon, things will work out. He agrees to go. Raon says he'll fix his sword form on the road. Dorian isn't sure that's wise. They reach a quiet workshop and introduce themselves under Sir Greer's name. The blacksmith asks if they mean Owen, 3rd prince. Raon confirms, saying Prince Greer sent them here. At first doubtful, the blacksmith's eyes widen as he studies Raon. The boy may look young, but his presence cuts deeper than Greer's. He senses something different, asks if Raon is a Sieghart. Dorian is stunned, he guessed it. Wrath appears, saying this is a real blacksmith, someone who sees truth. Raon tells him to stop talking. The old man says he's met many swordsmen, but none like Raon. After a pause, Raon introduces himself. Dorian follows. The blacksmith shares his name, Kuberad, says he's just an old man still swinging a hammer. Raon recognizes the name, Kuberad Jatan, the famed smith behind many legendary weapons in Owen and Balkar. Raon never thought he'd meet him here in such a hidden place. Kuberad asks why they came. Raon says he needs a sword for travel. Kuberad asks if he's making one. Raon says he isn't even a swordsman yet, and someone already promised him a blade. Kuberad guesses Vulcan. Raon nods. Kuberad chuckles, says Vulcan came back just for him. He won't steal Vulcan's client, but Raon can borrow a temporary sword. He only crafts seriously, so Raon can pick anything. Dorian asks if he can too. The old man allows it. They thank him and start browsing. Raon steps inside, impressed by the blades. Any one would serve him well. Then, a red sword grabs his attention. Dorian stares at the many weapons, unsure. Each looks flawless. Kuberad tells him to choose. Suddenly, Kuberad feels something off. He turns and sees Raon holding the red blade. He yells for him to put it down. The sword is cursed. Its energy could corrupt the wielder. Dorian doubts it, but Kuberad insists, pointing at the aura. Yet, the sword's power can't pierce Raon's body. Wrath erupts, furious, calls the sword's energy trash for touching the King of Essence's vessel, says he'll freeze and crush it. Raon tells him to relax. Wrath insists Raon would have fallen without him. Raon reminds him he's not his property and could have handled it alone. Kuberad asks if he's alright. Raon nods, says the blade is no normal weapon. The old man gives a warning. Failure. A blade possessed by fury. He begins the story. A southern village called Siren once thrived around a sacred tree. Othello, peace ruled, and kindness filled the hearts of its people, until the white blood cult came, killing half the village, abducting the rest, leaving ruin behind. Kuberad heard of it, and forged a dagger from Othello's wood, hoping to honor the fallen. But the moment it was finished, it turned red. Rage filled the blade, twisting his intent. Since then, no one has endured its cursed power, until now. As Raon grips the dagger, Siren's memories surge through him. Pain, rage, sorrow, and injustice. He wonders how the cult brought such horror, with much left unresolved. Raon vows, even if time runs short, if he meets the white blood cult, he'll help the blade find justice. He asks the blade to come with him. Kuberad senses the dark power fading, wondering if the sword accepts Raon. Our boy sees it clearly, a sword forged for grieving souls. He accepts it again and names it Blade of Requiem. He thanks the blacksmith for the fine weapons, surprised to receive both a main sword and the Requiem. The old man says having a worthy swordsman wield his work is reward enough. Raon says they'll prepare a warm welcome if he ever visits Sieghart. The blacksmith hopes he becomes a swordsman, safe and sound. After parting ways, the two boys head out. As they walk, the old smith reflects. He first saw Raon as just gifted, but now he's the master of a cursed blade. That's more than wielding. That's unity with the blade. No, the boy's talent runs deeper. Sieghart's name will soon echo across the lands again. On the road, Dorian notes they've moved north for days, leaving Cameloon behind. Now snow surrounds them. The endless white feels familiar. Raon says they've finally arrived. Before them stands Haven Castle, the site of their exam. It's massive. Dorian, nose covered, complains of the stink. Wrath grins, saying it smells like battle, perfect for the King of Essence. Raon asks why. Wrath suddenly excited. Nothing tough happened on the trip. Dorian stares in disbelief. It kept getting colder near Haven Castle, but Raon pushed on every time he whined. Dorian grumbles that from dawn till dusk, Raon nitpicked his sword form, and even made him train at night. He mutters that he never slept, yet Raon claims it was easy. Wrath snaps, agreeing with the fool. He says Raon should ease up so even the King of Essence can rest. The castle gates open. Vice Commander Tarion steps out. He asks if they're the new mercs, notes their delay, and introduces himself as their superior. He says he'll be leading them now. Raon says he looks forward to it. Tarion checks on Dorian, and Raon replies, he's fine. It happens often. Pleased, Tarion tells them to follow. Raon drags Dorian along as he complains and begs to go home. Inside, Raon notes the harshness exceeds every rumor. The walls bear scars from endless repair. Faces show fatigue. The air reeks of blood and ash. It matches everything, Judiel reported. Raon's impressed she learned so much, so fast, without coming here. Near the palace, a girl watches with interest. She doesn't recognize them, guesses they're mercs. This is Yua, a Frost Branch staff. The old man calls Yua, asking her to help open the shop. She quickly agrees. That moment draws our hero's focus. Tarion enters, calls to the commander, and presents the new mercenaries. They're actually trainees from Sieghart. Commander Milland welcomes them, confirms their origin, and names himself as Haven Castle's leader. Raon wonders if Milland already knew, recognizing him as the famous warrior, the one known as the Northern Giant, defender of Haibun for over 2 decades. Wrath says Milland's eyes carry true command, something even the King of Essence has missed. Raon is surprised they both sensed it. Milland says only those in the room know their identities, and it will stay that way. He understands why Rimmer sent Raon, to gain real-world experience, but warns there'll be no lectures, just battle after battle, and bitter cold. If they want safety, he says, they should walk out now. Dorian half jokes about leaving, but Raon stands firm, ready to face any war zone. Milland respects his answer and says he'll see how long that spirit lasts. He says their new rank is basic soldier, from the bottom up. Milland tells Charles to place them in the 3rd Scouting Unit. Charles agrees. They'll do every task, mundane or dangerous. Then has Charles escort them to their room. Raon nods as they go. Tarion voices his doubts, admitting he's uneasy about the newcomers. The commander asks why. Tarion says Dorian looked frozen in fear, and Raon acted too relaxed, like it was a game. He notes Raon even wore a flower bracelet. Doesn't look like a fighter. Suggests sending them back. Milland answers, looks deceived, and says both endured Sieghart's brutal training. He advises watching their actions before judging. Charles agrees. Milland wonders why reports are required every 2 weeks. Charles asks if it was Rimmer's doing. But Milland says the request came from Sieghart's Lord Manor. Charles realizes that means the Northern Conqueror himself wants updates. Milland confirms, saying they must report all details. A first. Lord Glenn is left wondering what the Conqueror's planning. Meanwhile, Raon finds their room already decorated by Dorian, who did it while he was gone. Raon remembers the place being dull just moments ago, and asks where Dorian got all the stuff, especially that golden curtain. Dorian says he packed it beforehand. Raon asks if he brought more colors. Dorian nods, saying curtains are essential. Dorian asks Raon's preferences, offering more supplies. Raon eyes his bag, curious. A young man walks in, asking if they're done unpacking. He introduces himself as Raiden, head of the 3rd Scouting Group. Raiden says things are hectic and orders them to prep. They're heading out. Back at Sieghart's estate, Glenn wants to know why Rimmer came. Rimmer grins, saying he heard about the secret banquet to Judge Raon, and didn't expect Glenn to care. Glenn sighs, guessing Lowen leaked everything, despite orders to stay quiet. But Rimmer proudly shares Raon got the 2-tone flower during the Snow Tiger Claw mission and used it. He also bruised the pride of the arrogant Balkar princess. Glenn counters, saying it's risky to steal and anger royalty. Rimmer insists Raon wasn't at fault. He only reacted to her provocation. He doubts even the secret banquet will reveal how Raon stole the butterfly. But Rimmer finds out Glenn already called Raon and Dorian back. Surprised, he asks Glenn if he's not curious what Raon will do next, especially after getting a sword from Kubarud. Glenn explains they were sent away to prevent more family problems, and now, he's recalled them. Rimmer casually mentions Glenn's getting updates from Haven Castle. Lohan quickly denies having anything to do with it. Rimmer rambles on, saying it was obvious Glenn would contact Haven Castle and jokes about praising Raon. He adds that if this keeps up, the annex issue will clear up, and Sylvia's bond with Glenn might heal. Glenn, furious, gets up to strike him. Rimmer tries to flee but stays put. He still gets hit, and screams echo through the room. Elsewhere, at Haven Castle, Raon thinks he hears someone scream. Soon after, Raiden leads Raon and Dorian to Mount Sterlin, a frozen hell filled with monsters. Though, the view stuns. Raiden proposes a test to measure their skill. He asks about some tracks in the snow. Dorian guesses ice troll. Raon disagrees. Troll tracks look human but larger, deeper. These belong to a four-legged animal, likely a Kerry mountain goat. Raiden stares in disbelief. He then asks when the prints were made. The ground's soft. Raon guesses within a day. Says heading west might catch it. Raiden points to a tree mark. Raon calmly says it's from a dire wolf. They mark territory with claws, but this wolf is long gone. Dire wolves don't move much. These marks are old. That one's dead. Raiden's impressed by Raon's insight. He remembers rookies usually get hazed to prove knowledge means little in battle, often with tough questions meant to humble them. But Raon knows far more. This isn't hazing anymore. Raiden looks at Dorian and says, "Figure out the prints on that branch," Dorian complains. Raiden urges him to try. Meanwhile, Raon scans the area using his sword's spirit sense. The blade glows. It searches on its own, feeding Raon information through energy pulses. He recalls the sword doing this earlier, absorbing energy from monsters and sending it back, granting him spirit-related powers. Suddenly, Wrath appears, annoyed, asking why Raon's using that instead of his legendary sense, which is stronger. Raon replies calmly, "The sword helps him. He doesn't need Wrath's sense." Wrath argues his ability is far beyond, not just a tracking trick. Raon questions how he measures that. Wrath boasts, saying he was once the strongest demon king. Raon shrugs. He says the power comes from someone trying to control him, so he's unsure of the risks. A brief silence. Then Wrath assures him the technique he'll teach uses the cold energy Raon already holds. Raon's eyes widen. He wonders if this is a new reward. Later, he sits down quietly as Wrath begins explaining Glacia. Only those with pure cold energy can learn it. Wrath says mastering it takes time and focus. He tells Raon to clear his mind. He must link his inner cold energy with the cold around him, then observe that state. As he focuses, Raon sees Wrath's cold flow into the snow. But Wrath says that's just surface level. Both are still cold energy. He explains the real task is syncing both forces. Raon struggles, unfamiliar with this method. He learns he must visualize the connection. Then distant things feel near. The cold energy becomes his eyes, ears, and skin. Minutes pass. His body slows, but his senses sharpen fast. He spots Dorian and Raiden, and a dire wolf feasting nearby. He's amazed. He can track not just presence, but movement. A threat suddenly triggers his senses. He hurries to warn Raiden that a shark mole is charging toward them. Raiden doubts it. These monsters shouldn't reach Mount Sterlin, but shark moles burst out of the snow. Raiden decides they must retreat and alert the others. He steps back but slips. The shark mole snarls. Raon moves fast, sword drawn, intercepting the beast. He blocks its path, giving Raiden time to act. Raon knows Raiden doubts him, but tells him to trust the sword. Raiden grabs Dorian, runs, and tells Raon to stay sharp. The shark moles all strike Raon at once. He counters with Rabid Fang, holding ground. The blade performs beyond what he expected. No aura needed. Just pure technique keeps the sharks at bay. Cold energy flows through him and the field, boosting his skill and reading their moves. He knows mastering this takes battle after battle. He slashes through, syncing with the Rabid Fang and Glacia. Raon learns fast, glad he came to Haven Castle for real fights. Raiden returns with backup, but finds Raon already standing over the dead shark moles. He's shocked. These things are lethal, even against full squads. Raon notices Raiden is speechless. The man's guilt is clear. He misjudged him and risked the team. Raiden bows, apologizes, and thanks Raon for saving them. He confesses he doubted Raon and nearly caused disaster. Raon says he'd have reacted the same way if someone new joined and acted bold. Raiden finally sees Raon's true strength, making Raon a little tense. But Raiden now thinks their rookie is heaven sent. To mark the mission, Raiden calls for drinks at the tavern. That night, the whole squad shows up. One soldier doubts Raon really beat all those shark moles solo. He says Raon doesn't even look 17. Raiden backs him up. Wrath ignores them, focused on food, praising cheese and pineapple. Raon thinks something feels off. Dorian teases Raon's weird tastes, joking that his own aren't much better. He admits he couldn't eat the pizza Raon picked. Then Yua appears, complimenting Raon's face. She introduces herself, then shows more menu options. Raon flips through and learns Wrath wants mint chocolate ice cream. Raon hesitates. Yua insists it's great, the mint here is fresh. Devildorm reminds Raon he promised to teach him a technique. Raon gives in, orders it. Still confused why a tavern sells dessert. Curious, the squad asks how Raon beat 6 shark moles alone. One asks how he got this strong so young, then thanks him for saving them. They think he'll rise fast and want to talk before that happens. Raon sits awkwardly, overwhelmed by so much praise. Yua returns with the mint chocolate ice cream. Wrath lights up, praising its flavor. Says it's sweet and cold like him. Raon suddenly asks if Glacia has more uses. Wrath perks up, surprised he figured that out already. Says Glacia's not just sensing, it controls cold with focus and power. Raon sees it can be used to attack or defend, and that mastering it could take a year. But waiting a year feels slow. So, he challenges Wrath to master it in 6 months. Wrath hesitates, remembering he lost every past bet. Raon cuts it to 5 months. Wrath agrees fast. After a fun night, Raon decides to head back. As he and Dorian leave, Yua walks over and gives him pineapple cookies she made with leftover pizza fruit. He thanks her. She invites him to come again anytime. Meanwhile, far in the mountains, Patrol Team 3 rushes back to Haven Castle to report to Commander Milland that ice trolls are gathering. The next day, Raiden tells Raon and Dorian to take care of the trolls. Dorian panics, saying their first mission just ended yesterday, but Raiden can't change orders from above. He remembers Commander Milland got a report from Patrol Team 2 this morning about ice trolls near Pit 4. 13 trolls were spotted. Maybe more. They were told to act fast. Tarion suggested clearing them before checking Pit 5, where shark moles appeared. Milland then commands Tarion to take the officers and the wolves mercenaries to eliminate the trolls and scout the area. Surprisingly, the vice captain adds Patrol Team 3 to the group. He heard Raon beat all the shark moles alone. No injuries, thinks he'll help. Now, Raiden tells Raon and Dorian to get ready and rest early. Once Raiden leaves, Dorian freaks out about another mission without sleep. The wolves mercenaries eliminate the trolls and scout the area. Surprisingly, the vice captain adds Patrol Team 3 to the group. He heard Raon beat all the shark moles alone. No injuries, thinks he'll help. Now, Raiden tells Raon and Dorian to get ready and rest early. Once Raiden leaves, Dorian freaks out about another mission without sleep. He asks if swords even work on ice trolls. Raon recalls ice trolls have thin skin in cold climates. Aura swords can kill them. But like other trolls, they heal fast. Dorian starts trembling, scared of dying. Raon tells him speed can bring one down when Dorian still looks worried. Raon offers another plan. He tells Dorian to spar with him. He says it'll make facing trolls feel easier. Dorian immediately declares ice trolls are weak and goes to bed. Morning comes. At the gate, the vice commander takes roll call. Dorian looks drained. Raon notices. Dorian mutters he'd rather do anything than duel him again. Then someone walks up to the group. He says he's Beto, captain of the Wolves mercenaries. Beto says his men want to duel Raon. They shake hands, saying they look forward to fighting together. Then Beto walks off to check on his squad. Wrath grumbles he doesn't like Beto, and warns Raon to stay alert. He says Beto has snake eyes. People like that stab you when you turn. Raon makes a mental note. He also feels strange when Beto stares at him. Suddenly, Yua arrives, carrying the meals they ordered. The soldiers cheer. She's getting cuter, and her cooking's improving. Watching them adore her, Raon thinks Yua might be Haven Castle's mascot. Yua hands Raon beef jerky she made with her grandfather. He's curious. She says it's for his first mission. Raon pats her head to thank her. Tarion then tells everyone to form up for the briefing. He says they'll clear the ice trolls and patrol between Mount Sterlin and the Northern Sea. Raon notices Wrath acting strangely quiet. Wrath brushes it off. Even though he senses a strange energy deep in the mountains, the unit finally moves out from Haven Castle. Then, before they go, the mercenaries make the scouts carry their bags. The mercenaries tell the scouts to treat the bags like lovers, then mock them for being loveless. Raon wonders why the attack squad forces scouts to do this. Raiden says the squad claims main fighters must save energy, so scouts, seen as lower rank, get stuck with chores. It's always been this way. Last time, scouts hauled gear and cleaned up after the fight. Rauden warns Raon not to let it get to him. Raon finds it ridiculous that scouts who risk their lives up front get treated like servants. The Snow Squad has zero team spirit on the field. Raiden says their captain, Edekiel, thinks this is normal. Hearing that, Raon silently vows to crush Edekiel's mindset. When they reach the target zone, they find no sign of trolls. Rauden insists he saw 13 outside the forest. Edekiel scowls, says scouts should never go out alone, and must bring a swordsman. Still, Tarion orders the group to spread out and track the trolls. Hours pass, and they find nothing. Raon thinks even careful trolls should leave a trail. He steps up, asking the vice commander to investigate further. Edequil cuts in, tells him to set camp instead of wasting time. Tarion allows it anyway. Edequil grumbles, saying it's a pointless effort. Raon activates Glacia to start searching. Edequil keeps complaining. Then Raon speaks up, says he found the trolls. They're near Frozen Valley, northwest of Mount Sterlin. Edequil snaps, says Raon's not serious, and doubts the claim. Raon confirms it. Edequil gets louder, says this isn't a joke. Raon replies he's not foolish enough to joke now. Tarion calms the tension. He asks how Raon found them. Raon says he used energy detection, taught by a master. Edequil argues Frozen Valley's too far to trust energy reading alone. He asks how Raon found them. Raon says he used energy detection taught by a master. Edequil argues that Frozen Valley's too far to trust energy reading alone. The vice commander also doubts Raon pulled it off, but Raon's sharp red eyes make it hard to dismiss. Tarion recalls only one man moves like that in Zygarde Rimmer. If Raon trained under him, it adds up. Beto steps forward, interested. He asks how long to reach the trolls. Raon says, 30 minutes to arrive, more to position. Beto's impressed Raon already planned the assault. He smiles, tells Tarion they still have 2 hours. Might as well go. Edequil objects again, but Tarion commands them to climb Mount Sterlin now. Says this is their chance to strike first. Edequil still looks doubtful. Raon makes a bet. If the trolls are where he said, the Snow Squad must treat scouts with respect, carry gear, and help with chores. If he's wrong, he'll follow any order Edequil gives. Edequil accepts, smirking and telling Raon to prepare for defeat. The unit marches toward Frozen Valley. A cloaked figure watches in secret. He's stunned, they head straight for the trolls. He made sure no tracks remained, yet they still found the way. Worried they'll arrive too soon, he decides to stall them. Then a darker idea forms. One far better. He summons monsters at once. Without warning, trolls appear, blocking the path. Edequil clenches his jaw. Angry Raon was right. Raon steps up, reminding him of their deal, saying chores now fall to the Snow Squad. He expects Edequil to honor it. Edequil fumes, but Tarion steps in, says they're lucky Raon found the trolls, and tells everyone to stay focused. Tarion gets all squads ready, then signals the attack to begin. Arrows rain down, weakening the trolls fast. Tarion warns them not to let the trolls heal. Swordsmen charge to finish them off. Raon watches as formations crush the ice trolls, but Beto catches his eye. Calm earlier, now fierce and deadly. Dorian sees Raon holding back. He asks why. Raon says their job is to protect the scouts and wait. He also hints he has another enemy to fight. Orders come in for scouts to support from behind. Raiden tells the swordsmen to press forward, crossbows to distract. He praises the momentum, since the group overwhelmed the trolls before they could respond. Just as Raiden considers getting Raon a gift, he senses something wrong. He turns and sees a troll warrior and a shaman nearby. The warrior lunges at Roden. Roden realizes he can't dodge in time. Tarion and Beto leap in, saving him. They tell him to focus. Beto notes these warriors are no joke. Then a new threat strikes. The shaman attacks from above, casting spells from high ground. The vice commander commands the Snow Squad, and Beto, to contain the warrior, scouts must break the shaman's spells. Raiden tells his team to reload their crossbows. Suddenly, a cloaked figure fires ice bolts at them. Raon appears, slicing through the bolts with ease. Raiden watches, stunned. The masked enemy steps forward, whispering a prayer. He praises Raon and Tarion, calling them impressive. The vice commander identifies the cloaked man as Eden and erupts in fury. Eden casts a massive formation, summoning the cold shadow demon curse. He announces he has no plans to flee. The soldiers drop, crushed by the freezing pressure. Eden declares their lives are payment for the restoration plan. Raon charges forward, landing a hit on Eden. Eden freezes, shocked Raon can move under the curse. Raon says he survived worse curses and colder energy. He attacks again with Rabid Fang and Savage Fang Dance. After striking, he says relying too much on curses dulls real power. As Eden weakens, the curse fades. Edequil watches. Stunned Raon endured what stopped even Tarion. Tarion quickly orders all squads to wipe out the remaining trolls. With the field cleared, Tarion steps up, saying Eden failed to kill anyone. He demands the reason for the ambush, offering a painless death in return. Eden laughs, refusing mercy. He says the plan was to divide Haven's forces, then offers a parting gift. Suddenly, Haven Castle explodes. As the blast echoes, Eden says Haven will fall in this war. Smoke rises, soldiers panic, staring toward the castle. Raiden shouts in disbelief. Haven Castle was supposed to be unbreakable. Eden, the blue spirit, explains the attack was meant to lure Meland out. When that failed, he summoned trolls to destroy the castle from inside. Those trolls are likely tearing the place apart right now. Enraged, Tarion punches Eden. He yells, Haven Castle won't fall to a few trolls. Raon nods, says if Meland is inside, the fortress stands. Eden bursts out laughing. The ground trembles beneath them. The soldiers look around, confused, but Raon senses this quake isn't natural. The soldiers look around, confused, but Raon senses this quake isn't natural. Eden boasts that every step went exactly as he planned, and they've all danced to his tune. He claims no one can stop it now, only watch Haven Castle fall. Then he laughs wildly, mocking Tarion and his men. Furious, Tarion ends Eden instantly. He turns and tells all units to head back to Haven Castle right away. By now, flames rage inside the castle walls. Inside, Milland orders his troops to prioritize evacuating villagers. One squad handles fires, another blocks trolls. Just in time, Tarion returns with the rest of the forces. Milland says they were ambushed by trolls and asks if anything strange happened outside. Tarion reports Eden led the ambush. They took out the Blue Spirit, but warns the quake, and Eden's words suggest more threats are coming. Milland argues taking Haven Castle won't help their enemies much, but Tarion counters, saying the chaos might trigger an early monster wave. With trolls, beasts, and a quake, a full wave seems near. The soldiers panic, fearing the damaged fortress won't hold. Milland shouts for silence. He scolds them for acting like cowards. He reminds them that Haven Castle shields the whole continent. If it falls, families and homes fall with it. His speech reignites their fighting spirit. He tells them to fight for more than survival, fight for their loved ones. His words quickly lift morale. Raon stands in awe of his command. Milland orders some to protect civilians, others to clean up. The rest follow him to the walls. He tells Dorian and Raon to stay inside and assist, but Tarion steps in, suggesting both join the front. Milland pauses, says they'll die the moment the wave hits, but Tarion replies, Raon took down the Blue Spirit in one hit, and Dorian returned without injury. They've earned a place. Milland finally orders them to climb the wall and help defend the castle. Tarion replies, Raon took down the Blue Spirit in one hit, and Dorian returned without injury. They've earned a place. Milland finally orders them to climb the wall and help defend the castle. Climb the wall and help defend the castle. Once up there, a scout spots something massive heading their way. A scout spots something massive heading their way. Milland sees it too. Dorian is speechless. Beto asks Edekiel if he's ever seen anything like this. Edekiel says, never. As the swarm approaches, now that battlefield faces a massive wave of trolls. Raon remembers Rimmer's words. Haven Castle is a battlefield without rest, a place where warriors never drop their swords. Now, that battlefield faces a massive wave of trolls. Milland asks for a number. Tarion says at least 1,000 visible, likely tens of thousands. Raon stares, stunned. Even with his senses, he can't count them all. Milland asks if he knows about the waves, and he replies he knows a bit. He recalls how stopping waves always brings heavy losses, so soldiers are sent out constantly, hoping to limit the bloodshed. Things can be rebuilt, but the dead stay gone. Now, his task is clear. Protect as many as he can. Milland shouts, telling everyone to lift their swords, fear or not. He reminds them that training at Haven Castle means they can survive. Then raises his sword and promises a drink after. Shield and spear units form the first row, and archers climb the ramparts. At Milland's signal, a volley of arrows rains on the enemy. Dozens of monsters fall, wounded. Then, a scout rushes up, reporting an elite orc charging the main gate. Soldiers try to hold it back, but it doesn't slow down. Milland steps forward without pause. He swears he'll guard the gate himself. Meanwhile, orcs scale the walls, and orders go out to strike with aura once they reach the top. One still climbs over despite the defense. A soldier yells for backup. Raon rushes in and cuts the orc down instantly. Breathing hard, he stands ready. Even after slaying hundreds, this still feels like hell. The enemy count barely seems to shrink. Suddenly, commands scream out, brace for impact. Boom, skull incoming on the right wall. It crashes and explodes on contact, blasting him off his feet, heart racing for the others. He hears screams echo from below. Many fell off the wall, injured, and he moves to help. Then Milland's aura message reaches him, telling him to hold the stable wall sections, saying, handle the small, and the big will fall. Raon sees the truth. If they leave the walls, they lose everything. Still, he isn't the one giving orders, but he decides he'll save as many as he can. Suddenly, he leaps down to shield the fallen. Wrath calls him crazy, asking if he can defend them and survive. He says it'll be rough, but he'll push every sense to the edge. Wrath snaps, saying emotion leads to death. Raon knows retreat makes sense, but he's chosen to live as a swordsman, not a killer. He tightens his grip and swears no enemy will break through. He braces himself, ready to survive this nightmare. With cold focus, he cuts through wave after wave. The fight drags on, hands shredded, aura drained to nothing. Only the blade moving, slicing flesh. Only red, staining his sight. Time blurs, moonlight fades in a blood haze. It flickers in the dark sky. Then he notices, no more enemies stand before him. Elsewhere, a masked woman watches Rayon through her orb. Her goal was to destroy Haven Castle and claim the incarnated body. Instead, she discovers something far more valuable in his actions. Morning comes, Rayon wakes up in bed. His last memory is the castle falling and his fight until the cave opened. Yuha bursts in without warning, tears falling. She sees him finally conscious. Dorian later says, "Everyone feared the worst." 3 days passed with no sign of life. Nervously, Rayon apologizes and thanks him for the care, but Dorian says Yuha deserves the real thanks. She stayed beside him until the wave ended. Despite her work at the tavern and tight schedule, Yuha soon walks in holding soup. She tells him to eat slowly. She softened everything. Grateful, Rayon thanks her for everything. She smiles, saying it's just good business to care for regulars, and jokes he should visit more now that he's better. As he stands, he suggests the branch of frost tonight, craving greasy food. But Dorian says it's better to show his face to everyone first. People have been waiting to see him back as Dorian opens the door. Soldiers call Rayon the hero of Haven Castle, faces lit with joy. Some feared he'd never wake, others thank him for saving them. One calls him incredible for jumping into the chaos. Another offers drinks, promising never to forget. Rayon stands frozen, overwhelmed. Millen walks in, clearly relieved to see him alive. He tells them this wave was far worse than any before. Normally, it would have meant heavy losses, but thanks to Rayon's dive from the wall, not one soldier died. Millen adds that even as a hired sword, Rayon earned the fortress's deep respect and thanks him from the heart. Then Edequil steps forward, catching Rayon off guard. He admits he was wrong about Rayon. He thought he was just another rookie mercenary. Even after seeing his power, he still doubted. But jumping to defend others showed a real swordsman. Unexpectedly, Edequil bows, apologizing for everything he said before. Afterward, Millen declares they've earned a festival. Food and drink will flow freely at Branch of Frost for 3 days straight. Soldiers cheer and rush off, ready to feast like survivors. Rayon watches them, smiling. Millen tells him to join in, saying he'll come after a meeting. The vice commander and corps leaders follow Millen out. Dorian suggests they go grab seats and get the party started. Later, in the council chamber, Millen questions if everyone plans to just praise Rayon. Tyrion argues that someone who saved countless lives deserves a proper reward. Millen considers giving him something beyond gold, Haven Castle's artifact. Rodan looks shocked, thinking of the Snowhorn sword, while Tyrion assumes Rayon might become the next lord. Millen clarifies the sword is only symbolic. Instead, he'll gift armor forged from the Orc Lord's Mana Stone, the White Soul armor, pricier than the sword, but Rayon earned it. Millen says he'll only feel at ease if Rayon wears it. Tyrion and Raiden agree, saying it fits someone who saved so many lives. Then Edequil speaks up. He questions if Rayon is truly just a mercenary, saying no ordinary fighter could use such martial skill. He notes Rayon's abilities and presses for his real identity. Millen apologizes, saying some things must stay hidden for now, but assures them Rayon is honest and sincere. He adds that when the time comes, Rayon will reveal everything, and for now, they should trust him. Millen closes the meeting by urging everyone to enjoy the festival and celebrate their new hero. 10 months have passed since Rayon came to Haven Castle, and it feels both short and long. So much has changed. He's achieved a lot. With the true soul sword from Kuberud, he learned to wield spirit energy. He endured a wave so brutal it earned the name Hell's Battlefield. After that, he unlocked a new way to use Glacia, boosting his strength. Through it all, he built bonds with Haven Castle's people. Now, tales of Rayon spread far and wide, earning him a new name. In the northwest, past the Levine Desert, Burin hears whispers of the hero of Haven Castle. A green-haired man says a blonde swordsman defended the wounded till dawn, now called Hero and Sword Demon. Burin feels a jolt of energy, knowing Rayon is still rising. The man sits beside him and asks if Rayon is his rival. Burin says yes. He wonders why Burin feels excited, not angry, even as his rival grows stronger. Erwin says it's more fun this way. Chasing someone stronger makes it worth it. The stronger Rayon gets, the more Burin will grow too. The green-haired man jokes they must be close, but Burin says they're just rivals. Across the Levine Desert, Martha also hears the rumors about Haven Castle's hero. Her assistant says, word is Rayon stopped a monster wave by himself. Martha sighs, wondering how much stronger he's become now. The assistant scoffs, saying rumors always stretch the truth, and insists Martha is still stronger. He reminds her of the monsters she just took down, but Martha shakes her head and says it's not enough. She can feel Rayon's power has grown. Her assistant, surprised, asks what kind of guy makes Martha feel like this. She replies that Rayon once saved her, and he's her rival. Deep inside Kadim Jungle Base, someone questions Runan, doubting the tale of one man leaping into chaos and saving everyone. A short-haired warrior calls it nonsense, says a kid couldn't do that, then asks Runan what she thinks. Runan calmly says, the story is true. Rayon really did it. The short-haired one claims Runan must be stronger, but Runan says Rayon's strength, body, and mind are greater. The others stare, shocked, remembering Runan cleared the jungle in 6 hours. A warrior in a tree says Runan changes whenever Rayon is mentioned, asking if she sees him as a rival. Runan says she doesn't want to compete, she wants to grow strong enough to fight beside him without holding him back. Meanwhile, Rayon trains atop a snowy peak, honing glacier. The more he uses it, the sharper his senses become. Now he can see far, even with his eyes shut. He remembers how Wrath raged when he got this power. But lately, Wrath's been oddly silent. Always staring at Mount Sterlin, Rayon sees a chance and plans to tease out answers with a bet. But Wrath unexpectedly makes the first move. Curious, Rayon asks what kind of wager he wants. Wrath brings up Rimmer's test survive 1 year at Haven Castle, Rayon confirms, with only 2 months left. Wrath bets Rayon won't make it through the last 2 months. Rayon laughs it off, but Wrath says he never lies. Rayon quickly fires back, saying Wrath lies all the time and calls him dumb since the wave's over and only 2 months remain. With Balkan gone and reinforcements posted, Eden won't dare another strike. Attacking now would be suicide. Rayon thinks all that's left is to return safely to Zygarde. Grinning, he accepts the bet, and Wrath lights up. A month passes since Rayon took the wager. Now, just 1 month remains before graduation. Despite Wrath's warnings, things stay calm at Haven Castle, far from what he predicted. Wrath, annoyed, yells at Mount Sterlin, calling it lazy. One day, Rayon spots too many crows circling above the castle. It makes him wonder if a monster is nearby. Then, he steps on something unexpected. Looking down, he sees a frog. He freezes. A frog in this cold makes no sense. Suddenly, the ground shakes hard. Screams echo as people panic, thinking it's an earthquake. The warning bell blares. Scouts shout, "A wave is here!" Soldiers scramble, confused since it's not wave season. They rush to defend. Raiden finds Rayon, saying they should move together. He urges speed while they alert others on the way. As soldiers clash with monsters, they realize this wave matches the last. Tarion asks Millen if Eden is behind this strange behavior, but Rayon senses something's off. The monsters aren't trying to kill, they're running from something far worse. Wrath suddenly warns him, "It's coming, he should have left." He says Rayon brought this by ignoring him. Uneasy, Rayon asks what's happening. Wrath says it's too late. The thing is awake, it sensed them, and won't stop until all life here ends. Before retreating into the bracelet, Wrath mutters that maybe a great enough sacrifice could stop it. Rayon, panicking, demands answers. But Wrath stays silent, saying he owes no explanation. Rayon heads straight to Millen with an urgent question. What if they face something they can't defeat? Millen stares, shocked, not expecting Rayon to ask that. He says they must still fight. Lives depend on it. Even if it costs them everything, they must stall for evacuations. That's why Haven Castle stands. A monster suddenly creeps behind Rayon, but he kills it fast, knowing they don't even understand what they're facing. Retreat isn't an option. He focuses on holding the wave. That night, Ediquil senses something wrong. He tells his men to press forward while the monsters are still shaken. Then, Rayon notices something strange. Animals are rushing toward the castle, same as the crows did. He's never seen this during a wave. Elsewhere, Millen orders Tarion to send troops to evacuate civilians, even those outside. Tarion hesitates, but Millen pushes him to act now. Millen then sends an aura message to Rayon, telling him to leave if it turns dire. Rayon asks why. Millen says he now understands and begs him to live, saying he has a greater future waiting. He promises Rayon's name will live on at Haven Castle, but Rayon clenches his jaw, refusing to run. He won't let others die while he escapes. He chooses to stay, no matter what. Then, he feels a terrifying force, and cold dread hits him, Over 12 hours have passed, yet the sun still hasn't risen. Then, a horned figure approaches the castle, muttering that it's cold, tired, and done with everything. Now awake, it declares it must erase all. Rayon freezes in shock as it nears. Wrath appears, saying Rayon was too slow to notice. He finally reveals the name, Sloth, the receiver, a demon lord, equal to Wrath, ruling over laziness. Millen's arm trembles, gripped by despair. He can't believe such a being exists. Rayon is stunned. Even Millen, a master, is shaken. That says everything. Wrath says Sloth is stronger now than he was in the demon realm. Rayon asks why he came. He thought only Wrath had crossed into the human world. Wrath dodges, saying Rayon wouldn't get it, then gives in, deciding to explain Sloth's arrival. Wrath says constant battles, including Eden's, sent shockwaves up the mountain. Those tremors woke Sloth, who'd been half asleep for ages, but now he's fully awake. Wrath decides to tell a story. The demon world is chaos, filled with hunger and war. Sleeping makes you pray. But Sloth, who never stopped sleeping, still became a lord. He wiped out anyone who disturbed his rest, killing all who dared speak or fight him for 1,000 years. That's how he rose to lordship. Now, Sloth wants revenge on those who woke him. Rayon asks if there's a way to stop him. Wrath says only someone like himself or Rayon's grandfather could make Sloth back down. Rayon asks, doesn't Sloth kill anyone who wakes him? Wrath explains if a battle drags on, Sloth can't sleep, which he hates even more. Rayon realizes Sloth lives by one rule: never disrupt his sleep. Wrath offers two options: let him take full control, or face total destruction. These are the only chances to save everyone. Rayon hesitates. If Wrath takes over, it could mean 2 demon lords walking the world. Rayon hesitates. If Wrath takes over, it could mean 2 demon lords walking the world. He decides, if there's no other way, Wrath can act, but only to stop Sloth, as he's about to agree. Millen steps in, filled with gratitude. He says since Rayon arrived, things changed. The last wave proved Rayon is a real leader. Now Millen wants to lead by example. He draws aura into his blade. He says his time is done, he's lived enough. But Rayon's path is just starting. He'll do far greater. Moved by Millen's courage, Rayon feels ashamed. He channels his aura, ready to fight. He tells Millen this is too much for one man, and he'll stand with him. Rayon yells for an evacuation, saying Millen gave the order. Tarion protests. He won't leave them behind. He'll fight with them. Millen shouts back, saying Tarion can't even stand. His job is to save one more life. This is what they're here for. Reluctantly, Tarion commands all troops to fall back and open the south gate. Every second, Rayon and Millen hold the line. More lives can escape. Soldiers retreat, begging them to survive. Wrath smirks, mocking their hope. Sloth already stands at the gate. Sloth mumbles again, cold and drained. Annoyed, he had to come at all. Then he releases a surge of power at the castle. It nearly knocks Rayon down. That earlier pressure wasn't even Sloth's full force. Wrath repeats, give up your body or face destruction. But Rayon refuses to quit. He believes in another way, using what he's learned. He recalls Sloth's traits: time, stillness, strength, cold, and drowsiness. Then he suddenly offers Wrath a deal. Wrath is caught off guard. Rayon explains. He'll carry Wrath's fury if he gets the power to fight Sloth. Wrath laughs, saying there's nothing in it for him. Rayon argues back. He could just deny Wrath's control. If Wrath refuses, they both die. But if Rayon's way fails, Wrath gets the body. Wrath goes quiet. Frustrated, Millen collapses beside them. Rayon shouts at Wrath to choose. Out of options, Wrath gives in, muttering that Rayon will regret this. Instantly, Sloth feels Wrath's aura, and stops. Then, Rayon shouts that Sloth has no right here. This land belongs to the Lord of Wrath, and Rayon holds his power. Wrath is speechless. Then he explodes, demanding how Rayon became his vessel, and what he's doing. Internally, Rayon smirks, payback for all the torment. Wrath, still stunned, asks why Rayon called this castle his domain. Rayon ignores him, staying silent. Sloth pauses again, checking if Rayon really carries Wrath. Rayon calmly confirms, saying Wrath now rages at anyone daring to step here. Wrath screams inside, denying it, saying he never said any of this. But Rayon thinks there's no point in arguing. Sloth won't question it. He'll just feel Wrath's fury built up from their bet. As Wrath's vessel, Rayon tells Sloth to remember this moment. He draws a deep breath. Then he shouts like he's Wrath himself, saying Sloth will die for invading, and if he stays, he'll never sleep again. Wrath, baffled, asks if Rayon's lost it. Sloth suddenly panics, fear gripping him at the thought of losing sleep forever. Rayon sees it's working and pushes the act further, pretending to calm Wrath down. Stammering like he's terrified, Wrath will descend. Wrath watches in disbelief, trying to understand what Rayon is doing. Rayon keeps the act going, telling Wrath to save his strength for conquering the continent, not Sloth. Finally, Sloth responds. His eyes fixate on the bracelet around Rayon's wrist. Still in character, Rayon asks if Wrath will punish Sloth for daring to strike his people, or chase him forever, robbing him of sleep. Sloth freezes, disturbed by the idea of eternal pursuit, wondering if Wrath would really fight forever. He realizes continued conflict with Wrath means endless insomnia. Seeing the human with Wrath's bracelet and deep knowledge, Sloth believes he must be real. Inside, Rayon's thrilled he used the bracelet and Sloth's weakness perfectly, just like Wrath said. He reintroduces himself as Wrath's vessel, destined to bear his power. Then he says Sloth came because the wave disturbed his rest. Shifting blame, he claims Eden caused it all, using monsters. They only defended themselves, Eden's hiding. After a pause, Sloth says, if that's true, then he has no reason to fight and will return to sleep. Sensing this, Rayon pushes harder. He acts like Wrath is about to break free, pretending panic, like Wrath's not finished, then shouts, as Wrath, that Sloth can't walk away after harming his people. Sloth protests, but Rayon, channeling wrath, silences him, saying without his arrival, everyone would be dead. He demands retribution, life for life. Sloth caused deaths, so repayment is due. Sloth must either give up sleep or pass his power to Wrath's vessel. Wrath realizes Rayon planned this from the start. Sloth finds the answer easy. He begins transferring his power to Rayon, even as Wrath yells to destroy the human, warning he's being fooled. But Sloth continues, ignoring him, pouring in his power. The system confirms Sloth's power now resides in Rayon's soul and body, pending adaptation. Rayon feels it flow through him. Wrath collapses inside. Sure, the stress will kill him. Sloth, now sleepy again, turns to leave, but Rayon stops him once more. Sloth glares, annoyed, unleashing heavy pressure. Rayon holds back, careful not to provoke him. Instead, he offers the Goblin King's magic stone. Sloth senses its warmth and believes it will let him sleep endlessly. Rayon proposes a deal. Sloth must never return here and stop future waves himself. Sloth thinks it over, then asks if Wrath wants this. Rayon says it's his own offer to keep Sloth away. Sloth, unexpectedly moved, offers something in return for the stone. He raises his hand. He gives Rayon a flower bracelet, like Wrath's. He says it'll help one day. Rayon asks why it's a flower, and Sloth says it suits his master's taste, then slips away before Wrath can start yelling again. Rayon reminds himself he can't collapse yet, not until Sloth vanishes and the sun rises. He knows how close it was. Wrath curses him, clearly defeated. Rayon exhales, thankful he knew Sloth's weakness, and got Wrath to agree. If anyone in the castle had been awake, this wouldn't have worked. The long night finally ends. With Sloth gone, the sun breaks over the castle, ending the nightmare. Light spills in as soldiers slowly wake. Millen remembers the final shockwave, immense and crushing. That energy, from the horned figure, matched legends like the Northern King of Annihilation. He's shocked to still be alive. Tarion runs over and asks if Millen's okay. Millen starts to say everyone made it, but stops mid-sentence. He sees Rayon still standing. Shock hits him. Rayon tells them he kept his promise. Tarion stares, wondering if Rayon really drove that thing off. Even with Millen unconscious, he endured alone. Rayon feels relieved seeing them safe, then collapses. Millen catches him and calls him their hero. 3 days later, life at Haven Castle returns to normal. Millen asks if Rayon's awake. Tarion says he's still out but seems stable. Millen figures he's just recovering from total exhaustion. Tarion then brings up the horned being, asking who it was since everything after that is a blur. Millen says it had to be a demon. The aura was cruel, heavy with evil. Only a demon king could create that kind of force. Without someone like the Northern King, none of them could have survived. The mystery remains, how did Rayon hold it back with no one conscious? Ediquil suggests Rayon might have negotiated. Since beating a demon king is impossible, maybe he bargained, offering something in return. Millen remembers hearing the word negotiation before blacking out. Ediquil wonders if Rayon gave up his body and soul for them. Now he's more curious than ever about who Rayon really is. Millen finally confirms it. Rayon has Zieghart blood. Ediquil says only someone from the 6 emperors or 5 demons could be this powerful at 16. Tarion agrees, thinking it makes sense if he's a Zieghart. Millen feels deeply grateful for all Rayon gave up, and swears he'll back him from now on. Eventually, Rayon wakes. He sees the familiar infirmary, guessing things turned out okay if he's still alive. As he lifts himself up, he spots Yua sleeping beside the bed, a bucket and towels nearby. He wonders if she's been caring for him the whole time. Though unsure when he'd wake, she never stopped caring for him. Strangely, Rayon feels no fatigue. In fact, he's fully recharged. His senses feel sharper. Wrath suddenly asks if he feels lighter, then starts yelling, shouting that his head feels weird, not his body, and calls Rayon a fraud. Rayon thanks him instead of arguing, but Wrath takes it as mockery and threatens him. Wrath mutters that only Rayon could fool 2 demon lords, calling Sloth the dumbest of them all. He screams it's insane for Rayon's soul to grow from lasting a few minutes. Puzzled, Rayon checks his stats' multiple rewards, lots of skill upgrades. He realizes he never reviewed anything after collapsing, and now sees something odd. Thanks to the sloth trait, his stats rise while sleeping. Both he and Wrath freeze, stunned. Rayon now gets it. His sleep equals a full day's training. He's thrilled by the gain. Wrath fumes, blaming Sloth for not finishing him. He demands Rayon's stat numbers. Rayon replies calmly. He gained around 11 points. Rayon smirks, saying Wrath's rage is boosting him again. Just then, Yua stirs, and Raiden enters. They both ask how he feels. Rayon says they're worrying too much. Raiden says, Commander Millen wants a word. Later, Rayon meets Millen. The commander, relieved, says he's never seen someone heal so fast, and believes Rayon will soon surpass him. Rayon says he just got lucky, but Millen says there's no need for false modesty. Then, apologizing, He asks what happened with the demon. Everyone looks to Rayon, who fears revealing too much could turn them against him. Before he speaks, Milan interrupts, saying he doesn't need to explain. Rayon is confused but listens. Milan says they know it was a demon king, and believe Rayon bargained with him, offering his soul to protect them. Rayon is stunned as Edekil and Terion agree. They praise him for negotiating with a demon. Rayon panics inside, unsure how to respond. Wrath screams that it was Sloth who gave up, and no demon king wants a human soul. Milan stands and says Rayon gave so much, now it's their turn to repay him. The captains bow in respect. They declare that Haven Castle stands with him, and he only needs to ask. After a pause, Rayon says he does want one thing, a match with Milan before heading home. Time passes, graduation is only a week away. Sloth's trait helped him master his growing power. He understands his limits and control. His body is now at its best. He heads to the arena for the sparring match. The crowd cheers, shouting for him to beat the commander. Milan asks if he's ready. Rayon nods, saying he's been waiting for this. No more delay. Milan declares the fight begins. Rayon instantly senses the crushing force radiating from Milan, Haven Castle's master. Without pause, he lunges in with a fierce blow. Milan meets the strike, barely moving. Blades clash. A storm of blows fills the arena. Edekil braces for the shockwaves, while Terion, eyes locked on the duel, can't believe Rayon, still an expert, is pushing this hard. He mutters. No one's grown like this before. At this pace, mastery is just one step away. Another voice adds, Rayon was far weaker when he arrived. As the clash intensifies, Milan notes Rayon's power and speed, but says his strikes still lack edge. He reminds him it's a spar, then asks if he really thinks this is enough. Rayon simply answers he's getting stronger. Drawing his rabid fang sword, he swings again, spots a gap, throws a punch without hesitation. But then, Milan catches it, barehanded, unfazed. He counters instantly, forcing Rayon to retreat. Rayon's shocked, convinced that opening should have hit. Yet Milan blocked and struck back like nothing, not even winded. Seeing Rayon stunned, Milan tells him to speak up. Rayon says Milan reads all his moves and keeps aura and sword energy flowing without tiring. Milan says the key difference is the middle energy core, unlocked only at mastery. That core fuels endless aura with ease. Milan acknowledges Rayon's peak expert rank, but not yet a master. He says Rayon can't outlast or overpower him. That truth hits hard, revealing the core's true edge. That's the power of a real master. Milan asks why he's smiling now. Rayon says it's hope. He sees the path forward. There's still more to learn. Milan nods. Time to show what mastery really looks like. He channels everything, ready to unleash his finest skill. Ice Dragon's Bane, the move that once ended the Ice Dragon with Icehorn sword. Milan fires it without holding back. Rayon doesn't dodge, choosing to face it, a test he can't waste. He summons his own power. Milan asks, curious, what skill this is? Rayon combines his Haven Castle training and Thousand Flames memory from Sloth, calling it 10th Flame, Fire Dragon's Breath, shortened to Fire Dragon's Breath. Milan is eager to see if his sword or Rayon's flame wins out. Both rush in, neither slowing. Their powers crash. An eruption blinds the arena in smoke. Terion is stunned, wondering if Rayon truly matched the commander. As the dust fades, all eyes strain. Unbelievably, both men still stand. Rayon bows, thanks Milan, and admits defeat with humility. Cheers erupt. The crowd roars for Milan, but Rayon's effort earns deep respect. His name rings loud as cheers fill the arena for his rise and resolve. Milan, watching quietly, admits Rayon's skill exceeded all expectation. His aura alone hadn't been enough. He'd needed to shield himself, something he hadn't planned. Still, deep down, Milan feels sure backing Rayon was the right move. Now, Rayon and Dorian prepare to leave Haven Castle behind. Rodden says he'll miss having Rayon around, while Beta praises his progress. Rayon thanks Milan, who reminds him to stay safe out there. Terion tells him to return anytime, and Bento hopes they meet again. Then Edekil steps forward. Rayon teases, asking if he plans to bully patrols again. Edekil quickly denies it. Laughing, Rayon says he's kidding, and that fighting beside him was an honor. They shake hands, both wanting to keep growing stronger. As they walk off, soldiers gather to thank them and say goodbye. Beyond the gate, Dorian talks through their travel plan. If they keep moving, Rayon will reach the graduation on time. Yua suddenly runs up, panting. Rayon admits he wished he'd seen her before leaving, but is happy now. She apologizes, saying she'd been making them food for the road. Wrath hopes it includes pineapple pizza. Rayon thanks her sincerely. Yua then quietly says she has a small favor. Rayon gives her his full attention. She pauses, but changes her mind, leaving him puzzled. Yua promises she'll explain later. With farewells done, Dorian and Rayon begin their journey. Watching them go, Yua silently promises to ask one day if she can walk beside him. 1 year has passed since the 5th Hall's graduation trial began. The trainees now carry scars and hard-earned growth. The once empty hall is filled with rising swordsmen. They speak of their strength, many sure they'll hit expert soon. Rimmer watches quietly. One trainee asks if Rayon is back since graduation is tomorrow. Another fears something went wrong. Rimmer rises, calming them. He says Rayon isn't someone who'd be taken easily. He tells them to focus on the ceremony instead, then smiles and sits as they walk away. But his worry lingers. He calls Loen, seeking answers. Loen says he can't help. Rimmer panics, clinging to him, saying Rayon's return is long overdue. Normally, Rimmer would send a secret letter, but the Heavenly Sword Order has locked every path, even set traps above. Loen wishes he could help, but says Glenn locked everything about Rayon under top-level clearance. Rimmer mutters that if Glenn worries so much, he could at least show his grandson some warmth. Fed up, Rimmer decides to confront Glenn himself. He tells Loen he'll share whatever Glenn says, then strides away. Loen stands tense, staring toward the inner quarters. Moments later, Glenn erupts with power as he deals with Rimmer. At the Central Martial Hall, Karun receives word that Rayon might already be dead. The report says Rayon should have returned a month ago. A search team left to find him, but an unexpected wave stopped their advance. The threat was cleared, yet no sign of Rayon means he's likely hurt or gone. Karun hears Rimmer ran to Glenn in panic, but Karun secretly welcomes the news, pleased he had to do nothing. The assistant asks if Eden struck, since Rayon fought the Blue Spirit for Haven Castle, and Karun thinks Eden may have removed a growing nuisance. Still, the assistant doubts Rayon's death is certain. Karun shifts to the exam rules. He says Rimmer's test measures early growth and decides who qualifies as swordsman, a process lasting days. So even if Rayon returns this night, he won't make it. Karun imagines the disappointment on his face as the assistant leaves. Karun thinks he once struggled to decide how to handle the boy, but this settles everything. He admits Rayon at least made things interesting. The 5th Hall's graduation ceremony finally begins. Sylvia watches from the side, worried her son will be disqualified if the event continues. Her maid insists they won't start without the head trainee. Karun, however, feels pleased. Meanwhile, trainees chat about the ceremony and the missions they endured. Then Burin steps forward, telling them to stop wasting time since graduation is near. He orders them to focus and return to their spots. He sighs, wondering when they'll show real maturity. Martha approaches behind him, saying he's still stiff and unchanged. Burin thinks she hasn't lost her sharp tongue either. She doesn't care how blunt she sounds. Burin warns she'll struggle after graduation if she treats everything like a fight. Martha shrugs, saying people quiet down once she beats them. Burin wonders how far that confidence goes. He glances at the gate, wondering why Rayon isn't back, and if Eden ambushed him. Runan states firmly that Rayon will return, because he won't fall to people like Eden. Martha adds that she prefers he stays gone, so she can take the lead role. Runan yells that Rayon will absolutely come back and tells her to stop talking nonsense. Martha shouts back that if he were coming, he'd already be here. Burin tries to break up the argument. Suddenly, the announcer declares the ceremony has begun and orders all trainees to their places. Then he announces the arrival of Sieghart's eternal son, the ruler of the North, Patriarch Glenn Sieghart. The hall erupts in greeting. Rimmer quickly asks Glenn to wait because 2 trainees still haven't returned. Glenn refuses, saying graduation was set for February. If they aren't here, they fail. He asks if Rimmer wants a delay just for those 2. Rimmer, defeated, announces the ceremony will proceed, led by the Patriarch and elders. Roll call begins. He confirms 43 trainees, with 41 present, 2 absent. Whispers spread as trainees realize it might start without Rayon. Rimmer ends roll call and declares the ceremony open. The gate begins to close, then it halts unexpectedly. Trainees look around, confused. Rayon and Dorian finally arrive at the entrance. Rimmer breathes out, relieved. Rayon announces he's back. His friends rush over. He apologizes for the delay. They joke he nearly failed. Dorian quietly reminds them he's here too. Rimmer's glad Rayon made it, and tells him to get in line. As Rimmer leads him forward, Karun steps in their way. He tells Glenn the others came a month ago and proved themselves. Rayon didn't. He says that disqualifies him. Glenn replies that the instructor should judge based on Rayon's year-long conduct. Karun argues Rimmer wouldn't waste everyone's time unless he was sure. Rimmer says he can prove it here and now. Rimmer and Karun draw swords, aura exploding. Everyone watches, stunned by how much Rayon has grown. Rimmer shouts, swordsmen speak through combat. Their energy shoots high into the sky. It bursts like fireworks. The crowd cheers. Karun's shocked that Rayon blocks Rimmer so easily. He wonders what happened to him this past year. Rayon says, this should be proof enough. Karun clicks his tongue and sits, unable to argue. Rimmer turns to Glenn, asking if they can proceed. Glenn eyes the battlefield, then says he'll question Rayon after the event, but gives the okay. Rimmer calls head trainee Rayon forward for final roll call. All 43 trainees now accounted for. No absentees. The graduation ceremony of the 5th training hall begins. The graduation ceremony of the 5th training hall begins.